Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We are going to be watching the Tennessee versus Zachary Adams trial. If you notice here, we have the Law News Network. This is what law and crime used to be. So this trial took place in 2017. Obviously, this is going to be a unique scenario where trial's been long over, and not only is it possible for us to already know the verdict, but we've also on this channel been doing a deep dive into the post-conviction petition for post-conviction relief and a new trial. So we're not going into, at least if you've been hanging out with us for the last few days, and myself obviously included, not going into this one as a blind juror, doesn't know what's going on outside of court. It's quite the opposite. This is a unique opportunity to be able to look at a trial with an incredible depth of hindsight and retrospection. I'm of the position myself personally, and you do not have to be on the same page as I am. Not only do I think that Zachary Adams was denied a fair trial for multiple reasons, but I think he's factually innocent. And I think the state is struggling in these post-conviction proceedings, which they're linked in the description if you want to go through. We have 4 deep dives into all of the hearings from May through this week. I think there's no way that the state can reconcile the alibi evidence that was not shown at this trial that we're going to watch with what they have now, and more so their key witnesses. I don't see how they can reconcile their testimony and patch it back up. So that's just me. That's my take. Before we get into it, and I highly recommend, if you don't want to get the 411 on what I'm talking about with this alibi evidence that's come about after trial, pause this, do something else for 5 minutes and come back. This is also, it should be pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. If not, I'll drop it again and pin it in a second. But it's been difficult during the post-conviction hearings, mostly because of the camera angle. It's pretty far away from the demonstratives they're using, to follow what's going on with the cell phone mapping and the stuff going on with the ATM. And last night we watched the final episode of the Trial and Error podcast. Highly recommend going over and checking out everything that they've done on this whole case. But this lays out how all of the pieces of the alibi are there to corroborate that it could not have been the Adams brothers. So if you don't want to see that, come back in 5 minutes. So here we go. Let's get a quick intro on this, and then we'll get into day 1 of the trial, starting with jury instructions. Speed this up a little. Get some captions. Probably put them in a good place where they're not blocking too much important. If you're over here. So listen, this is going to be Dana McClendon speaking. He's a criminal defense attorney. His co-host, Dr. Katie Spirko, she's sequestered. She's on the witness list, state's witness list. So she couldn't participate in this episode. So we've just got Dana to work with, but he does a great job, I think.
Kidnapped on April 13th, 2011. The timeline of this case may be useful. Holly Bobo was kidnapped on April 13th, 2011. Her cell phone traveled from her home at about 8 a.m., almost due north for about 30 minutes, to the location her remains were recovered more than 3 years later. We know without doubt where Holly was and where her phone went after she was kidnapped. Holly's phone and
So up here in the corner is Holly Bobo's residence.
Zach Adams' phone, both active that morning, were never co-located.
And also, real quick, I think the important time frame here is they lose, if you haven't been able to catch it through the proceedings, they lose Holly's cell phone signal by 9:25 a.m. that morning.
So where was Zach? Well, we know that too. Put a pin in that. With no suspects and nearly nothing to go on, law enforcement began interviewing countless people shortly after Holly Bobo's disappearance, including locals who had a criminal history. That strategy brought the police to Zach and Dylan Adams, both of whom had criminal histories linked to their drug addictions. Just 10 days after Holly Bobo disappeared, police questioned brothers Zach Adams and Dylan Adams and their grandfather, Dick Adams. Zach and Dylan told the TBI they were together that morning with Shane Austin, running around in Parsons, including going to a gas station and a grocery store. As the investigation continued, Shane Austin realized they'd also been to an ATM in Parsons, and law enforcement got his bank records to prove that. With this information, the police ruled Zach, Dylan, and Shane out as suspects more than once. For reasons we've covered in previous episodes, law enforcement eventually returned to Zach, Dylan, Shane, and Jason Autry as the suspects. When that happened, Zach's lawyers desperately tried to find proof of his alibi, including the video evidence to support the alibi.
No, we've talked in detail about I'm just calling it subpoena gate at this point, about this ATM video. We heard during the post-conviction proceedings, really the first day that we watched, so it's going to be day one of the deep dive. We heard attorney Doug Bates argue not just that there were issues with this evidence and they want a new jury to be able to evaluate it because it wasn't presented at the first trial, but they also want sanctions against the prosecution team for the way the signs do strongly point to funny business with the state and them not wanting the defense to have their hands on this video in multiple different ways. So go back and watch Deep Dive 1. We did talk about it a little bit more through the other streams. But something I realized this weekend watching with some of you guys over on Discord, the reason the defense finds out that this video that they've been wondering if it exists at all actually exists is because Zach saw it on the state's laptop screen during one of the January proceedings, which we don't have a stream for. But this podcast covers it because Katie and Dana both went there. And Zach tells Doug Bates, and Doug Bates starts arguing to the court about getting this video. So the next set of hearings, once we have those hearings in May, we get to hear Doug laying out the issues with how the state's been seemingly hiding and making this video inaccessible, while initiating a new investigation that they don't let the defense know about just so they can circumvent and go get this video first. Because now they're worried about why the defense wants it so badly. And this is all after he's been convicted. This is all in the post-conviction space. And to me, that alone is enough to warrant a new trial. So just so you guys knew how the defense actually figured out that the video existed, it was on the state's laptop screen at a hearing in January.
Reasons we've explored at length in prior episodes, they were never able to find any videos to prove the alibi. Zach was convicted in 2017 without his alibi evidence being introduced. Zach has always maintained his innocence, and that led to the hearings that are now ongoing. Dr. Spirko came on board with Zach's team to assist, and Zach told her his alibi. Let's listen now to what Zach told Dr. Spirko in early 2024 about where he was and what he was doing the morning Holly Bobo was kidnapped.
The first call that I got, or that I remember, was Shane calling, and this is what Shane was kind of sarcastic, and he said, "Hey Zach, you'll see if we can't overdose on Xanax today." And he was joking, and I said, "Shane, you ain't got enough money," and he said, "Yeah, come pick me up. We got to go to Parsons. I need a ride." I had logged on to the internet and was checking my Facebook while he was getting ready. So during the exact moments I was on Facebook, which I was on it because my grandmother's computer. And I had my own window bar or my own screen, and it was password protected. I had my own, where I could see my password and stuff. And then my Facebook account, of course, was password protected that only I knew. And I had checked it because we was arguing over Facebook and on our phone and stuff. Because I had said a cuss word or something on Facebook, and I had some people to message me and say, "Hey, Zach, you don't need to do that."
Shane Austin's phone records dovetail exactly into what Zach has.
And so this is, with all of this, when we watched Zach take the stand in the November hearings that took place this week, but we watched him on Saturday, I think. It was a little weird that Zach had a great recollection of like, oh, I sent all these Facebook messages, but this is when you're sitting there, you're reviewing your case. He had this fresh on his mind because he was looking all of this over before he took the stand.
Just said. By the time Shane reached out to Zach at 10:10 a.m., he had been in touch with his drug dealer. Shane started contact with the drug dealer at 9:23 and had several more texts with him before 10 a.m. Shane called Zach, Zach called him back, and then they followed up with several more text messages by 10:43 a.m. These phone records are consistent with what Zach just told us. Zach's statements about being on Facebook are also corroborated by records obtained from Facebook during the investigation. Before he heard from Shane that morning, Zach had been on Facebook beginning at 8:39 a.m. arguing with his girlfriend. Holly's phone by then was at the location where her remains were later recovered. About the time he was communicating with Shane at 10:40 a.m., Zach was apologizing on Facebook for the foul language he'd used earlier. The documents once again prove Zach's alibi was and remains true.
We go pick up Shane, and we go from Shane's house and say, "Shane, look, we don't have enough gas to get to Parsons, so let's go down here to the interstate and gas is higher at the interstate. I said, we'll put up $5 in gas, get us enough gas to get Parsons, and we'll fill up at Parsons. So we go to the Shell station where we always get gas, which is a local Shell station where we know the owners and stuff. From there, we go. I think we went to Sonic, and we stopped at ATM as we're coming into Parsons before we got gas. We stopped at ATM.
Moving on with Zach's explanation of his day,
Now, we watched, and I think the biggest fight we saw against this was with Jennifer Nichols on the stand. The state is putting on the role of a defense attorney hat. Well, we have your bank statement showing you were there. Well, you don't know that it was actually them using the credit card at the ATM. Well, we have this video, photo of Dylan at the the BP gas station making a purchase, and they told us on their own that they went to the BP gas station. Oh, well, that could be anybody. It's blurry. Meanwhile, we've watched plenty of cases where the state doesn't care. They'll point to a blur of pixels and tell the jury that is beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant. Like, it's such a role reversal. But we've got to look at how the sausage is made by being able to see these post-conviction proceedings and how the state has put on their defense attorney hat and tried to defend their case. When this evidence, you've got like 5, 6, 7 pieces coming together corroborating the alibi that these guys, I think, solidly have.
see that indeed Shane Austin's bank records corroborate what Zach has said. There is a charge at the Shell station at the interstate on the bank records for April 13th, 2011. The bank records also corroborate the stop at Sonic, where Shane spent $6.78. There's also another charge, just like Zach said, for more gas in Parsons.
And I'll never forget, Shane asked, I put an ATM back.
Now, this is how I know I'm invested, and we're going to get through this whole trial this week. It's a holiday week, I know, but I want to get through it. When I realized this, that's it. I'm on the factual innocence boat. This is before we heard the state, before they had this video, before they had the ATM video. This is an audio recording where they're speaking with Zachary Adams, and he's giving the detail that Shane asked them to pull backwards into the ATM. He has not seen a video of this happening. He's been asking for an ATM to prove that they were there to help back up their story, and he has not been able to get it. Yet somehow he knows something as unusual as somebody backing into the ATM. And not only are they backing into the ATM, it's the Chevy Silverado. And now the state's argument is, well, we can't see faces in the truck, and we don't know what actual color and make and model that car is. And again, it's a complete role reversal. I think reasonable doubt. It's a complete role reversal. The state is acting like you'd expect a defense attorney trying to help their client at trial when the state would have typically all of this evidence presented to a jury. But the state does not present this to the jury, and neither did the defense.
Said for more gas in Parsons.
And I'll never forget, Shane asked, I put an ATM backwards, and Shane looks at me all crazy, like, why are you pulling it backwards? And I said, because I don't want you to have to reach over here, and I don't want you to have to give me your PIN number. I said, look, you do all that on your side. And I'll never forget Shane to me like I was crazy going through the ATM backwards.
One detail that really needs to be highlighted here about the
Another reason this is so important is, oh, what if their devices were just pinging there and someone gave everyone all 3 of their phones? Because the issue is their phones are never co-located where Holly Bobo's devices are, from that like 2-hour-ish window from her abduction to about an hour and a half, really, that time period to where her phone is still being tracked going down a certain route. Their phones are not located going that route at all. And even if you try to force it and try to finagle the bagel, there's no way that these guys could have gotten to Parsons from where they would have had to have been, where Holly Bobo's phone last pings, by 11 a.m. when they're getting all this corroboration from different gas stations, from the bank, from the different receipts, and then from this weird ATM video where they're backing into the ATM stall. And then this is the picture that the state says is too blurry to recognize as Dylan, even though there's receipts of Dylan making a purchase at this gas station. They said they stopped here. And quite frankly, the state would use this to incriminate, arrest, charge, and bring someone to trial. But now they're saying it's not good enough. So this is what I mean when I say I'm all the way in. Because the state would absolutely use all of these pieces of evidence to tell a jury that this is beyond a reasonable doubt. And a jury would probably convict if we were saying this was all the route that Holly was on. But because all this stuff proves that they could not have been where Holly's device was, it's the opposite story.
ATM part of this alibi. Zach recalled in detail going through the ATM backwards and why. It was to allow Shane the one with the drug money that day. Zach gave this detail a year before anyone on the defense team knew the video existed. Never mind that the video actually showed the truck go through the ATM backwards, which it does. Regrettably, the video does not show any faces, only the exterior of the truck. This detail about going through backwards is even more important because not only does this video confirm the details of the story, the state, which now has to contend with this proof of the alibi, has taken the farcical position that it could be any 2006 Silverado going.
And guess what else the state has to contend with? Jason Autry took the stand at trial and told a totally different story of where they all were driving around, particularly where he was driving just with Zachary Adams to go to one bridge location where they pull Holly out of the back of the truck. She's wrapped in a blanket. He notices a foot move, and then he shoots. Zachary Adams goes to the truck because they see her moving, and he gets a firearm, and he comes back and shoots Holly. And it's one shot, but it goes boom, 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 boom because of the echo on the bridge. But then they take the body, put the body in the truck, and then move again and go to another location. That cannot be happening. His story does not make sense within itself. There's other inconsistencies, but you can't reconcile that with these timestamps.
Through that ATM at that moment in time backwards. It's ridiculous. Every detail Zach gave about this moment in time is proven, and the state still wants to suggest that video could show some random, unrelated truck at exactly this moment, also going through the ATM backwards. What the state will never be able to explain away is how Zach knew when, where, and what that video would show, unless, of course, he was there then.
After we went to Sonic, we went by where my girlfriend worked at the video store, and we talked to her. And me and her actually got into it while we was talking. I was talking to her outside. She was smoking a cigarette, and me and her actually got into it. I had the police called on me that day. Whenever me and her was arguing, soon we called up the police, and they never showed up because they was busy searching for Holly.
Make item.
Yeah, can a city policeman come by Joe's video, please?
Sure will tell him.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Perhaps most importantly, what Zach says about going to the ATM is proved conclusively true by Shane's bank records, which show a 100 and...
The state's argument here is, well, the statements, the transactions don't have a minute timestamp. Like, they don't tell you what hour and minute somebody made these transactions. But the point was that they said without knowing that this evidence could be procured, they volunteered that they were here, and this corroborates their statements.
$20 withdrawal from the bank in Parsons on April 13th, 2011. And just like he said, the ATM withdrawal happens and the videos prove it. And after fighting on Facebook that morning, just like Zach says, he went to where his girlfriend worked at Joe's video in Parsons, and the 911 call corroborates that event as well. Everything you just heard Zach say he did that morning is proven by cell phone records, bank records, and video images.
Right, so there's a bit more there, guys, and let's do a quick, I guess I pulled this up separately. I want to give you my recommendation. Anyone that has watched this on their own and wants to recommend episodes that they particularly enjoyed. There's some that I haven't had time to watch yet, but I think the first and second will give you well, that's the trailer. But episode 1 and episode 2 are going to give you a great breakdown on the background of the case and who some of the 4 key players are. They're going to talk about Jason Autry in the second episode. They're all great, but if you're short on time, I recommend going to 4, which talks about Terry Britt, and there's some additional crazy details in here where Terry Britt has had interactions with Holly Bobo's cousin, Natalie, I think is her name, and she was made to feel uncomfortable at some party, some gathering, and they made him leave the party. There's also apparently a significant portion of his house that's refrigeration, like a refrigerated room. Like there's a lot in here. There's a lot in this one that you will not see at trial. And then the following episode, they compare evidence that they put together from outside of court with his trial testimony. Then I also recommend 6 is where they talk about that January 2025 hearing that we don't have a stream for, but they tell us that that's where they saw the video on the state's laptop screen. Let's see. TBI, they break down, and it's easier to hear how they lead and plant details in Dylan Adams while interrogating him. And then I thought episode 9, probably my favorite. It's the longest one, I think. But it's the Victor Dinsmore recordings that we didn't get to hear played in full through the proceedings. But you're going to hear one recording that's longer. And then 2 days later, Agent Brent Booth comes back and, hey, I was worried about people thinking I put words in your mouth. So if you could just say what you actually remember. And then Dinsmore and his wife are like, yeah, after we thought about it when you left the other night, we remembered this other totally different story instead. So, oh, okay. And factual lie, that's the episode 8, part 1. They named it weird. So earlier on, they do like an episode 4, part 1 and episode 4, part 2. But for whatever reason, episode 8 says part 2, but it's really a continuation of episode 7. So we did that same, but it's the same thing because it's all talking about the TBI and Dylan Adams interrogation. They just changed their naming schematic. But really, go check them out. They are doing incredible work. And again, Happily Angry Lawyer watches this. I'll just tell him separately. But when we did the first deep dive watch party, we looked at some Instagram posts from Trial and Error podcast. The work that they're doing reminds me of what Happily Angry Lawyer is doing for Mooktung. Oh, it's Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. It's like GBI, but Tennessee instead of Georgia. But if you want to go by Trial and Errors, what do they say? Terrifying bureaucratic incompetence. That's how they put it. TBI. All right, so we're going to get to day 1, but not before we thank the Honorable Classy Beats. You got the full name today over here. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. He's like, here's more 5 more alibi pieces to throw into the mix. Just crazy stuff all around. Guys, I think Classy relayed he might be looking into this case, if not just to cover the crazy prosecutor testimony on the stand. But that's going to be good if you do that, Classy, to see your reactions. You guys know when I do these long trial deep dives, we go all at it for like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then I retire for a week. I'll be hanging out with Classy Beats while I retire, and I can't wait. Can't wait for that moment. So make sure you guys are going over, subbing up to Classy Beats. He always says, like all the videos, don't skip the ads, but I think you only need to watch like 3 seconds and the creator still gets credit for the ads anyway. So go support our guy, Classy Beats. Big thank you for gifting the subs. And yes, that is what TBI stands for. So guys, it looks like the way Law and Crime broke this up, it's not like full trial streams, it's going to be clips, but they do have this playlist. I guess they're skipping breaks for us, but keep in mind that as we go through this, we might miss some housekeeping. Sometimes when they come back from breaks, when we have the full stream, there's like really interesting stuff that happens sometimes. And that might not be part of the way they've clipped this. So won't know. We just won't know. Good old chandeliers on the ceiling. Look at all the lights in this courtroom. I should get a date. So guys, this was September 11th, 2017.
Going to open, Mr. Gilkey?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Circuit Court, Hardin County, Tennessee is now in session pursuant to adjournment. The Honorable C. Creed McGinley presiding. God bless the United States, the state of Tennessee, the county of Hardin, and this honorable court. You may be seated.
When he does that, I always feel like, he starts thinking better, or God bless America or something. He does a great job putting the music on. Did somebody hint to y'all that it would be more convenient if you would file in the order in which you were seated? Somebody told you that? Because I've done this a long time. If we don't tell you that, it's usually the second day of a trial before the jury figures out, hey, if we line up, we don't have to stumble across everybody. First of all, let's get one of the things out of the way. You were instructed not to view, listen to any news reports, not to make any independent investigations, avoid social media, so forth and so on. If you followed the court's instruction, please raise your hand. Let the record reflect we've got 15 people that raised their hand in the affirmative. Okay, we're getting ready to start the trial. Do you want to check witnesses? Are we ready for the jury to be sworn?
Well, Your Honor, we'd like to just make sure there's no, we had subpoenaed several people. We wanted to see if anyone was actually in the courtroom and had responded to a subpoena. If so, could they please step outside? We have somebody to meet.
When she says that, she is essentially calling for the rule of sequestration of witnesses, as the state would also. If you are a witness in this case, first of all, you are to be excused from the courtroom. You're not to listen to the testimony of any witness that testifies. You are not to discuss with any witness testimony that's been given in the open courtroom. The state has designated as their representative, Ms. Bobo, she'll be allowed to stay in the courtroom, and they say if she is called, she'll be called towards the front of their witness. Correct? All right. In this case, State of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams, state ready to proceed.
We are, Your Honor.
Defendant ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let the record show reflect that both sides have indicated ready to proceed. What we will be doing, first of all, you got a notebook in your chair. In that notebook, there are the preliminary instructions that I will read to you in just a moment. They're very generic. If you sat on cases that I've done, any of you sat on cases I've done in the past. Okay. I've been doing this for 30 years, so you've been fortunate. But a lot of times I'll charge more. There are some very generic things in that initial charge that hopefully will guide you concerning credibility of witnesses, some other generic things. Later, after the conclusion of evidence, we will get your notebooks back. We will then put behind a divider another section of charge. That will include the elements of the offenses, as well as any possible lesser included offenses and some other items that, based upon what the proof develops, the court will give you further instructions on. After that, the attorneys will make their closing statements, and you will get a final, just very brief final instruction that will be behind the next half. The other thing you have in there, I told her to do fresh notebooks, all notebooks. Some people take voluminous notes. Some people just kind of get the highlights to remind themselves. You've got that in there. It's your personal preference. There's a pencil and a notebook. And probably the first thing I would do in those notebooks, the cover sheet, why don't you pull that up just a little and write your name on it? It's behind the plastic there. You got extra pencils and extra notebooks. So if your pencil breaks or you run out of lead, I hope you don't. Then if you need another writing instrument, we'll take care of it. Okay. All right, we're ready to commence the trial. state read the indictment? All right. If the state will read the indictment. The indictment is the formal written accusation that charges the defendant with crime. Oh, that's what I asked. Madam Clerk, you'll swear the jury to try the cause. Let the record reflect we've got 3 built-in alternates. The names will be drawn at random. Hopefully everyone will remain safe. Okay.
You stand right in the case of State of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams and render a true and accurate verdict according to law and evidence so that you got. Will bet you do that?
Yes. Thank you. All right, the formal reading of the indictment, please.
State of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams, Jason Autry, and John Dillon Adams. Count 1.
Have you guys, I don't know, this is kind of new for me, I think. Usually it's just the judge that handles the reading of the instructions, but he's got a whole squad.
Tennessee, Decatur County Circuit Court, May 2015 term. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams, Jason Autry, and John Dillon Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th. May I approach the bench?
Yeah.
Got Paul, got Jerry,
County of
maybe that's
Decatur.
Jim.
In the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county of and state aforesaid did unlawfully and with the intent to commit kidnapping, kill Holly Bobo in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate kidnapping, thereby committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-3202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Second count, the grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine Holly Bobo so as to interfere substantially with the liberty of said Holly Bobo, and the removal or confinement was accomplished with a deadly weapon or by display of an article used or fashioned to lead said Holly Bobo to reasonably believe the article to be a deadly weapon, thereby committing the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-305 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Third count, the grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur and the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine Holly Bobo so as to interfere substantially with the liberty of Holly, with the liberty of the said Holly Bobo, and that she did suffer serious bodily injury, thereby committing the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-305 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Fourth count, the grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did unlawfully and with the intent to commit rape, kill Holly Bobo in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate rape, thereby committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Fifth count. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath to present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did unlawfully and intentionally, knowingly or recklessly sexually penetrate Holly Bobo by the use of force or coercion while armed with a weapon or an article used in a manner to lead Holly Bobo to reasonably believe it to be a weapon, thereby committing the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-502 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Sixth count. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected and charged, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did unlawfully and intentionally, knowingly or recklessly sexually penetrate and cause bodily injury to Holly Bobo, thereby committing the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-502 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Seventh count. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the said state, in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did unlawfully and intentionally, knowingly or recklessly sexually penetrate Holly Bobo by the use of force or coercion while being aided and abetted by one or more other persons, thereby committing the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-502 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Eighth count. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Decatur in the state aforesaid upon their oath present that Zachary Adams heretofore to wit between April the 12th, 2011 and September the 8th, 2014, before the finding of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Holly Bobo, thereby committing the offense of murder first degree in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 3913-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. This 8-count indictment was returned to true bill by the foreperson of the grand jury on May the 19th, 2015.
She told me my mic's not on. That's never been a problem, okay? How does the defendant plead?
Not guilty of all charges.
All right. As I was doing some of my paperwork, it came to mind, today is September 11th. 16 years ago, our country changed forever. Is there anyone here that does not remember what you were doing on 9/11 when the towers went down? That's how important that event is. As I said, it changed our lives forever. So we need to give thought to people that lost their life on that day and continue to have our thoughts and prayers to the people that are still affected. As you noticed, as you read the indictment, reference was made to Decatur County. I'm sure it does not escape you that the court had to change where we selected jurors from because, in the court's opinion, it would have been absolutely impossible to get fair jurors. There might be some, but it would be extremely difficult and I thought impossible to draw the jury from Decatur County. So it has legally been changed here. The physical venue, as I will charge you, is Decatur, but the binary is the word the jurors has been selected from Hardin County. So there's been a change of venue for purposes of selecting jury. Each of you understand that? Yes. Okay, thank you. If you wish to follow along, I'll be reading a portion of the charge, and we'll get into opening statements. The first page of your book there, I'm going to go back through that. These are the admonitions. In order to assure the parties of fair trial, jurors are asked to conform their conduct to the following rules. Do not form or express an opinion on the case until instructed by the court to do so. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Ignore, as I've told you from the outset, any news reports. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and report promptly to the court any violation of these rules. I've added to that to tell you not to be on the internet, not to make any independent investigation. I think your access to internet has been terminated, so that shouldn't provide any problem. And I apologize for doing it, but that's the only way that we can safely take this case to its conclusion without having to worry about outside influence. So I hope you appreciate that. And some of you might get fidgety not having these devices, but you'll have to endure that hardship. I don't use mine as much as a lot of people, but if I discover that I don't have my cell phone, I usually will turn around and go back home and get it. So it's become an important way of life for us. So I apologize for doing that. Now, if you'll turn the page, this is only 8 pages. If you wish to follow, you may do so. Members of the jury, the defendant Zachary Adams is charged in Hardin County case number 17 CR10 with the following offenses. Counts 1 and 4 charge first-degree felony murder under alternative theories. Counts 2 and 3 charge especially aggravated kidnapping under alternative theories. Counts 5, 6, and 7 charge alternative theories, and count 8 charges first-degree premeditated murder. The defendant pleads not guilty to each and every offense embraced in the indictment. You have been selected and sworn to serve as the jury in this case. Prior to the presentation of the evidence, I'm going to give you some instructions to help guide you in applying the law and evaluating the evidence that is presented. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance, and you should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but you should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the entire charge or set of instructions. The law which applies to this case is stated in this charge, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of the instructions in arriving at your decision. Whenever the singular of a word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with a crime. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. At times during the trial, I will rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must yourself with these rulings, neither by such rulings, these instructions, or any other remarks which I make, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements are made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. As to any question to which an objection may be sustained, you must not speculate as to what the answer might be or as to the reason for the objection, and you must assume that the answer would be of no value to you. You must not
Oh, why
consider
it's jumping
for any
like that.
purpose any offer of evidence that is rejected or any evidence that is stricken out by the court. Such matter shall be treated as though you never knew it. You must never speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You, as yours, must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here within the four walls of this courtroom. This means during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research from any source about this case, the matters and the individuals involved in this case. As you know, you will be sequestered for the duration of this trial. As a result, you will not have access to reference materials of the internet. Again, do not try to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. To deliberate at the close of all the proof, you may not discuss the case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. When you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is over. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or communicate electronically with anyone about the case. This includes your family and friends. You, as yours, must base your decision solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all of the evidence in the light of your own observation. You should consider all the evidence in the light of your own observations and experience in life. A person accused of a crime is presumed. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial, and it entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. Every crime is made up of the state must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by the investigation of all the proof of the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. If you find the state has not proven every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. In addition, the burden is upon the state to prove by preponderance of the evidence that this offense was commenced or consummated in Decatur County, Tennessee. Proof by preponderance of the evidence means the weight of the evidence must be in support of the state's contention. Venue of the offense lies in the county where the offense was commenced or consummated. If you find that the state
Thank you for becoming a member, Nancy.
preponderance of the evidence that this offense was commenced or consummated in Decatur County, Tennessee, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. During this trial, you may take notes concerning the evidence presented in court. The notes are simply to assist you in remembering what transpired. The notes are not evidence or a transcript of testimony. They are not a substitute of your recollection of the evidence you saw or heard in court. If you do choose to take notes, do not let your note-taking interfere with your attention to the evidence presented in the case. You must watch and listen carefully to the evidence. You may use your notes during deliberations to the extent that you think that they're helpful. But the fact that a particular juror has taken notes does not mean that juror's views should be given any greater weight than those of any other juror. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important it is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely upon your own common sense and everyday experience. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe the witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was something going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the question? Has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? Have there been any promises, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It's also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence of the case. However, you may conclude that a witness about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything the witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. A witness may be impeached by proving that they have material statements out of court which are at variance with their evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improper statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard their evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony, facts, and circumstances proved on the trial. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may state opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend upon your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all of the other evidence of the case. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of a witness about what the witness personally observed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that gives you clues about what happened. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact or a group of facts that causes you to conclude that another fact exists. It is for you to decide whether a fact has been proven by circumstantial evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than
Captions.
either type of evidence can prove a fact that is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. When the evidence is entirely circumstantial, then before you would be justified in finding the defendant guilty, you must find that all the essential facts are consistent with the theory of guilt, and the facts must exclude every other reasonable theory except that of guilt. You are to consider both direct and circumstantial evidence, so I'll permit you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and context. If the defendant testifies on his own behalf, his credibility will be determined by the same rules by which the credibility of other witnesses is determined in such way as you may think is entitled. If the defendant does not take the stand to testify as a witness, you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. This concludes my opening instructions. I will give you further instructions after the presentation of evidence concerning the charged offenses and any lesser included offenses, as well as other principles of law. Let me say this: I've asked that our officers maintain order. There will be no going and coming except during recess. The exception is if you've got an emergency, you need to leave. I mean, there might be something urgent that somebody needs to leave. You can go, but you won't come back in until the next, till we begin again. So everybody needs to be aware we're doing this so that there's not a lot of distractions, and everyone can listen and pay attention as we go through the evidence. This time we're ready for opening statements. I've been through this during jury selection, but the state has the burden of proof, so they will go first at each stage of the trial. So they will do their opening, followed by the defendant's opening. I remind you again that what the attorneys say is not evidence, but opening statement gives them the opportunity to essentially lay out their respective theories of the case. So,
All right, so Paul Hagerman, maybe it's Hagerman. Maybe I say his name wrong. Is going to do the openings for the state.
He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He destroyed her. He covered it up. He bragged about it. And he almost got away with it. He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He discarded her. He covered it up. He bragged about it. And he almost got away with it. He bragged about it. Zach Adams. Right. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun.
Wait, why are the captions in Spanish? Hold on. It'd be cool if I could have more than one language at a time on the screen, actually, now that I think about it. How do I change the language? What? Are there not? I think that's the only option it's giving me. Well, all right. I don't know if I did something or what.
The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun.
And it thinks there's music.
The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. Holly Bobo, 20 years old, nursing school, working hard and doing good. She had a boyfriend that she loved, Drew Scott. She lived with her mom, Karen, her father, Dana, and her brother, Clint. They wakes up every morning real early to go to work. Karen wakes up early to go teach school. She's a school teacher. She's known in the community as Miss Karen. Clint, 5 years older than Holly, 25 at the time, went to school and had a job. And that was the family. And they lived in a little house that Dana built with his dad. The house was on a small street named Swan Johnson, off another smaller street, Myrick Town Road, outside of Parsons in Decatur County. It's where Holly and Clint grew up. It's where they were still.
These don't match at all. These captions.
It's where they were supposed to be safe. It was their home. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo.
You?
Zach Adams. Older than Holly.
Oh no.
Real different. Meth and morphine and the dark things that go along with it. Meth and morphine and the dark things that went along with it. That was his life. His friends, Jason Autry, older than Zach. Zach looked up to him. But just like Zach, meth and morphine and the dark things that went along with it. Shane Austin, same. Meth, morphine, and the dark things that went along with it. And his brother, John Adams, who lived with his grandfather right across the way from the house of Zachary, a younger brother who he treated badly, but the same. Meth, morphine, and the dark things that went along. As dark as this life was, in the immediate days, April 11th, April 12th of 2011, it was even darker for Zach Adams. Meth and morphine have become more and more and more. His girlfriend, he'd been with for some time, trying to leave him, trying to break up, trying to get away. On top of the meth and morphine, now threats and rage. Zach Adams in the days right before. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. April 13th, 2011. April 13th, 2011. That's the day on Holly's headstone. That's the day that she was taken. She woke up real early that morning, Wednesday morning, middle of the week, real early, to study for a test and to prepare note cards that she had to turn in that morning. It was a test that she wanted to do real good. And she was up real early in her little house on Swan Johnson with her family to study for it and to do her work. Dana up early to go to work. He sees her light on, the door shut. She's studying. He sees her light on, and he talks to her through the door. Her dad didn't see her. The door was shut. He'll never talk to her again. Karen Bobo wakes up to get ready for school, where she teaches. She helps Albert pack lunch. fixes a little breakfast. She sees her and she just talks. She gets to help her. She'll never see her daughter again. Clint Bobo. This is the one day of the week that he doesn't work or go to school. He's at home, in the bed, asleep. Drew's got the boyfriend that she loved. That morning he had to go to work too, but before he was going hungry with his dad and his dad's friends. He was texting her in the shoot back and forth, boyfriend, girlfriend. About 7:42 a.m. 7:42 a.m. The last text that Holly says. You never hear from her again. Minutes after 7:42 a.m. Wednesday morning, April 13th, 2011, Holly walked out of the back carport door to that little house, her home, where her car was, to leave, to go to school, just turn in these note cards and take a test. And that's when it happened. Neighbor hears a scream and a call for help. Clint wakes up with his voices in the garage, a male voice, a female. He gets the flash of a man in camouflage, walking with his sister into the woods. And there she goes forever. Gone. Only trace of her, the only evidence of her or anyone, drops of blood right there at the back carport door leading to her car. Drops of her blood right there. Right there at the car. Gone. Just gone. For 3.5 years. About the same amount of time you send your son in Colorado College. For 3.5 years. September 7th, 2014. First skull, teeth, some ribs, pop, found in the woods, off interstate, near cell phone tower, between two sawmills, just 4 or 5 miles from Zachary Adams' house. Those 3.5 years didn't pass quick. There was eternity on top of eternity. For Karen and for Dana and for Clint, for her family, for the community that volunteered and searched and searched and searched. For the men and the women in law enforcement who searched and searched and searched and followed lead after lead after lead after lead. They searched every outhouse, every well, every place they could. Hope against all hope that they could bring her back to Dana and to Karen. That maybe they could bring her back alive. 3.5 years. During the course of chasing lead after lead after lead, they had an idea. Not a bad idea. They had an idea. Let's check the local sex offenders. Holly's beautiful girl. Let's check the local sex offenders. The law enforcement did, and they concentrated on one man, a man by the name of Terry Britt. A bad man, a man with a history, a man who lived in the same general area. And they ripped into his life. They ripped into his life. Talked to all his friends, all his family, his wife, and searched his house over and over. Followed him, watched him, tapped his telephones, tapped his house. They ripped into his life. But every time, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so what do the men and women of law enforcement do then? Did they give up? They spent a year and a half ripping into this man's life and they got nothing. There was nothing there, nothing to it. Do they give up? Do they just give up? No. They roll their sleeves up. They put their head down. They retrace their steps. They circle back. Early leads in the investigation. Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin. Early leads from the first days of the investigation. Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin. Mysterious scratches. Mysterious scratches on Zach and Shane. Suspicious behavior. Alibis that didn't check out at all. At all. Her girlfriend, Zach's girlfriend, the one that was trying to leave, who saw things, who heard things, and who within 2 days of this bad day happening was certain that her boyfriend Zach had done it. They rolled up their sleeves. They rolled up their sleeves and they went into the dark world of meth and morphine and Zach Adams bricks. Interview after interview with people that we hope, we wish we never meet. And from them, they heard about Zach Adams. They heard about what he did, and they heard about what he said. I'll do you like I did Holly Bobo. I'll lie you in a hole next to her. You have to kill a bitch to get a $2 million bond. I did it. He talked to his friends, and they heard his words. Those were his words. They looked at these alibis, Zach and Jason, and they were lies. After years, after mistakes, after a desperate search, they had it. They had Zach Adams, his own words, his own lies. They had his friends. They had it. They had him and Jason Autry, and Shane Austin, and John Adams. They had it. And even then they didn't stop. Because it wasn't enough to know who did this. It wasn't enough to know who did this. They rolled their sleeves up a little higher. They put their heads down a little bit more. And they said, we're going to get some answers as to what exactly happened to this girl. What they did. So if you want to find out about a bad thing, eventually, sooner or later, you got to go talk to a bad man. And after years of denying, after years of lying, they went to Jason Autry. And told him what happened to the girl. He describes phone calls he had with Zach Adams the morning of April 13th, 2011. He describes how he wanted morphine and Zach wanted help. He needed Jason's help with something. This man Zach looked up to, older. Jason came to him, to Shane's trailer, Shane Austin, Zach's friend. When Jason got there, there's Shane, Zach, and Dylan. Something crazy's happening. Everybody's acting crazy. Shane's yelling. Zach's dark, very dark. and Jason sees a blanket in the bed of Zach's truck. There's a body. He sees the three of them, Zach, Shane, Dylan, and a body in a blanket in the back of Zach's truck. Within, give or take, an hour and 15 minutes of Holly Bobo being taken. Zach tells Jason, I need your help. I've got to get rid of her. Jason's a bad man. Jason's who he looks up to. Jason's a leader. At that point forward that morning, Jason will tell you he was in charge. We're going to take her to the river, to a place that Zach knew very well, under the I-40 bridge, the Tennessee River, near Birdsong. And we're going to gut her so she doesn't float off, and we're going to put her in the river. Jason's a bad man. At that point that morning, he was in charge.
The no reason to lie, totally credible Jason Autry. This is what we're hearing him argue about right now. And I figured probably worth pausing if anyone's tuned out. He is now setting the stage for how Jason Autry is going to be a key witness, even though he insisted during these post-trial hearings there were no key witnesses that gave us key details.
Him and Zach load in the truck, and they drive to that place. They pick up the blanket from the back of the truck with her in it. Getting it out of the truck, they put it on the ground on some rocks. And when they do, she makes a sound. She moves. She's still alive. It's time for grace. She's still alive. No. Zach walks to the truck. He goes inside, and he comes out with a gun. He walks toward her. He's wrapped up in a blanket. Jason says, whoa. Whoa. Not to stop him. Not to stop him. Whoa. I need to go look out, make sure nobody's down. The bad man. He walks fast. Probably about 20, 30 yards. Gotta go about 20 or 30 yards so you can look down and see a long gravel road that comes this way, so you know whether or not somebody's coming or not coming. He looks down and sees nothing. He turns around. He starts back. He gives Zach a nod. Is it time for grace? No. Zach peels down the blanket, finds her head, and fires a shot into her head and kills her. There'd be no grace. Jason and Zach would talk on the way back. Their own words. How did this bitch end up in the back of your truck? Zach will tell him. We took her. And her shame. We took her. Shot her up with drugs. We raped her. We thought we had killed her. And I was like, I killed her. So now after years of searching, after years of leads and false leads, after years of going into dark places and talking to dark people, not only did they know who, but they know what happened to that girl. couldn't fix for your pitch. It was fine. We'll never know what happened to Holly Bobo. You can understand that, Tom. You can understand it. The world will never know what happened to Holly Bobo. Because he had years. He had years to destroy evidence, to scatter evidence, to get rid of crime scenes, to build lies on lies. He had a 1.5 to 2 year head start. You can understand why he was so confident that he'd never get caught. No DNA, didn't leave fingerprints behind. Crime scenes long gone. For years, the police were looking at the wrong person. You can understand why you can understand what he was saying. He thought he had gotten away with it. But we didn't give up. He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He discarded her. He covered it up. He bragged about it. And he almost got away with it. But he didn't. Because we're here now. Crime scene's long gone. No DNA. No fingerprints. A body that decomposed in the woods for years. Oh yeah, and a gun too. A gun. You see, when investigators talk to a bad man like Jason Autry, it doesn't stop there. They check in to the things he says. They check what he's saying against facts and witnesses. And over, the facts will cooperate. What he said happened. And he told him something else too. He told him about the gun that was used to kill him. He told him who they sold it to. And the investigators hunted him down. And over 6 years after this thing happened, the investigators literally dug by a little stream, a little creek, by a little road in Holiday, Tennessee, 2 or 3 miles from Zach Adams' house, and found the buried gun, and had been there for years and years, that Zach Adams had used to kill Holly Bobo. Yeah, crime scene has been destroyed. Yeah, he had years to lie. Yeah, he scattered evidence, he destroyed evidence, but we're here now. We're here now. And this week, for these weeks, we're serious men and we're serious women to do serious things. We can't undo, we can't stop what happened to occur, what happened to Holly. But here this week, we can do what's serious, what is hard, and what is right.
So members of the jury.
All right, so now we're going over, this is Jennifer Thompson. We watched her testimony at the post-conviction hearing yesterday, but she delivered it on Friday this week. Update my banner. And they're doing a great job. I like that they cut right through the breaks.
Zachary Adams is innocent of the 8 charges that he is facing here today. And it's worth saying it one more time. Zachary Adams is innocent of all these charges. So how is it that we got here today? As a matter of fact, not only did Zachary Adams, he did not murder Holly Bobo, he did not kidnap Holly Bobo, he did not abduct Holly Bobo, he did not rape Holly. He did not, as a matter of fact, know Holly Bobo and had never even laid eyes on her. The district attorney has already spoken about the fact that Holly Bobo was a good person. And this is a case that has certainly captured everybody's attention because from all appearances, Holly Bobo was an all-American girl. She was a good student. She was a good daughter. She had a boyfriend that she loved. She was working very hard to be a nurse. She was a quiet, shy girl. She was kind to others. She loved her family, her country, and the Lord. And she was a good person. And we all like to think that if we're good people and we don't put ourselves in a bad situation, then nothing bad will happen to ourselves or our families. And this happens to be one of those tragedies in which somebody who was a good person, something bad happened to that person. However, Zach Adams is not the person who's guilty of this crime. And in the beginning, and perhaps also what has really captured everybody's attention about this crime is the fact that it was caught so early. And you'll hear testimony, the proof is going to come in, but you'll hear testimony that basically the police were called within minutes of Holly's brother and the neighbor having heard her scream. Holly's brother was outside or looking around. He had looked through the window, had seen something happening. And basically the police are called within minutes. The police are at the house within probably about 15 minutes, perhaps 20 minutes of the scream first being heard and Holly's last text that she sent down. And from that point on, however, they just were not able, even though the police reacted so quickly, through a series of events, they were not able to find her that morning. And so after that very first initial few hours when they were looking for her, what happened is law enforcement and the TBI came in very quickly on this. They basically had interviewed every person in Decatur County, many of these people twice, that they have gone through. It's almost just like trying to drink from a fire hydrant. All the information they got. They opened up a TBI hotline and people called in. I mean, they had thousands and thousands of telephone calls from across the country, from international calls where people were calling in with tips, with a possible sightings here. They had numerous psychics that called in, people who had dreams about where she was, people who had their own theories about where she was, and law enforcement was working very, very hard to try to find Holly, one, hoping against hope that they could return her to the family, but they're also trying to solve the mystery of what had happened to Holly that morning, the morning of April the 13th, 2011. And so from there, they began to interview everybody. For years, they worked to solve the crime, and I think that the government touched on the fact that they had interviewed and talked to and investigated this person, Terry Britt, but that is not where the case started. So first of all, there's the next door neighbor, James Barnes, who heard a scream that morning. He heard somebody screaming from the direction of the Bobo house. And James Barnes, and he lived on the next door neighbor's property with his mother, Kathy Wise, and the first that the state really looked into was James Barnes. They investigated him, they searched his whole house, they spent months and months coming over them and making the Barnes family a big suspect in their investigation. They got their phone records, they just investigated them completely. And also, in the days before Holly had disappeared, James Barnes had a friend over, his name was Keith Clark. Keith Clark had been at the house. The state investigated Keith Clark with a vigorous fury. They got his phone records. They checked into everything about him. Then the next person that the state turned an eye against was John Dodd. John Dodd was a grandson of some people that lived down the road from where Holly lived. Somebody that morning said that they had spotted him in his white pickup truck right there in the area, and he had a four-wheeler also in the area, and there was some talk that maybe the person that took Holly had gone through the woods on a four-wheeler with her, and so they turned all their investigative powers on James Dodd, and they absolutely tore his life up. It was hard on him because he suddenly became the suspect that everybody was looking at as the one who had taken Holly Bobo. And in a community that small, and everybody's so very, very interested in what had happened to Holly, and people were genuinely very concerned about what had happened to Holly, that then rumors and just what was going on just spread like wildfire. So as soon as one person is rumored to have been involved, it was terrible. But the law enforcement investigations did all kinds of affidavits to get things on John Dodd. They searched his computers, they searched his telephone, they looked at his Facebook page, they were looking at his car, they investigated all of his property. As a matter of fact, they even had dogs that hid on his property and had allegedly traced Holly Bobo to his
1 year,
his driveway
anniversary.
or his grandparents' driveway. So he was thoroughly investigated at some point. Then there was another person who was investigated thoroughly, Blake Barnett, and they turned all their attention to Blake Barnett. And at one point, we're putting a lot of energy into him. Next, they looked at Terry and Janet Britt. The state of Tennessee looked at Terry and Janet Britt. They really investigated them. They got subpoenas. They searched their house. They did wiretaps on them. They looked at them very closely. However, through the wiretaps and through the subpoenas, and they even put listening devices in their house, they lived in a trailer. They had a metal roof. They were never able to get any type of, quote, confession from them. What they were wanting was some type of confession, some type of discussion between the couple where they were acknowledging perhaps that they had done this. They weren't able to get that, even though they did get a lot of circumstantial evidence in that case. Then law enforcement turned to Jerry Evans. Jerry Evans was a man that lived down the road near Five Forks, just down the road from Holly's house. And they turned to this man, Jerry Evans. They did thorough search on his house. They did all kinds of affidavits on him to get all kinds of information. They looked at him. There's another man who may or may not come to testify in this case, named Michael Alexander. At one point, they were very suspicious that Michael Alexander was involved in it. There's another man that they investigated, Jason Nichols. And the morning that Holly disappeared, and case has been an absolute fire hydrant of information coming in. But one of the things they did is they got all the cell phone records from all the cell phone towers where Holly Bobo's cell phone pinged that morning. They got all the records of everybody else's phone who pinged.
So this is her promising an opening. We're going to hear from Marshal John Walker about this cell phone information, and then he's not going to be successfully qualified because she tries to qualify him as an overall cell phone expert, which would mean he knows the hardware, the technology, how to do extractions and all of that, and the state asks to disqualify, and she doesn't correct course to properly try to qualify him for the field she needs to qualify him in.
At the same time her phone did. Jason Nichols came up as a person who was a registered sex offender. His phone pinged that morning, and his wife's phone also pinged that morning on two different towers where Holly's phone was. They investigated Jason Nichols. As a matter of fact, he had a potential possible kidnapping of another woman 1 week to the day earlier. And he'd also had he had accosted several women at the Hickory Mall, the old Hickory Mall in Jackson, Tennessee. So they turned their focus on Jason Nichols at some point. And then, of course, one of the more tragic things that the state did is they turned their investigation on Clint Bobo. At some point, the Bobos retained an attorney to represent Clint because the state of Tennessee was absolutely determined to show that Clint Bobo was somehow involved in this case. And they got all kinds of records on the Bobo. They got phone records. They oftentimes treated the Bobo family as though they were involved, limiting any kind of information that they shared with the Bobo family because they were treating them as though they were suspects in this case. And so all of that came up. And yet, at the end of the Clint Bobo, they really focused on at the end of 2012. All of this is transpired, and now as they're heading into 2013, and they're in the fall of 2013 headed into 2014. It's been 2.5, almost 3 years, and they still do not have a suspect that they can firmly go after. They don't have anybody that they've narrowed it down at this point as to who it is that has committed this crime. And at this point, and as it's been said many times by the TBI, this was the most expensive and most exhaustive investigation in the history of the state of Tennessee. And yet, when they came to 2013, they had nothing. They had a great big goose egg. They paid all this money and they had absolutely nothing to show for it. And the citizens of Decatur County, the family of Holly Bobo, and the public at large all wanted answers to how such a crime could happen, how the police could be involved right away, and still, after all the resources and all the information they had, they could have absolutely nobody charged by that point. And it's also important to keep in mind that in the beginning of 2014 is an election year. Who's coming up for re-election in 2014? The district attorney. The district attorney who is in office, who'd been in office for a while, Hansel McAdams. He is coming up for re-election. Who else is coming up for re-election? The sheriff of Decatur County Sheriff, because at that time, actually, all the judges, all the district attorneys, and all the law enforcement is all coming up for re-election. So there's some additional pressure at that point. And Matt Stowe has just announced that he will be running against Hansel McAdams for District Attorney General of the 24th Judicial District. So what happens at this point? And the Bobo family had been estranged at some point this time from the TBI. So the Bobos reached out to a person that they knew, a man named Dennis Benjamin, who went to their family church. And he was a retired police officer through Memphis. He was a retired Memphis police officer. So the Bobos reached out to him. And many people had been volunteering to try to help the Bobos also. But this Dennis Benjamin came forward and was wanting to try to help the family. So Mr. Benjamin went around and made some inquiries as to what was going on. And definitely one of the people's names who had come up, or several people's names had come up in the investigation, and it was Jason Autry, Zach Adams, Shane Austin. Their names had come up because, as I said, there were lots and lots of people's names who had come up during the investigation. But one of the people, and there's a man named Victor Dinsmore, and one of the things that Victor Dinsmore specifically told, because Victor Dinsmore has a past rape conviction. And so Victor Dinsmore was one of the people that the police had looked at and lived close to where the body was, where they eventually found Holly Bobo's body. But Victor Dinsmore lived over there. Victor Dinsmore lived on Yellow Springs Road, and on the east side of his home and on the west side of his home, they found some of Holly Bobo's personal property thrown out on the road. And Victor Dinsmore tells Dennis Benjamin, well, I think that maybe Zach Adams did it. Victor Dinsmore had heard that Zach Adams was trying to use Victor Dinsmore as a alibi for that day, and Victor was disturbed at that point. I think he was erroneously told that Zach Adams had used him as an alibi, but one of the law enforcement had told him that. So at that point, he grew irritated. He said, I think that you ought to try to look at Zach Adams. And he says, Zach Adams has a brother. If you want to get anywhere with this case, what you need to do is talk to Zach Adams' brother. Because Zach Adams has a brother named Dylan Adams. And I want to be politically correct here. I want to say things, I don't want to be offensive, but Dylan Adams has a low IQ. He has low intelligence. All through elementary school and high school, he was in special education classes. He was, he has low intelligence, and he also has some problems processing information. He's not very smart. And so Victor Dinsmore even says to Dennis Benjamin, it's the brother is not very smart. And, he's slow brother. And if you want to get anywhere with this, you need to go talk to him. So at some point and the case is complicated. Again, like I said, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of information. But at some point, it turns out that Hansel McAdams, and this is before the election, Hansel McAdams has a woman, an assistant district attorney that works for him. Her name is Beth Hall. And Beth Hall works as a part-time state prosecutor for the district attorney's office. And she works part-time as a federal prosecutor, and she works for the federal United States Attorney's Office, prosecuting federal crimes. So Dylan Adams has been charged in a series of federal crimes, federal drug crimes. Dylan has not been convicted of a felony, and however, he's arrested along with a friend of his. The friend is a felon, and he's arrested in possession of some weapons. And so Dylan is arrested then on some very serious gun charges relating to the fact that his friend is a felon and is in possession of a weapon, and Dylan may or may not have supplied weapons. I think they're arrested for burglary of the friend's mother's house. They broke into the mother's house and took some guns from her. And so they're arrested on these charges. The prosecutor in this case is Beth Hall, who's also the assistant prosecutor and working on the disappearance of Holly Bobo. So she charges Dylan.
Sorry, I was muted. The pixels got crazy and the judge was off screen. And the way he came back into screen with the pixels, I thought he was wearing like a cap or do-rag. I hope it does it again. Was that just my feed?
So she
I was like, what?
So she charges Dylan to the United States Attorney's Office on some federal.
My eyes played games with me. I thought it was going to be like the freeze frame. And then they're going to put some goofy caption on the screen.
Gun charges. And Dylan is in federal custody, in trial on those charges. And the most amazing thing happens. Dylan, who is facing 120 months, and that's federal talk, it's 10-year sentence, but he's facing 120 months. And this is a crime, the crimes he is facing are crimes that you cannot get probation for. Probation is not allowed on those crimes. If you are convicted of those crimes, those are going to be sentences to serve in federal prison. And federal prison does not have a parole system. And so the most amazing thing happens. Dylan Adams has a guilty plea. He pleads guilty to these federal charges. He pleads to lesser charges. They modify the charges. He is released with no jail prison sentence to serve at all. He's released on a supervised release. But one of the conditions of his release is that he must go live with Dennis Benjamin. This is a condition that is agreed to by Beth Hall, the United States Attorney. At the time, Dylan Adams had a federal attorney who he had switched. Different people within the Federal Defender Services were representing him, but he had an attorney who had agreed to this, and Jeff Jackson, who's one of the prosecutors in this case, Brent Booth and who's the TBI investigators, two of the lead TBI investigators in this case, Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth. Both are very aware of the fact that Dylan Adams is now going to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a friend of the Bobo family who has been investigating the disappearance of Holly. And at this time, they've already...
All right, so Slim Life is asking, but how did they get back to Zach? That's my biggest question. And this is something that Jennifer Thompson should absolutely be making clear with this opening statement. And if we're getting it asked in the chat, we're failing. We're already at the part where Dylan Adams is going to live with Dennis Benjamin, and the chat is not picking up on, well, I don't think it's being put down. So this is outside, but this is what, I'm not an attorney, but if I was doing this opening statement, I would hammer this home. They do all this investigating. They're under pressure to find justice for this beautiful young girl with a promising future ahead of her. They have no answers. The pressure's on. The community wants answers. The family wants answers. It's an election season. All of the pieces are there for the state to feel like they need to get somebody and put them on trial and say, we got the guy or guys. Well, Jason Kilzer, who in August of this year, recently, post-trial, was killed in an officer-involved shooting. So if there is a retrial, he'd be an unavailable witness. Jason Kilzer, Dylan Adams, they both get picked up on federal gun charges. After they get picked up on federal gun charges, Jason's mom, Sheila, contacts Agent Brent Booth, TBI agent Brent Booth, and says she has information that could help solve the Holly Bobo murder mystery. She says she heard from Jason, who heard from Dylan, that Dylan said they are the ones that got Holly Bobo. Brent Booth is like, okay, tell me more. Well, I overheard this conversation 6 or 7 months ago or something like that. So this is what sets the sights. This is after Jason's already facing federal charges. Mom calls and says she has information to offer. From a conversation she heard 6 or 7 months ago, according to her, but never reported to anybody until now that her son is locked up. That's how the ship steers, and they start looking at the Adams. So now they have Dylan Adams in custody. He's the one with cognitive issues, and not really getting him to say all that much. Until months go by, he's still in custody. And now we have Jennifer Thompson laying out. She is laying out this part that, oh, we're going to offer you a deal, but one of your conditions is you've got to go live with Dennis Benjamin, who, I don't know if Jennifer Thompson's going to spell it out, but Dennis Benjamin was a retired police officer that the Bobo family had gone to and was paying. I don't know if they were the ones paying for him to do it, but he was being paid in some capacity to do private investigator work to help the Bobo family get answers. But that's how we get to the Adams. That's how we start to get to the Adams. Because son goes into federal holding. They want to bring gun charges on him. That's going to be time. And she calls up a TBI agent willing to offer some information she heard 6 or 7 months ago. And that's insane. Anyone that watched the YSL trial, I'm sure there are plenty of other examples, can probably see an overlap, see some familiarities in that.
Had a series of interviews with Dylan.
And I'm sorry, before we restart, I'm being rude. Amy, I got so far off on my tangent here. Let me say thank you here to Amy E., who very kindly, very, very graciously gifted 5 memberships. That's how you guys saying thank you. I started screaming at my stream and forgot to say thank you. So I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Always supporting the channel. Can't wait to hang out with you later. I think tonight, you guys, it's Monday night. It's going to be Club Classy. This stuff is, I might laugh at things that are going on the screen to get us through like the length of how we watch these. But this is some serious stuff. I think it's awful to hear about what happened to Holly. I think it's awful to hear about what happened to Terry Britt's other victims, who doesn't seem like they got much justice. Terry Britt was released in March of this year, so he's free. And I haven't heard that he's been picked up on any other charges since, but he has a whole list of victims, both that he's had convictions for, and doesn't seem like they wanted to pursue justice for Tequila Jones until years later. So all of that stuff, it can weigh down. I'm sure I'm not the only person. But going and listening to music, hanging out with great people like Amy E. and Classy and the show they put on over, and I'm going to drop a link in the chat. It's really great to unwind. So I'm going to drop a link. Thank you, Amy. And I think Club Classy will be more important than ever tonight after watching some of this, because we are going to hear from the Bobo family. And I don't think that's going to be easy to listen to.
They've already had a series of interviews with Dylan Adams. And most of those, they've had a series of interrogations, with Dylan Adams. Most of those interrogations have been where Dylan had no attorney present. So they've taken this man who has low IQ. They've had multiple, perhaps even as many as 15 interrogations with the police. They've used the information that Dylan's been giving them, or the information that they've gotten through interrogations, to go ahead and get an indictment started on Zach Adams, and that's in the spring of 2014. They've gotten a basic indictment for homicide. This is before they found Holly's remains. They've gotten an indictment for homicide. Dylan is then released in August of 2014 to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a man that Dylan Adams does not know. He's not related to Dylan Adams. He's not a friend of Dylan Adams. He is released to go live with Dennis Benjamin. So Dylan goes to live with Dennis, and 5 weeks later, after having lived with Dennis Benjamin, Dennis calls the 911 system and announces over the 911 to the 911 operator, I have somebody at my house who's here wanting to confess to the murder of Holly Bobo and what happened to Holly Bobo. So they bring Dylan in for additional questioning. This time they videotape it. They videotape what's said. And based on what Dylan says at this, during this interrogation, they then get their indictment. This is when they get their next indictment, an indictment for the rape, the murder, and the kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And it's after this final session with Dylan Adams that they go ahead and they file their notice of death penalty. So now they have several people charged. They have charged Jason Autry. They go ahead and charge Dylan Adams with rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And they charge Zach Adams with this. So now they have their indictments and they file their notice of death penalty. Well, turns out that there's some really big problems with this. One of the really big problems is that when they were getting Dylan Adams to do all this confessing, a lot of what he's confessed to doesn't match the physical evidence. After all, when they first start talking to Dylan Adams, they haven't done any searches on the Zach Adams property. Really, Zach Adams has a house that he inherited when his father died. It's right next door to his grandfather's house, and he owns it in part with his brother Dylan. But Dylan lives with the grandfather because Dylan's really not up to living on his own. So he lives, but they all live at the end of the same driveway and in a very close to each other. And so after Dylan begins to talk to them first, while he's still in federal jail awaiting federal charges, they go ahead and they get extensive search warrants to search that property. And a lot of it was even broadcast on TV. They had helicopters out there. And you'll hear testimony in this trial about all of the searches they did. They went through Zach Adams' house and they took over 500 items out of that house. They took all the material off of all the mattresses. They took giant chunks of carpeting out of that house. They took whole pieces of furniture, upholstered chairs, leather couches, all kinds of ottomans and pillows and blankets and shelving. They went in to Zach Adams' house, and in the living room, they cut a hole in the floor that's as big as a car. And they took that floor down to the joists. I mean, you can see dirt. So they took the flooring.
This is me being a Monday morning quarterback, right? But this is where, just like you heard me say, they investigated Clint Bobo and realized it wasn't Clint Bobo. They do the same thing and they don't find any physical evidence, but they still want to charge them anyway. Why is that? What do they actually have? And then maybe go into the Kilzer, the Sheila and Jason Kilzer, how Sheila called Brent Booth. But the point's got to be driven home.
Out, they took the vinyl flooring that.
And I say that because if they think Holly was kidnapped and killed within a few hours, they're just going to say, well, he never brought her to the house.
Was under the wood floor. They took the subflooring out and they left a hole to the dirt in that house. They took over 500 objects. They brought in backhoes. They searched through Dick Adams's house. They searched some property across the street. They seized, I think they seized 3 cars from the Adams family. 4 cars. They seized 4 cars from the Adams family and went through all the cars.
in the bushes.
Through everything. They also got all kinds of telephone records from them. They had terabytes of discovery in this case to provide, just of all the information that they had. Well, turns out the state has a terrible problem in this case. And their terrible problem is that the story that Dylan Adams has told does not match the physical evidence in the case. Because after they finished going through that whole house, there's no DNA that matches Holly to the house. There are no fingerprints that match Holly to the house or to the cars. There's no hair from Holly that matches Holly to Mr. Adams' house. And the cell phone records don't jive with what it is that Dylan Adams says that day. So now the state, by now there's been an election. Hansel McAdams is out. Matt
Terry
Stowe
Britt
has been elected. And then at some point, Matt Stowe has declined or recused himself. And the Memphis district attorney's office.
I'm not sure. I don't see a reason why she wouldn't be able to, because this is just argument, but be able to suggest you're going to hear about, hits on Terry Britt's house, potential the hair found in the back of the white van. Like, set up the contrast. They don't find any of this. Although, even though I just told you that they cleared Terry Britt, they find more on him than they find on Zach. So how did we get here? Because she's framing this like a story of how did we get here, but she's not telling us how we got there.
This has been brought in. The Memphis District Attorney's Office didn't start this case, but they've been brought in to finish the case. And so at this point then, the state has a problem. And the problem is they have a story from a man with his special education from school. The story doesn't jive with the evidence, and they are going to have real problems going forward with this case. The state needs something. And it is at this point that they then decide they are going to buy and pay for testimony from somebody. They need to have somebody else to come in and testify. And what do? They buy. So Jason Autry basically sells his death penalty. He sells his death penalty to the state of Tennessee in the hopes that he will be released in a few months from now by Christmas. That's his hope. He's going to get released, and he no longer has a death sentence on him because he has now come forward and he has a story. He has a story that's different than Dylan's story, but he has come forward with his own story. Jason Autry he's had access to the discovery in this case for several years because he doesn't come forward with his story until January 20th, around January 20th of this year. And remember, this case started back in March of 2014 was when Zach Adams was initially indicted. But Jason Autry now comes forward with his story. And his story, like I said, it's different than Dylan's story, but his story does kind of, you might liken it to somebody who's already had a floor plan of a building. Let's say it's an office building. They want to break into the office building. They have the floor plan. They know where all the cameras are. So they're able to kind of walk through the rooms of a building, a museum maybe, if you know where all the detectors are going to be, you kind of walk around it. That's kind of what Jason Autry's quote confession is, because Jason Autry's confession basically skirts around all the known evidence and the facts that can't be changed. It embraces some of the facts that are accurate and true, and then basically he says, yes, I was there for the killing part, the part that is death penalty eligible. Yes, I happened to be there. I happened to see the killing part. I can't explain to you the mysteries early in the morning of how Holly's kidnapped. I can't really, I wasn't there for that, so I really can't explain the real mystery that everybody once solved is, who kidnapped her? How did she get taken? Where was she taken right after she was kidnapped? How did that happen? It's like, I can't really solve all those problems for you, but what I can do is I can be your witness for the murder. So that's what he does. He comes in, but there's real problems with his story because, again, the cell phone records in this case, which in a way the state wants you to believe, well, the cell phone records are accurate because the cell phone records show that Jason and Autry and Zach Adams are together that morning for a period of time, and it's over somewhere towards the area of the Tennessee River. So Jason Autry says, yes, I was with him at the Tennessee River. But the problem is the cell phone records, which is in this case is the real evidence, the really strong evidence that they had about where the phones were that morning. The cell phone records do not jive with people having their cell phones and also being the ones that take Holly Bobo from her home, because none of the four participants, none of the four people that are accused of being involved in this crime, Dylan Adams, Jason Autry, Zach Adams, or Shane Austin, their phones are not in the same areas and travel together with Holly Bobo's phone. Holly Bobo's phone travels around that morning and they know where her phone was. So their phones are not with them. So the state wants you to, as they're going to tell you their evidence, well, yes, you need to rely on the cell phones when it matches what Jason says, that they're at the river that morning. But don't you worry about the cell phones when it shows that Holly's phone is moving independently of the other people's phones. And that's something you're going to want to look very closely at, is the cell phone evidence. But as we go through, you're going to want to listen very, very closely to what Jason Autry has to say, because Jason Autry for years was innocent man walking. And then suddenly, January 20th, he has sold his death sentence to the state for what he hopes is going to be very little additional time to serve in jail. And that's going to be the true evidence in this case. As it shows, all the evidence will show that Zach Adams is not guilty of these 8 charges that he stands facing today.
Now, was she still teetering at this point? I thought she said she felt he was innocent at this point already, but it was almost like there was a fraction of a second pause there. She was about to say he is innocent, and then was like, not guilty.
Okay, let's start the proof. Tell your first witness.
All right, so the next witnesses we're going to watch are, I think, day one, all of day one based on the playlist here, is father, brother, and mom. And then that's the end of day one. So imagine being sitting there on the jury pool. You hear these openings. You hear the crimes that Zachary Adams being charged with. And then you hear from mom, brother, and dad. And then you go home for the day.
Okay, let's start the proof. Tell your first witness to the state, please.
Run, the state calls Dana Bobo.
Dana Bobo.
Is that a chair squeak?
You got it. I do. Be seated. I want you to state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter.
Dana Bobo. Live at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Dana, D-A-N-A, B-O-B-O.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Bobo, I'm gonna ask that you speak up. You have to lean forward, we'll get you to.
Fix it, say that mic.
I think we've got Jennifer Nichols, everybody.
Mic is hot, so if you need to lean up to it, you may.
Oh, lean up. Okay.
Just, if you'll direct your answers to the jury, because every single one of them needs to hear what you have to say, okay? And speak up, because you're soft spoken.
Okay.
You're Dana Bobo, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe you just told the jury with a court reporter where your address was back in. And what is Darden compared to?
Well, maybe they muted something on purpose. We'll figure that out. And guys, I just realized what Kitty Cat meant by twerk. If I make my picture bigger. Oh my gosh, why can't I make it? Okay, I can't do it with this filter. Anyway, it seems like I'm blocking most of the Law News Network and it just says twerk over here in the bottom left of the screen. That took me, what, like 25 minutes? But now I get it. Now I get it. So thank you for that. That's hilarious. Also, Slim Life, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Says, Cat the... Oh, it's a goat. It's a goat. I love goats. And yes, Queen, wear that crown. I might have a Burger King crown in the back of my car right now. You never know. You never know. Thank you, Slim Life.
Parsons. I've heard both names.
It's about 3. We live actually about 3 miles out of Parsons, going toward Lexington, and then 3 miles off of 412.
And that's in Decatur County?
Decatur County.
Tennessee.
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions, a little bit about yourself and your family. Who are you married to?
Karen Bobo.
Is Karen in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And do you have children?
Yes.
And what were or are your children's names?
Clint Bobo, he's 25, and Holly.
He's 25?
He was 20, I'm sorry.
Oh, so then,
At the time.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, let's go back. It's okay.
Okay.
You've never been in this position.
Right.
You said Clint was 20 at the time.
Clint was 20. Holly was 20 at the time.
So what I want you to do is just take your time and just answer the questions as I ask them, okay? All right. You said you had 2 children.
Yes.
Your son was named?
Clint.
Okay, and where did Clint live in 2011?
He lived with us at 681 Swan Johnson Road.
And your daughter?
Holly Bobo.
And how old was Holly?
Holly was 20.
And at that time, I want you to sort of describe for the jury what your family life was. For instance, did you have a job?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you work?
I worked for McKenzie Tree Service.
And what did you do for McKenzie Tree Service?
I drove a mowing machine at the tree cutting company, and I drove the mowing machine.
Okay, and did Karen have a job?
Yes.
And what was Karen's job?
She's a teacher for Henderson County Schools.
Okay, what school specifically did she teach at?
She was at Scotts Hill Middle School, I guess you call it.
And what grade did she teach? Do you remember?
No, she taught so many different grades, I don't remember at that time.
And what was Clint doing back then?
He's a social worker.
Was he still in school? Taking some classes?
I think he was taking some classes and working part-time.
And what about Holly?
Holly was in the nursing school.
Okay, and was she in school full-time?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you said that all of you lived together on Swan Johnson Road?
yes,
681 Swan Johnson Road?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long have you lived at that house?
Me and Karen have been there since 1982.
Who built the house?
Me and my dad and one more guy. And Karen.
And Karen?
And Karen.
All right. When both of your children came home from the hospital, is that the house they moved into?
Yes,
And Holly was born in 1990?
90.
What was her birthday?
October the 12th, 1990.
So is it fair to say for her entire life, that's the only home she'd ever known?
It is.
You said she was in nursing school. Did she go to school about every day?
Yes.
And how did she get to school?
She drove her own car.
And what kind of car did she have?
She had a Mustang.
And in addition to her family, was there somebody in her life that was very, very special to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Drew Scott.
And who was Drew Scott? Who was Drew Scott? A friend or a boyfriend?
That was her boyfriend.
Okay.
Yes.
And was Drew Scott a familiar face in your house?
Yes.
In and out about every day?
Most of the time, yes.
All right. I want to draw your attention, please, back to a particular day in April of 2011, okay?
Yep.
April the 13th. Do you remember that day?
Yes, clearly. Pretty clearly.
Is that a day you'll ever forget?
Yes, ma'am.
You will forget it?
No, I'll never forget that day.
It was a Wednesday, wasn't it?
Wednesday morning.
Okay. Did you work that day?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you get up to go to work?
5:30.
You got up at 5:30 to be at work at what time?
6:30.
All right. So when you got up that morning, was Karen already up or did she get up after you?
She got up. I got a little routine where I feed the dogs and stuff like that, and then I'll take my shower. And I met her as I was getting close to being ready to leave the house to go to work. I met her in the house.
When you say you met her in the house, meaning you passed by her?
Yeah, hallway or whatever.
So she had gotten up while you were in the shower?
Yes.
Did you see Holly that morning?
I didn't see her that morning.
Do you know where she was in your house?
I knew where she was because the bathroom is across the room from her door.
Uh-huh.
And I seen her light on as I come out of the shower, getting ready to go to work.
And did you, when you noticed her light under the door, did you say anything to her?
I spoke to her. I asked her if she needed any lunch money or anything that day, or gas money or whatever. She said yes. And I said, I'll leave you a $20 bill on the kitchen bar.
After having that, I guess, exchange with Holly, how did you end the conversation?
That pretty much ended the conversation with Holly that morning.
Did you tell her bye?
Yeah, I told her bye and I loved her. That's just normal for our house.
So after you told Holly goodbye and I love you, did you go and put the 20 in the kitchen?
Yes.
Where you told her you
Yes. Uh-huh.
Is that the first time you've done something like that? Or
No,
is that kind
no,
of routine?
ma'am. I do that all. I've done that all the time.
And did you go into work?
Yes.
And when you left your house that morning, which door did you leave?
The front door. I always use the front door of the house.
And where did you park?
I used it parked out front. I don't park mine in the garage. You know.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about where people in your family parked in a minute. Are you the only person that was parking in the front at that time, parking your truck?
Yeah.
So everybody else was in the back?
Yeah.
How far from your house to McKenzie Tree Service?
Probably about, I'm gonna guess 5 miles.
And when you got to work, did you all stay there at McKenzie Tree Service, or did you and a crew go somewhere else? Because you said you were a mower.
Yeah, when we get there, what we normally do, we'll fuel up our truck for a machine, our pickups that we're driving to work. We'll fuel them up, and if we have to pick up any parts when they end that day to work with, we get them. We're usually there like 30, 40 minutes in the morning. That's why we get there a little early before we leave out.
All right, so did y'all go somewhere?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
We went to, at that time, we was working on the other side of Linden, leaving Linden, probably about 5 miles. I think it's east going toward Louisville, Tennessee.
And did you drive your personal vehicle or nothing?
Way before lunch.
Had you actually been there very long when something happened, or was it pretty early?
It was early on in the morning.
What happened?
I got a phone call. I can't tell you exactly what time. I got a phone call from Terry Brumley.
Okay, let me ask you this. Terry Brumley?
Yes, Terry Brumley is my,
Is Terry Brumley here in the courtroom too?
yeah,
Okay, so you got a phone call from somebody named Terry Brumley.
yeah,
Was that usual or commonplace for Ms. Brumley to call you?
no ma'am.
All right. So what happened?
I got a phone call from her, and I had some guys around me there talking, and she told me that I needed to come back home because Holly had been taken. And I said, what? And it was a guy beside me talking, and I had to holler at him and tell him to quiet down, or I forgot what I said, but he quieted down. And she told me for the second time, and she was crying when she told me the second time. And I understood her the second time what she said. Holly had been taken.
Holly has been taken.
Yeah.
4 words.
Yeah.
What sort of an impact did Holly has been taken have on you at that moment?
That was the worst feeling you could possibly feel. That something bad has happened to one of your kids.
So you're out there outside of Linden without your own car. Dana, what did you do?
I have what you call a point man that he usually drives me to work and back in a single cab company truck. And I hollered at Danny, he's the one that drove me. And I told him that I forgot what the word was. He had to carry me back to the office quick.
And so did he drive you back to McKenzie Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all going slow or y'all going fast?
He was going so fast in that Chevrolet truck that the motor was cutting off and back on. We passed everything from work back to Parsons, McKenzie.
Other than those 4 words, Holly has been taken. Did you have any more information?
That's it.
So that whole trip back to McKenzie, you didn't know anything.
Didn't know anything. I wanted to know, but I didn't.
So when you got back to your office, what did you do?
I got in my truck. I think I hollered and told Danny to tell Dennis, my boss at the time, what was going on. And I run from the company truck and got in mine and went home the back way. That's the quickest way I know to get back to the house.
This time you were alone. And did you see at some point whether somebody was following you or not?
Yes, as soon as I was pulling out from McKenzie Tree Service, my boss, Dennis McKenzie, was in his pickup right on my bumper. You might as well say.
You said you took the back way home. You know, we're sitting in Hardin County and people aren't familiar with maybe the roads and
Right.
back there. Are these very populated roads, or are they deserted roads, gravel roads, narrow roads, winding roads?
Some of them, they're definitely winding roads, and some of them narrow roads. One of them is a popular road.
When you got close to your house, did you notice or see something that was going on that you had never seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what you saw?
Before I even got to the house, I could see the yard where I was coming in, the yard's on the left from the direction I come in. I don't know, I'm gonna guess 50 to 100 people. The road was full of cars. It was cop cars. It was regular cars. The yard was full of people, cops and people. And I had to drive on past her. I was in a terrible big hurry, and I had to drive on past all that and go down on the side of the road where the county used to park their work equipment, and I had to park down there and run back to the house.
Now, is that because the road you live on is one of the narrow roads?
It's a very narrow road in front of our house.
I'm sorry?
In front of our house, it's a very narrow road.
The Swine Johnson Road was so narrow, cars are already lined up, you had to actually
I
pass.
had to kind of weave in between them to get past them where I could pull over somewhere and park.
So you parked your truck, right?
Yep.
And then went back to the house.
Yeah, I run back to the house.
You said run back to the house. Did you run fast as you
I
could?
run as fast as I can go.
And as you got down the road and hit your driveway, did you have a plan? I mean, did you even know what you were gonna do, supposed to do?
The only thing I was thinking is get back up to the house and see somebody else, family member, somebody tell me more about what I had heard had happened.
Do you remember who the first person you saw was once you ran up the driveway?
I saw a lot of people, and some of them was friends and neighbors, some of them was cops that I guess I knew. First person I saw that I thought I needed to talk to was my son, Clint.
I'm not gonna ask you what Clint said, but after you talked to Clint, do you remember the very next thing you did?
I talked to Clint and left him, and I'm pretty sure that Terry Britt was the next person that I seen that I thought would have some information for me.
Okay,
And I talked to her.
all right. And again, I'm not gonna ask you what Ms. Brumley said, but after you talked to Terry Brumley, what's the next thing that you did?
I saw Karen and I talked to her.
Okay, so now you've talked to Clint, Ms. Brumley, who called you.
Yep.
And Karen.
Yeah.
Then what did you do?
I went from Karen and straight into the front door of the house, and I went inside and I found my pistol, and I come back outside with pistol.
Was the pistol loaded?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it? What were you?
9mm Beretta.
You said there were cops all over the place. Did anybody try to take your gun away from you?
No, ma'am.
You just had it.
I had it in my hand. I didn't even own a holster for it at the time.
And how long did you wander around your yard with a loaded pistol in your hand that morning?
I don't know how long, but it seemed like hours.
Initially, you said there were 50 to 100 people. Did more people just keep coming and coming and coming?
It seemed like there was more coming.
Do you remember what all or what agencies were represented by law enforcement? You said there were some local ones. Did other agencies come as well?
Yes, several more agencies that morning come.
Did TBI come?
TBI was there.
Did FBI come?
FBI was there. U.S. Marshals was there.
So U.S. Marshals, FBI, TBI.
A SWAT team. I remember them pulling up.
Were there helicopters in the air that morning?
Somebody told us, yes, there was a helicopter come in and circle the house and sit down on the pond levee.
How much property do you own
How did you sit down
on the pond levee? We have a pond to the right side of our house, and it sit down over there. It's an open place for it to sit down.
And I should have already asked this, how many acres do you own?
23.
Okay, and that's all right there around that house?
Yeah.
Were people wandering around in your front yard, your backyard, your house, your woods?
It was people wandering, standing, fiddling, just like nobody. No, it was kind of like nobody knew what to do. No, that's the way I took it at the time.
At some point in the middle of the morning, did you lose patience with an FBI agent and tell him what he should go do. What did you say?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
That's all right.
I told him, if y'all think one of us done it, I was talking about me and Clint and Karen that was still out there. I said, if y'all think one of us done it, 10 of y'all stay here with us and the rest of you go do something. And it probably wasn't that nice of words when I said it.
But you wanted somebody to do something.
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted Holly
Yes,
back.
immediately.
I'm going to pass forward a photograph previously shown with defense counsel.
Okay.
Now approach or do you use your
Let's hand it back.
Who is that a picture of?
My daughter, Holly Bobo.
And does that accurately depict what she looked like in 2011?
If I ain't mistaken, this picture was took about 2 weeks or less from the time she was getting out.
I marked that as exhibit 1, Your Honor.
All right, we moved into that, this one. Would you like to display this to the jury?
I'm going to put it on the overhead with Your Honor
Okay,
permission.
okay.
Mr. Ragland's going to help us keep the pictures up so that we can move along.
I didn't want to pass it individually, this would work better. Oh, you need it. Okay. Put your hand down there.
And for the record, Dana, I'm going to ask you to look over your left shoulder and tell the jury who that's a picture of.
That's Holly Bobo, my daughter.
I've asked you a number of questions about your house and your property, and I want to show you, I'm going to pass forward a group of 12 photographs.
Okay.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Bobo, I'm going to ask you to keep them in that order, look at each one of them, and tell me when you're finished.
First picture is of our house and driveway.
Mr. Bobo, I just want you to look at each one of them and tell me when you're finished.
Oh, okay.
You don't have
All
to
right.
tell me what they are yet.
Okay, I'm finished.
So I'm going to ask you the same questions about those photographs as a whole, and then we'll talk about them individually. Do you recognize what is portrayed in each of those 12 pictures?
Yes,
Okay. And generally speaking, what are those pictures of?
that's all pictures of our house. 681 Swan Junction Road.
The house that you built?
Yes,
And do those pictures accurately reflect what your house looked like in 2011?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time I've asked that those be marked individually, 2 through 13.
Okay. Let's let me mark first and then.
And if you pass them to Mr. Rackler with the court's permission, I'll publish and ask questions
Okay.
one time.
Okay. Start with Exhibit 2. You can just give them to Mr. Ragland.
Mr. Bobo, I want to ask you now, not only to speak up so they can hear you, but I need you to look over your shoulder in the next few minutes.
Okay.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of the front of our house.
What, and we're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 2, from what angle?
That's from the road out in front of our house, looking back, looks like kind of to the right, to the front of our house.
So looking back just a little bit,
Yes,
okay, Exhibit 3, you can just put them on top of one another. Who's different? What is Exhibit 3 showing?
that's a picture of our house, sitting right at the end of the driveway, looking straight at the front of the house.
All right, so a minute ago, and I put the pointer up there, a minute ago, the picture was taken from looking back a little bit, right?
Yes, kind of to your right.
But if you were to sit directly at the base of your driveway on Swan Johnson, that's what
Yeah.
you'd see.
A straight shot of it from the end of our driveway.
All right, next one, please. What is that?
That's a picture of the front of the house, probably, I'm gonna guess 30 feet from the front of the house, sitting in the driveway.
All right, is your house an L-shaped house?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, right here to the left?
Yes, that goes back to the left.
Now, a moment ago, the jury saw a straight shot of the driveway. If you come up, look where my pointer is.
Okay.
When you get to the top of your driveway, how do you get to the back of your house? By going left or by going
You'll
right?
have to go around the right.
So does the driveway continue this way, around the side of the house?
Yes, around the right side of the house, like you're pointing.
Okay, next one, please. If you follow the driveway around the right side of the house, is this what you would see?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is this truck parked there? Whose truck is that? You know?
That is Kathy Wise's truck, our neighbor at the time.
Okay, and so Kathy, if Kathy Wise's truck had followed on around, this is where she would go?
Yes,
And that would be, this is the back of your house,
yes,
okay? Next one. And we'll ask you the same questions. There was a pool in the last picture. Is this the driveway as it goes on around behind the pool?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this building? And I'm holding it, it looks like a double door,
That's the detached garage from our house.
okay? Whose truck is that?
That's my dump truck at the time.
And the pool?
Yes,
Does this driveway stop right here or can you go on around?
it goes on around the pool to your left and pulls into the carport
Okay,
in the back of the house.
next picture. With respect to the same pool, correct, on your left?
Yep,
Is this the detached garage they just saw?
yes,
And you said it pulls on into the carport.
Yeah.
Is this your carport?
that's a carport.
Okay. When you got home the morning of April the 13th, was this crime scene tape already stretched between your house and the building?
No, ma'am.
Did you take steps for some reason to block off something that you thought was important?
I did.
Tell the jury what you did before law enforcement.
Okay. When I was standing around the front yard, it's sometime after I told some law enforcement to do something. I went back to back. People was wandering around as they pleased, all in the yard. Someone was headed back toward the back of the house. Sometime before that, I'd walked to the back of the house. I seen Holly's car still sitting in the garage.
Okay, let me stop you here. Was Holly's car parked in this detached garage, or was Holly's car parked in the carport?
I'm gonna call it the carport, the one on the back of the house.
Okay, so you had seen Holly's car still there.
Yes.
And so what did you do once you saw people wandering around?
once I seen Holly's car still in there and something in the garage floor and people wandering around as they pleased, I used to cut timber on the side, and I always kept pink tape. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back deck right there,
Okay.
and I put them across the garage. At that time did not have a door on it. It was open garage. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back there, and I put them on each side of the garage open, and I stretched pink tape across the lawn chairs to keep people from walking in the garage.
Okay. And then later on, law enforcement added this crime scene tape that we
Yeah,
can see.
that was added after later that morning, I suppose.
Gotcha. Next one, please. And what is it? What is this?
That's the front of the detached garage, left-hand side of it.
Whose truck is this backed in?
But it's Clint Bobo's truck, my son.
Okay. And what is this vehicle next to it?
That is one of them. We had 2 4-wheelers at home. That's a Honda 4-wheeler.
You mentioned that the carport didn't have doors on it. Did this detached garage have a door?
That detached garage has always had 2 doors
Is
on it.
that what I've got the pointer in now?
Yeah.
Like, does it just roll down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember now whether when you got home and when you blocked off the carport, was that garage door up or was it down?
Down.
Next picture. Okay, this is a different view. You mentioned a deck a few
Yeah.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
Tell me where to put the pointer.
Tell you what,
Where's the deck?
the deck is on the right side of the pool, attached to the back of the house.
All right, so this structure right here on the far right is the carport, is that correct?
Yes, that's the front left-hand side of the carport as you pull in.
And there's a deck between this above-ground pool and the house?
Yes.
All right, and if you will, looking there in the background, what is the jury looking at?
That's the tree lines of the woods, separates the yard from the woods. And that's the playhouse that me and Karen built for the kids. And to the right of it is the swing set we bought, set up for the kids.
All right, and you mentioned this tree line, was this your property beyond
That, the
playhouse?
tree,
Hang on a second.
Okay.
She tries to write down everything we say.
okay.
So I know you have 20+ acres. Is your land back behind the tree line or is your land the other way?
Our land is this side of the tree line.
Okay, so is the tree line is at the edge of your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next one. Now, this is a little, I guess, mirror view, is that correct, of the tree line in the woods
Yes.
and where your truck was parked? Okay? Now, we can see the edge of the swing set that was in the pictures. This tree line, if one were to walk back there, is the terrain about the same, sort of hilly with trees filling out because it's April? Is that about what it looked like?
Yeah.
Next one, please. And what's this?
That's our back deck on the house.
This is a better picture of the deck. And is there, I know it's dark and the jury will have these pictures later, can you see from the deck into the carport?
Yes.
And how is that? You said there was no door on the front, but how can you see there on the side?
The carport there is kind of on the right of your picture, above that shrub.
Right?
You can walk straight in off the deck. There's an open, I'm gonna say 4 to 5 foot open, cased out door open, and it has no door on it. So yes, you can see from right there, plumb in the garage.
Okay. One more. What is this a picture of?
That's our carport on the back of the house.
Whose car is that?
That is Holly's car with the trunk lid open.
What kind of car was it?
2006 black Mustang.
You said earlier in your testimony that you parked in the front. You just showed us where Clint was parked. Where did Karen park every day?
She parked in the vacant place on the right there where you're pointing.
So Holly parked on the left,
Yep.
Karen parked on the right.
Yes.
And was that a habit that pretty much everybody followed? That's your spot, and that's where you put your car?
That was their spots.
At some point on April the 13th, were you asked to leave your own home?
Yes,
And I'm not asking specifically who asked you, but was it law enforcement that asked you to leave your home?
yes.
And was it just you they asked to leave, or did they ask you to take Karen, Clint, and Terry Bromley, and everybody else that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of why you needed to leave?
I think they told us they was going to process the crime scene.
So where did you go?
We went to my youngest sister's house, next road over.
So as close as you could be to home,
Yes.
but somewhere else.
My mom lived at town, which was 6 miles away, and my sister lived a mile and a half from us, back behind us, next road over.
Is it fair to say that from the time you got that call on April 13th of 2011, your life changed as you knew it?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was it before you went back to work?
It was either 7 or 8 weeks.
And during the 7 or 8 weeks after April the 13th, what did you do every day?
We searched for our daughter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
What kind of places did you look?
In my mind, I looked at every place that I think she could have possibly been.
Like what?
I went to vacant houses. I went to vacant buildings. I went to houses that was occupied. I went everywhere I thought she might be looking for her.
Did you look in barns?
I looked in everywhere.
Did you look in sheds?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look in the woods?
Yes,
Did you look in other woods?
yes,
Did you go to places outside of your immediate area, your road?
yes, ma'am.
Do you know whether your phone number, y'all's private phone number, was it out there broadcast to the public so that people could call you with tips and leads? Or Karen's?
Karen's phone was.
And as a result of that, I'm not asking what anybody said, but as a result of that, did your family actually get phone calls from people saying, go look here, go look here?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got those kind of phone calls, what did you do?
We took them down. It might have been 2 or 3 days after we was taking phone calls. I think 2 FBI ladies come and stayed with us after, I'm not sure on the time, maybe a day or 2 into it. Now, we was taking the calls ourselves. We had a house phone at the time, so calls was coming into our house and calls was coming into her cell phone once it got out there for somebody to call it.
And would you turn the calls or the leads over to the FBI, or did you just handle it yourself?
After a day or 2, we started writing it down when we kind of come to our senses of what we need to be doing. Every call that we got was turned into the TBI daily, just minutes after we took it.
Now, Dana, you said that you went in places that appeared to you to be abandoned, and that you went in places that appeared to you not to be abandoned.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that, did you keep that a secret, or did you self-report that to law enforcement?
TBI was at our house a lot of time during the daytime, and they was there every night briefing us. I told everybody everything I'd done that day.
And at some point, did you stop going into houses and sheds and stick to just knocking on doors and looking in the woods?
Yes.
Okay, what made you, I guess, change? 'Cause that's your daughter, that's your baby. What made you go from one way of doing things to another?
We searched for, I guess it was, I don't know how long. We searched forever, it seems like, in the woods, sides of the roads, buildings and stuff. And there come a time, I don't know how long it was later, that we had searched everything, seemed like 3 or 4 times with dog teams and all. And you wouldn't believe how many people was helping us and come from out of state and all. But we searched. And there come a time where we just started going out as far as bunches gathering, and we was talking to people, knocking on doors everywhere and talking to people.
And when did you stop doing that?
I couldn't tell you. A long time we searched the woods and.
Did anybody ask you to stop doing that?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement never asked you to stop.
They told me to quit searching like I was doing.
That's what I'm asking.
Numerous times.
All right. And so at some point, did you stop doing that?
They told him to quit searching.
What day did you give up hope for the very first time?
About 3 years into it, give or take, the TBI come to our house with a whole bunch of them and took me and Clint carrying down in the living room and told us that was Holly had been found. That was her remains.
And until that moment, were you looking?
Yes.
Still hoping?
Until that moment.
I don't have any more questions for you. The defense attorney's mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have no questions.
All right. Step down. You may now remain in the courtroom if you'd like to not discuss your testimony with anyone. Okay?
Thank you.
They said they'll have lunch about 12. Do you have a brief witness?
I do.
Okay.
It is Drew Scott.
They had a short. Years ago, as an attorney, they had a short witness. Said yes, they're about 5'3".
Okay, so they're going to call Drew Scott, who's Holly's boyfriend. But before we do that, I think there's some curiosity in the chat about like why like Holly's property is set back pretty far recessed in like a wooded area. It doesn't seem like the neighbors are all that close, although we know a neighbor was able to hear the screaming. But that's not unusual because loud screaming, open echoes, sound can travel pretty far. So in a secluded household area, there's like a little gate before the driveway and you have to drive up a long way to get there. Somebody surely had to plan this out, right? Someone had to be, at least aware of what the setup of the house was, maybe Holly's whereabouts. And something that I've been marinating on is this picture. And I made it a post on X quick, that way I could get it off my phone because I had screenshots there. So we're just going to look at it through a form of a post that I just put up. But Katie Spirko and Dana McClendon, who were consultants on this case, they had posted this. And they said, a recent newspaper clipping of the victim found in Terry Britt's home, along with clippings of other young women he had been stalking. So the circles are from them, but they're pointing out that Holly's here and her name is in the caption. So if Terry Britt was already familiar with the name Bobo, this would confirm that, hey, this is a Bobo right here. And she's getting a scholarship, which might put someone on alert that they're going to be going to classes at a certain school and what that schedule might be like. Now, there are some interesting parts of the Trial and Error podcast, and I'm going to link to that episode. But the parts that I pulled out, maybe we could just read the transcript from the episode real quick, because I can jump to the details that I extracted, but we'll read it exactly as they're reporting it. And it's going to tell us that, according to Holly's cousin, she believes that she had seen Terry Britt following them when she was shopping with Holly. So there is evidence that points to prior knowledge of Terry Britt of Holly Bobo. Let's get to Natalie. All right, so we'll read this. Let me drop the link in the chat. It's episode 4 of this podcast. So it says, with multiple previous convictions for sexually violent crimes, he, Britt, had been identified by 7 stalking victims local to the area since his last release from custody. Not long before Holly's disappearance, Terry Britt had entered a house party hosted by a mutual acquaintance of Holly's cousin, Natalie, who Holly was close with. He made an advance at Natalie, invading her personal space and stroking her hair. Creepy. Entitled. At that same house party, he had suggestively asked the age of another woman's 13-year-old daughter. Terry's wife. I think it's important that this context that's being reported here, his wife was apparently present for this. Terry's wife stood by, barely noticeable until coming to his defense and making excuses for his behavior as they were thrown out for his unwanted advances. That probably embarrassed him. It probably made him pretty mad. Natalie would later recall being followed by Terry Britt, or Chester the Molester as he was known to local women, when she was with Holly shopping at Dollar General. When law enforcement then asked Terry Britt about having been in Dollar General and having seen Holly Bobo with her cousin, Terry Britt denied ever having been there. His bank statement said otherwise. He had a purchase for just over $10 in February of 2011, just as Natalie had reported. Now, this 2011 February, remember, Holly is abducted on April 13th, 2011. So this is within a 2-month-ish time period. Maybe it was like February 1st, who knows? But about 2 months. Maybe approaching 3. So, and there's a lot in here, guys. When I say I'm going to jump to another example, I'm not just picking out the 2 craziest parts of this episode. I'm just jumping to ones that, if you're wondering, well, did Terry even know who Holly was? Did Terry have some beef with her cousin and already know, like, I don't know if Natalie's last name is also Bobo. Saw the name in the caption. But look at this other thing. This detail about his wife was so crazy to me. There's something about a 7th. Let's see if we get it. Wait, let's just search wife. In this episode, it took me back when I heard it. All right, something his ex-wife, who was previously known accomplice on prior sexual offenses with her first husband. There's all this stuff in here that challenges his story of his alibi on that day. Where do they mention the 7 wives thing? Okay, Tequila Jones. Tequila Jones is a woman who he and his wife snatched up off the street and committed kidnapping and sexual assault crimes against. So we heard that name, but this is really the first time I'm hearing that the wife was part and parcel to it. Let's see. Where do we get... Okay, so I think there's 6, one of which was his wife twice. So 7 marriages. Technically, yeah. Technically, wife 4 was also wife 5. So 6 separate women, 7 marriages. Terry Britt somehow got married 7 times. And then this, I want to talk about, this is the detail I want to talk about with his wife. So Janet Britt. Let's get the full context. Brent Booth swore that Janet Britt turned a blind eye as her previous husband molested foster girls in their care, and even alerted him when his deeds were possibly being brought to light. The report that Janet Britt had a makeshift studio in the bedroom in a house that she was surreptitiously renting. Now remember, we heard at the hearings this week that witness Darnell, said to a guest that came over to watch TV with him one night, like, hey, if I relayed to you information about Holly Bobo's disappearance, would you relay it to law enforcement? And there was something to the effect of, well, Terry Britt told him he had the girl in some basement, or had the girl somewhere. And that's what this witness Darnell is telling someone else to relay to law enforcement, which I don't know how credible, how much that stands up. But there's a separate, more paper trailed issue with Darnell, where it seems like Terry Britt defrauded Darnell by selling him a house that Terry Britt himself didn't hold the deed to for $21,000. So there's a whole lot of like weird money scheming, houses that aren't really titled. We don't want rentals in people's names. So this detail stood out to me. So Janet Britt had a makeshift studio in the apartment in a house that she was surreptitiously renting. Yes, regarding that, I have a statement by investigator Ricky Inman from the Decatur County Sheriff's Office dated September 21st of 2011. He states, while working the night shift for the Decatur County Sheriff's Office somewhere around the year of 2003, I was asked to go back to back up Officer Scott Cagle? It was Cagle. We heard them say Cagle, because I remember thinking it was a funny name, with the Parsons Police Department. Officer Cagle received a call of a possible break-in at a street address on a West 9th Street, Parsons, Tennessee. Upon arriving at the residence, Officer Cagle advised that it appeared no one was at the residence and the front door was open. Officer Cagle wanted to clear the residence as a safety precaution. So when I heard this, I thought it was someone that had knowledge of something sus going on here, and they called in a break-in attempt just to get police to go out there. Because they get there, nobody's there. They enter the residence. It appeared to be used for more storage. There were some clothes scattered throughout the residence. There was one room that had cameras set up on stands with a small cot-like bed on the floor. There was a computer in the next room with wires coming from the room with the cameras to the room with the computer. Janet Martin, who's Janet Britt before she divorced Ed Martin when he went to prison for raping several minors in their care, and then started dating Terry Britt when she met him at the prison while visiting her ex-husband. Janet Martin came to the residence and said that she is renting the residence. Janet walked back through the residence with Officer Cagle and myself. Janet said that she did not want to file a report as she did not want anyone to know she is renting the residence. Janet secured the residence and all parties left the residence. So this is, again, Dana McClendon, Katie Spirko, they were working as consultants on the Zachary Adams case post-conviction, and they're reading an IR report. They're getting this information from an investigative report in the case. So this trial took place in September of 2017. So the day one that we're watching right now before I did the segue is September 11th, 2017 was the date of day one. So like this is a lot. And, you know, even just from what we heard at the hearings and what we heard of the state's theory of the case, it seems like the prosecution team, both at trial and at these post-conviction hearings, just thinks, you know, Alibi checks out. His wife told us something. His wife's obviously credible, so we're going to believe both of them. And they had no interest in Holly Bobo. They didn't know Holly Bobo. And then based on this investigative report, and then reports from not just Natalie, but other victims, they were active. There were issues. There were reports of them engaging in this weird, creepy, invasive, invading of space behavior at house parties, possibly stalking Holly and or Natalie at a Dollar General in February of 2011. And then they have this weird thing going on with a room that if they searched Terry Britt's house but didn't know about this rental, then could he effectively be cleared? If they didn't know to go search this rental that Janet didn't want anyone to know that she was renting out. Like, it's for me to sit here and remember, I think it's both Amy Wyrick and Jennifer Nichols. We heard Amy Wyrick say it in arguments with the hearings, I believe. But then Jennifer Nichols, when she was testifying at these post-conviction hearings, well, plus we couldn't even bring a case because it would all be 404B evidence. listen, especially with a judge that seems like they're going to lean in the state's favor, just because something's 404B, something could be a prior bad act or bad character evidence, doesn't mean it's always ultimately going to be excluded. You have to make sure certain prongs are met. You have to give consideration to the weight and importance of the evidence versus how prejudicial it might be. And you got to make a decision. So it's really a judicial discretion. And with 404B, you are supposed to err on the side of caution. You're supposed to do a more conservative analysis. But to hear a prosecutor act like they've never been able to get bad character evidence in a trial was just wild for me to hear argue when we watched this week. So anyway, that's my side story on, there's a lot of questions on, and it's really, I think, the state that's driving the questions, because they're so confident that Terry had no interest, no knowledge of Holly. They bolster him as a credible witness when they put him on the stand. Yeah, he's a bad guy, but he's telling the truth about Holly. And I just think that's an awful approach. And again, Terry Britt was released from prison in March of this year. So he's free. Before I get back into it, we are going to again be watching Drew Scott. That's going to be Holly's boyfriend. So his is a bit shorter. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you to Slim Life, again, for great questions in the chat. It's helping us bring in some context that I'm assuming we're not going to get much of in this trial. And that if you've missed any of the hearings or have not taken a dive into this case, you might not be aware of. And again, that means the jury. If we don't see this stuff come into trial, that means the jury does not know about this stuff. And even if you think, you know, some of the stuff against Zach sounds really bad, well, who would say things like, I'm going to bury you like that Holly Bobo be? And if you believe that that was said, why would somebody say that if they weren't guilty? I still think the prosecution, this evidence should have been all presented to the jury, and the jury should have made the determination. So thank you again, Slim Life NJ, for hanging out. Allie B, 1,000,000% says, rest in peace to sweet Holly. Like, just tragic all around. And again, like, it is a beautiful thing to see, you know, hear from the dad about how dad did not rest until he, you know, once you find the remains, it's not exactly closure, but to see a parent fight until they have some kind of answer it's bittersweet. And again, super young, innocent victim. And I am not subscribing to Agent Brent Booth's perspective on it's rare that a victim is innocent. I do not agree with Brent Booth on that at all. But I think victims, justice for people like Holly, I think we should all strive for that. Kay Schmidt, thank you for gifting the 5. Very, very nice of you, and always good to see you. Would love to know your thoughts on this trial. We've also got Slim saying, hugs for Shella, nobody who is deaf, somebody. Yeah, and I just caught, and Shella, sometimes when I peek at the chat, I do feel like I miss the full context, but it seems like you have, you know, direct, you know, personal experience, relationships with Zachary Adams. And you went through this, where's the one that I saw first? And I've been trying to piece it together while I speak. Yes, so here. So you were engaged to Z for 5 years. He's definitely innocent. Based on what I see from the alibi information with that ATM video, I think factually innocent, and the state can't dispute it, even though they're trying now to prevent a new trial where that could come to light in front of a new jury. So I'm with you. I can only imagine what it's like to sit there for 5 years and like, well, more than 5 years, and feel like you're advocating for someone you believe is innocent in a community where everybody thinks Zach's a monster. I hope this judge issues a new trial. Even if I did not feel like there's so much that points to innocence here, an alibi, I still think that there were improper actions that would warrant a new trial, whether someone was guilty or not. So, and thank you to anyone that's advocated for someone. And Shella, I want you to know, I think it's great advocacy from the parents on Holly's side. I think it's great that you were advocating for Zach. I think it's always really touching and important to see people advocate. for someone who's in a vulnerable position and or is a victim. Yeah, and Aaron, this is the more eloquent way to put it. Aaron says, the state always fails to recognize how their mistakes impact the victim's family too. What if they have to sit through a second trial? I don't think anybody here, I hope nobody here would wish that on the victim's family members or anybody grieving the loss of Holly. Or in any similar situation where there's a retrial because the prosecution messed up. Maybe because they had the wrong person, or maybe because of a quote unquote technicality, as people like to say. But every time there's a need for a retrial, any closure that there was gets ripped back open. And I just don't think it's right. And then it makes me wonder what happens when there aren't hundreds of people out here searching for the victim. So, Brooklyn, you mean if he went, if they recharge, they could do a different, they can't like increase or, like, I guess they did the top level anyway. But I'm sure they would charge top level and they're going to go for the whole thing. I don't think they're going to drop. I think they would retry for all of it, personally. Let's see. Yeah, and GB says he can be re-indicted as soon as the judge rules. I bet the state will be ready with that re-indictment, ready to go, because they're not going to want to deal with the option of him being released in between, because that would be a press nightmare. Slim says everyone needs to be advocated for except Britt. I mean, I want to be clear. I don't think it would be fair if, like, say, for example, there's credible alibi evidence for Britt and the state wanted to bring Britt to trial just because he's the neighborhood creeper, whatever they said his nickname was. And they don't really have evidence. And he has an alibi. I'd be pretty upset if they just pinned it on someone that looked like the neighborhood creep, because that means a different neighborhood creep, the person who actually did it, could get away with it. I would still say that the case needs to, I mean, the state needs to prove their case. But like the way that the state presently seems to be defending Britt just seems weird to me. It just seems off. Like in any other circumstance, it just seems like they'd be so happy to go after him. And I can't fully make sense of it. Let's see. Yeah, KLB says technicality just means someone didn't do their job. Yeah, that's why I put it in quotes. Because I hear a lot of people say the conviction was overturned on a technicality. And to me, it's not just like a technicality. Kind of makes it seem like an oops that's outside of anybody's doing or control. But usually that technicality is, hey, there's a process and we colored outside the lines of that process. And I don't really like characterizing that as a technicality. Although I know it could feel like, hey, if this is letting a murderer go free, it is significant, right? The fact that convictions can be overturned because someone's coloring outside the lines. And then that means somebody that's unsafe can now go harm somebody else. Like, it is significant that it happens, but the reason it happened shouldn't just be minimized. You gotta color in between the lines. So, yes, and so Ray, so when she was abducted, she was already in the garage area. So she's outside in the garage and that's when she's screaming. And I would imagine that if she's getting ready to go, the garage door is open, right? The big door that you drive into and out of to get into the garage, not the door into the house. But then you've got those cement or whatever style, depending on how the house is constructed, those walls of the garage. If you don't have that much stuff on your walls, it's really echoey in garages. So if she's screaming, that's probably traveling. I don't know if the neighbor's house is directly across the street or what, but I can imagine that being heard. And then Clint, the brother, gets a call from mom, who gets a call from the neighbor that heard the scream. So neighbor calls the mom calls the son because she knows the son's at home. Clint looks and like towards the edge of their property where it's the wooded line, sees Holly and a figure described as someone with a barrel torso and skinnier legs heading into the woods. And I wonder if they have a picture. There was a composite sketch in 2020, in the 2020 episode, where it had the individual kind of looked like they had the same hair as Terry Britt, although he apparently cut his hair in September when he thought they would be looking for him. Where is... I know they had a picture somewhere. Oh, I think it was the thumbnail of episode 4. Okay, so over here on the left side, there's this side-by-side picture of Terry Britt on the left, and then Richie Pratt on the right. And at some point, it seems like Clint Bobo was asked, describe this build. And when shown this photo, I don't know how this process was done, but they said that this man's build, his stature, is similar to what I saw. And then details were expanded on where he said something to the effect, it looks like he was somebody that might have used to work out, but stopped working out so much. And again, that's why they're doing a comparison photo here to show. And, you know, I think it's kind of unfair when you put someone in the same pose. It just makes the picture look especially similar. But I think the takeaway point here is if someone thinks the person walking into the woods looked more like this build, that's probably not somebody that's gaunt and thin because they're using meth. They're using drugs. So, oh yes, let me post the Discord link. And we're going to get back into testimony, you guys. My bad. We went down a tangent again. I did add a rant emoji. So there's a new channel emoji for when we go down these sidebars. I'm going to get this playing so we can get back to what we're here for. Thank you guys for going on the deep dives with me.
Yeah, okay. Raise your right hand, please. Thomas, swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell it first and last.
Drew Scott, DREWSCOTT.
Mr. Scott, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and direct your answers over here to the jury, okay? Okay?
Yep.
So will you direct your answers over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge asked your name, you're Drew Scott, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not asking what your address is, but where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Parsons?
All my life.
How old are you?
26.
And what is your birthday?
July 13th, 1991.
Do you know a man by the name of Jason Bobo?
Yes.
Do you know a lady by the name of Karen Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you know Clint Bobo?
Yes.
And how did you know?
7/13, day of birth, what?
91.
91.
And how did you know, or how did you know Dana, Karen, and Clint Bobo?
I was buddies with Clint, and probably just out of high school. And
Well, did you also know him through another person?
yeah, we through Holly. Yes.
Okay. And who's Holly?
Holly Bobo, their daughter.
And what was your relationship to Holly?
We were dating.
I'm gonna ask that Exhibit 1 be put on the overhead. Just, if you'll turn around and look at the screen, who's that?
That's Holly.
You said you're dating. Did you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a little bit younger than she was?
Yes.
Just less than a year?
Yes.
Did y'all actually go to school together or no?
We did not go to school together.
Did you go to a totally different school?
Ye-
Just a different year?
Different school.
Do you remember when you started dating her relative to when she disappeared?
I was just freshly out of high school.
And when she disappeared, you would have been 19 then. Your birthday was in July, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How serious were you about her?
I'm serious.
In fact, did you give her a gift for Christmas
Yes, ma'am.
before she disappeared?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor? I want to hand you a box and ask you to open it up. What is that?
That's a ring I bought her for Christmas.
Was it a special ring?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd she call that ring, or what'd you call it?
Promise ring.
Did Holly wear that ring?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she wear it every single day? As best you knew.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. Frankly, I hope to return it to the family, but I would like it to be passed if nobody objects.
Let's do this. We'll make it an exhibit, but I will allow you to substitute a photo.
Okay,
Okay? Well, that's work.
that's perfect. So for the time until I substitute it, I'd ask that be marked as the next
All
number.
right, the exhibit, 14.
And then permission to pass it to
All
the
right,
jury.
you pass it to the jury, and you can continue your questions while it's being passed.
I want to ask you, Mr. Scott, do you remember back in the spring of 2011, what your routine was with Holly? Like, how frequently did you see her?
Every night.
Would you come to her house?
Yes.
She was in school then, right?
Yes.
Did that keep her pretty busy?
Yes.
Did you have more times on the weekend, more time to spend with her on the weekends?
Yes.
Did you spend the time with her on the weekends?
Yes.
When you weren't with her at night or weren't with her on the weekends, did the two of you talk, text frequently back and forth?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember where you were that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you?
I was on a piece of her grandmother's land, turkey hunting.
And her grandmother that's back here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said on a piece of her grandmother's land. Where was it?
Bass Springs.
Hey, how far away from Holly's house was this piece of land?
20 miles, 25 miles.
Far. And what were you doing?
Turkey hunting.
What, were you supposed to go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So despite, what time were you supposed to be there to work?
8 o'clock.
Despite having to be at work at 8 o'clock, you still turkey hunted that morning?
Yes.
With whom?
My father.
And on this piece of land owned by Holly's grandma, did you see people that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know who those people are?
I knew one of them.
But you actually had an exchange with them about hunting?
Yes.
And after this exchange with them, because you were on grandma's land, right?
Yes.
Was there a series of calls or texts back and forth between you and Holly and Karen about your permission to hunt on grandma's land?
Yes.
And you had permission to be there.
Yes.
Do you remember the last text or the
Quick pause. And Black Sheep of Fashion, it's good to see you. I feel like it's been a few weeks since I've gotten to run into you, and usually over in Mel's chats. But this trial that we're watching now took place in September of 2017. The reason we're going back and watching this trial is because there was a petition for post-conviction relief, including efforts for a new trial. And those hearings have been calendared like for several sessions. It seems like the judge wanted them to come to an end in December, even though he's calendar days for January. So we've gotten caught up this week watching the available hearings from May, from August, and then from November, from this past week. And it's, you don't usually get to do such a deep dive into somebody's fight for a new trial, somebody's appeal process. And I don't really want to call it an appeal because it's happening at the trial court level. But we've done that whole deep dive and we decided, okay, now we're going to go watch the trial. So there's been points of argument raised that there was ineffective assistance of counsel for certain cross-examinations, not including pressing on prior inconsistent statements. That can't be explained by a strategy decision because those prior inconsistent statements wouldn't have had anything that could have, if they also came in as full, would have incriminated the client. So there's no reason to say it was a strategy call not to impeach a witness on certain things. Prosecutorial misconduct. There's a whole saga about a subpoena potentially to gain a tactical advantage over a key piece of evidence that the defense did not have available to them at trial. They had some portion of it available, hidden in discovery in a file type that was inaccessible. And maybe if you want to err on the side of caution and say it was ineffective assistance of counsel for Jennifer Thompson to not be able to access that, that's one thing. But even when they're able to access it, it's not the complete file. So post-conviction, there's this whole emerging issue now that he has a new defense team fighting to get this ATM video that helps Alibi, Zachary Adams. That's actually all broken down in the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. That's a 20-minute video. If you skip like the first 3 minutes and watch like the next 10, you'll get the whole breakdown on the alibi and how the cell data, the statements, the surveillance footage from a BP gas station, the video of the ATM, and how Zach knew the detail that they backed into the ATM before he ever saw the video footage because they couldn't get it, all points to a solid alibi. So that's why we've gone back to rewatch this, because not every day you get to go. And when you hear that somebody's fighting for a new trial, you're usually reading briefs to an appellate court. You don't get to see the arguments hashed out all that much. You don't get to see the evidentiary hearings. And it's just been really cool to see this in reverse. So yeah, we are back in time right now in 2017.
That you got from Holly that morning, what time it was? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't.
Was it before you went to work though?
Yes.
And you had to be at work at 8?
Yes.
Were you early to work that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
So the last time you heard from Holly would have been before you even got to work?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you work then?
City of Parsons.
You still work there?
Yes.
When's the last time you actually saw Holly?
The night before.
After that last text on the morning of the 13th, you said you went over to work.
Yes.
At some point in the morning, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
My foreman got a phone call and he came to me and had told me what happened.
And what did you do when you got the information about Holly?
I left work and went to where my dad worked and left from there.
Did your dad go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did y'all go?
We went to the Bobos.
And over the next days and weeks, were you over at the Bobos a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, did law enforcement come and ask you where you were that morning, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And have you always been cooperative with them?
Yes.
And you were 20 miles away hunting with your dad,
Yes.
talking to some other people,
Yes.
and texting with Holly?
Yes.
One moment, Ron.
Yes.
Drew, I don't have any further questions. Defense may.
Just a second, cross-examination.
One question. I'm sorry, I apologize. Can I put this sack with the box for later? The bag that I took it out of?
Your Honor, I don't think the exhibit number was actually read into the record for the reading.
It was exhibit 14. I announced that it would be filed as exhibit 14. I think I did.
Mr. Scott, do you remember back in April of 2011 what your telephone number was?
No, ma'am.
Would it have been,
It's still, oh, because they're reading it out loud.
No, ma'am.
do you remember what it was?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. No questions.
None? All right, you can step down, sir. You can remain in the courtroom where you're free to be excused. We're going to recess 12 o'clock straight up and down. How about that?
Calls James Barnes.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name first and last, and spell them for the court reporter.
James Barnes, JamesBarnes.
All right, thank you.
Anderson, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Barnes, you actually go by Ed, is that right? That you have to answer out loud.
I would say not really. I mean, not since I
I've
was a
heard some
kid.
people call you Ed. You prefer
My mother.
His mother, okay.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's probably where I heard it. I'm not asking for your address, your current address, but what city do you live in?
Darden, Tennessee.
Okay, and how long have you lived in Darden?
About 14 years now.
Do you know a family by the name of the Bobo family that lived on Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, I live next door.
And when you lived next door, did that encompass a period of time in 2011?
Yeah.
And I asked you about the Bobo family in general. Do you know that the husband and father in the house was Dana Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
And the mother was who?
Karen.
Karen. And do you know their children by any chance?
Clint, Holly.
You didn't go to school with them, did you?
No, ma'am.
Was your relationship basically just knew them because they were your neighbors?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't socialize with them? You weren't going back and forth grilling out or anything like that? No. I want to draw your attention to probably about 7:45 in the morning approximately on April the 13th of 2011 and ask whether you were home that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you said you lived next door to the Bobos. Is that next door, like you could reach out and touch your neighbor, or is there some distance between the houses?
It's about 750 feet.
Okay. And who all lived at your house or on your property?
At the time, just me and my ex-wife, Cassie Bates.
Was there a child there as well?
Yes, ever. I'm sorry.
And was it a young child?
Yes.
A baby?
He was 4, I think, 4 or 5.
And did your mother stay around there as well?
Yeah, I don't think she had moved off at the time yet.
So what does that mean? You don't think she had moved off?
Yes, she moved up here to Lawrence County.
Okay. So at that time though, she
Yeah, I
was
think she was still there.
on the property?
Yeah.
Right.
But she wasn't currently there that morning, though.
She was not?
No.
Okay. But was there 2 places that you could live there, like a trailer and a house? Which one did you stay in with your ex-wife?
The trailer.
Couldn't hear you.
The trailer.
Okay. And when your mom, when she was there, did she stay in the house?
Yes.
And were they close to one another?
Yeah.
In addition to the trailer and the house, were there any other, buildings are there on your property, like a barn or a shed or anything?
Not at the time, I don't think.
I'm sorry?
Not at the time.
And you're gonna have to speak up, because I'm having trouble hearing.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Get this big ring and your voice kind of goes.
It's a neighbor.
Were you working at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
For myself,
Doing what kind of work?
construction contracting.
And were you in the middle of a project that April?
Yes.
And did that cause you to get up and leave normal time, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and your ex-wife have one or more cars?
Just one.
Right, and because you had one car, does that mean y'all shared one? In other words, you would take her places and
Yes, ma'am.
child places? And what was your habit in terms of getting her child to daycare?
We took him to different places, his grandmother's, to the daycare center in Parsons, a couple different places.
On April the 13th, do you remember where he was going at that time?
Yeah, we were taking him to his grandmother's in Perry County.
His grandmother's in what county?
Perry County.
Perry County. Now, do you remember something that sort of interrupted the morning routine with getting you and your ex-wife and the child to the right places? Did something happen?
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury, because they want to hear it?
Okay. About 7:50, sometime like that, I heard some arguing going on next door. So I kind of.
We're going to do a quick sidebar because I think there's an important question. So I'm going to rely on the exoneration registry here for their data. So this is only going to comprise of, oh, this is not a good view. That's not either. Of cases that they've tracked as being full exonerations. And exonerations are a small fraction of convictions, very small fraction. So let's look at the stats on contributing factors. Well, actually, did they give us a total? Yeah. So we're looking at 3,756 total records. So all of these numbers we're about to read are all out of 3,756 records. So false confession was a contributing factor in 479 of those. False or misleading forensic evidence was a contributing factor in a third of those, 1,084. Inadequate legal defense, 1,051. Mistaken witness ID, 1,018. Official misconduct, 2,277. And then perjury or false accusation, 2,424 out of 3,756 total cases. Perjury and false accusation were a contributing factor, 2,424 times. So it's really rough to comprehend. I think everybody is well-intentioned when they cannot imagine why people would lie. Why would more than one person lie? But it happens, and it happens more often, way more often than I think. I understand why we don't want to believe that. It's not fun. It's not comfortable. It's not, I wouldn't lie about something like that. So how could somebody else? And how can more than one person get it wrong? And sometimes it's just a mistake. But when we have false accusations, there's usually an intent to lie, right? Potentially to cover up for yourself or someone else that you know. And it's just, I don't think any of us want to imagine that people could put someone else to jail, could get someone to a death penalty because they'd lie or because they'd engage in misconduct. Mistaken witness ID can be sketchy, but usually it's not intentional. Sometimes the intent is in the way the photo lineups are conducted, and it's not really the witness's fault. And then something that's false, maybe they got it wrong at the time and they didn't know, but yeah. So I think these stats are so important. If you guys want to deep dive down into this, you can check that out over here. But it's a huge question. Why would somebody lie? Why would more than one person say the same story if it wasn't true? And just because that's hard to swallow, it happens. It happens.
I looked through the trees to see what was going on and couldn't see anything at all. And she started screaming a little, and then she quit. And my girlfriend came outside, so I told her to get in the truck, and we went down and we sat at the end of the driveway for a few minutes and didn't see or hear anything, so we went ahead and went on to work.
All right, before we go any further, you were outside when you first heard the screaming?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you heard or what words you heard?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody and she said stop, but I said stop.
Stop, I said stop.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that, when you heard that, did it sound frantic to you, or did you just think someone was messing around?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody she knew. I mean, it didn't sound nothing serious, really. I mean,
At that point?
Yeah.
Okay, did something happen, or did you hear additional screams later that made you actually
Hey,
walk to the
Dolly
tree line?
Crew.
yeah, she kind of cut out mid-scream.
Come on in.
And it just didn't sound right. And so, and my dogs were raising Cain, so I kind of went over there to see what was going on. And like I said, I couldn't see anything from where I was at.
How long did the screaming last?
This judge retired.
Maybe a minute and a half. I mean,
And other than no and stop, did you hear, and you said her, did it sound like it was a female's voice?
Yeah.
Other than the no and the stop, did you hear any other words?
No.
Got an answer?
No.
Thank you. All right, now you said that you finished loading up your car with your ex-wife and the child, and that you went down your driveway, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And went to the base of the Bobo's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually turn up in the driveway?
Just barely. I just kind of pulled my truck up in there and stopped.
And did you pull your truck up in it, but still aiming like you were going to be driving down the road, or did you pull it up facing the house?
I actually pulled up facing the house.
Okay, how long did you sit there?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
Did you hear anything else?
Nothing. We turned the engine off. There were no vehicles, no nothing.
So at that point, you didn't have anything to worry about, I guess.
I thought so.
I'm sorry?
I thought so.
Okay, and so then you continue on your way?
Well, we left and we made it about to Parsons, and which is about 4 or 5 minutes away. And me and my girlfriend just wouldn't drop it, so we called my mom and had her call Miss Carey.
You said you called your mom. Did you ask your mom whether or not she had heard anything?
Yeah, I asked her if she had heard them arguing earlier that morning.
And had she?
No.
And you said you had your mom, or asked your mom to call Miss Karen. Did you know where Miss Karen worked?
Yes.
Okay, and actually your mom used to work there as well?
Yes. And my previous ex-wife.
Okay. Your previous ex-wife, so everybody coming to your phone, all right.
Number 2.
And after telling your mother that information, did you go into work?
Yes.
And later on in the day, did you, I guess, receive some information that you thought was probably related to what you heard?
Yeah, the TBI said that they needed me to come home because they had to question me immediately.
You got to speak up.
The TBI told me that I had to come home because they had to question me immediately.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Um,
I got there at 11:50.
and I think it's pretty obvious from the fact that who you're with and the baby, you dropped the baby off to your ex-wife to work or on the job, but you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Holly Bobo.
No, ma'am.
Right. Just you happened to have heard something, told your mom, and your mom called Kara Bobo.
Yes.
Let me fast forward two photographs. Let's take a look at the first one. Do you recognize what that is?
Sort of.
What does it look like?
It's the side of their garage or their house. The side of their garage or their house.
All right. And does it show the edge of where your property might start, or the direction that your property would be in?
I think I'd be more over here.
Okay. Let me show you the second picture. Do you recognize this?
Yeah. I would be right here, right below those 2 pine trees.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that these 2 photographs be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
All right, the exhibit 15 and 16.
I'm going to ask Mr. Ragland to put the first picture up on the screen, and if you'll still speak up, I want you to tell the jury what you were telling me.
So, Mel, you're picking up the correct details. So he did say, he was home, he has a wife and he has a kid when this is happening. And then he does say he gets in the car with girlfriend is the term that he uses. But I'm wondering if that just means since this was happening back in 2011, she may have been the girlfriend at the time, but between 2011 and whenever the time it seems like they're now divorced, it could have been years, because we're in 2025 right now. They become married. So he's interchangeably referring to her as wife and then girlfriend as he's thinking back, well, she was my girlfriend then. So that's how I looked at that switch of terminology. I think it's innocuous.
Do you recognize the side of this building to be?
Yes, I think that's the garage.
Okay. And would your house be to the left or to the right?
Over there.
This way?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
pointer is?
Yes, to the right.
And what is between the 2 houses?
A pond.
A pond? Now I'm going to ask the next exhibit to be placed. And what do you recognize this to be?
Picture facing over towards my house.
All right, I'm going to pass you the pointer and ask if you can show the jury. Step up and look right there. If you can show the jury where your house is.
Well, my house is about right there, but when the event happened, I was standing in the tree line about right there, right below those 2 pine trees.
All right. And so from that distance, you said it's about 750 feet.
Somewhere in there.
It's quiet there.
Yeah.
And you were
especially in the morning.
right. And you were able to hear the screams from the area of the Bobo house.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your dogs heard them too.
Yes. Oh, you ain't getting in bed.
One moment. Mr. Barnes, I don't have any more questions. The defense probably has.
All right, cross-examination, please.
Yes, sir. Let me turn this off so it shines the bright in my eyes.
Mr. Barnes, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I am representing Zach Adams in this case. He's the defendant. Now, I wanted to clarify a few things from your testimony. Maybe I couldn't hear you. You're somewhat soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe I misunderstood, but in fact, your mother was she was at your house that morning or on the property that morning, wasn't she?
Yeah, she had left pretty early that morning.
But she was, well, first let me just go through. You gave multiple statements to the police and different law enforcement agency over time, didn't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you were interviewed that very same day that Holly disappeared, April the 13th, weren't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that your memory and your statement that you gave that morning is probably the most accurate of all the statements, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Because it was so fresh in time to the incident. Okay. And in that statement, you agree that it was around 7:45 that you were loading tools into your pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what kind of truck did you have on that day?
A really old 87 F-150.
Okay, and what color was it?
Black.
Okay. And it had space in the truck for the car seat, you and your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And it was when you were outside when you're loading these tools in the truck, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's while you were loading the tools in the truck that you began to hear a girl screaming.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounded like it was coming from the direction of the neighbor's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your first thought was someone was playing or chasing a girl around.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe even that they had a snake because of the way that the girl was screaming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the girl was screaming, "Stop, stop, don't." Is that correct? Okay. And when you heard this, you walked a little closer to the property in the tree line, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You looked through the trees, but you did not see anything at the time.
Nothing.
And the screaming seemed to last for just 1 or 2 minutes. Sometime after the screaming stopped, your ex-wife, Cassie Bates, came outside. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She got in your truck, and you asked her if she had heard screams.
Yes.
And she said no. And you started to leave. That's when you left.
The witness didn't answer that question.
I'm sorry. I think you nodded your
I
head.
said yes.
Okay. She said no, and you answered.
What did I say to Casey?
Oh, okay,
Is
strike
that what you're asking me?
I just wanted you to repeat your last answer. I think your last answer was no.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Could you please repeat it?
That's where it gets confusing. She entered the truck. You asked her if she had heard anything, and she answered
No, she didn't hear anything.
correct. And there were 2 different ways that you could have taken off that morning to go to drop your stepson off at daycare, weren't
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
One way was a direction away from the Bobo home, and one way was where you would pass the Bobo home. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And usually you took the other direction away from the Bobo home, didn't you?
Yeah, because it's a gravel road and
Right.
junky.
But because of what you had heard that morning, and it was so unusual, you decided to change your normal course of behavior, didn't you?
Immediately.
Because after the way that your dogs, your animals there around you even reacted to the screams they were hearing, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Matter of fact, they put their ears back and they kind of cowered down, didn't they?
Yes.
And that meant something to you too also, didn't it?
Yeah.
So you decided you would drive past the Bobo house.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you drove past the Bobo house, you slowed down to look, didn't you?
And I pulled in their driveway.
Pulled in their driveway and paused for a few minutes.
Turned the engine off.
What?
I turned the engine off.
Okay. Turn
So that
the
way I
engine
could
off.
hear anybody. There was nothing.
Because had you heard anybody at that moment, you would have gone and further investigated, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
And even when you heard someone screaming, you did not ever hear this woman that was screaming yell help, did you?
No, ma'am.
If you'd have heard somebody yell help, you would have gone to help, wouldn't you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you heard nothing when you paused in the driveway and turned off the engine, did you?
Nothing.
And there were no cars in the driveway?
Nothing.
Okay. And from the time that you were in your driveway You didn't see any cars pass your house, did you?
No, absolutely nobody came out, even going the opposite direction from their house, because I kept an eye on the place from the time that I went from the place where I was getting the tools till I got in the vehicle to go down there.
Okay. And so after you pass the Bobo's house, there's not another street between your house and the Bobo house, is there?
No, ma'am.
I mean, there's no T-bone or cross street or anything?
No.
And after you pass the Bobo's house, there's a small logging road on the left-hand side as you're driving north.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you look down that logging road?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything?
Nothing.
And did you see any cars on the right-hand side of the road?
No.
Okay. And then just a little further down, you get to a stop sign, don't you? Does that area there, that road down there have a name?
Five Forks.
Five
is what they
Forks
call
Road.
it.
Okay. And did you see any cars there?
No, ma'am.
And that's where you turned and you went on your way towards Perry County, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Through Parsons.
Through Parsons, yes. And then, but it's when you got to the Five Forks corner that you stopped and made a telephone call, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because even though you had seen nothing and you had heard nothing, you were still so disturbed by the screaming that you wanted to let your mother know about it.
Yeah, it didn't seem right.
And so you called your mother and asked her to call Terry Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
And you used a cell phone that morning to make that call.
Yeah.
And are you aware that that call was made at 7:47?
I didn't know what time it was.
If your cell phone records show that it was made at 7:47, would that be accurate?
Yeah, I would say so.
Because I think initially, at some point, you said that you had heard that screaming sometime between 7:40 and 7:45 was when you heard the initial screams.
I was outside at the time. I don't know exactly what time it was. I went outside about 7:15 to start loading up. I mean,
Okay.
the best I can do is give you a guess of what time it was.
Sure.
I mean,
Because you weren't wearing a watch, you weren't keeping track of time. Okay. And at some point later that morning, your mother called you and told you to return home.
well, actually, I had numerous messages from her and the TBI and several
Okay.
others indicating that I had to come home for questioning.
Okay. And so you left and you came back to your house.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you said you heard somebody yelling, stop, stop, don't. But at some point, you even acknowledged that you had heard the person yelling, stop, God damn it, stop it. Do you
Yeah,
remember that?
when it started escalating towards the end, yes.
So there were actually some curse words that were coming out.
One.
Okay. And so eventually you were questioned multiple times by the TBI and the FBI over this incident, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, you became a prime suspect in this matter, didn't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
And one of the reasons that they didn't believe you is because they thought that you...
I'm going to object about how can he possibly know why
Why they didn't believe you, improper question,
Well-
objection sustained.
Okay. Was there an issue that they questioned about your testimony or your version of the story?
And I'm going to object to hearsay if she's asking what a TBI agent questioned him about.
The questions, I think, are
Objection
specific.
sustained.
They're excluded by the hearsay rule.
Objection abstained. Sustained.
So,
If it helps you any, I don't know why.
what?
I said if it helps you any, I don't know why anyway.
Okay. Okay.
You can ask for different ways.
But you were brought in, and actually, at some point, you were questioned for hours.
Several times.
Several times in a small room.
Yes, ma'am.
And the TBI and the FBI continually came to your house and to your mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that dogs that day you were tracking Holly's scent over to your house?
With my dogs?
No, other tracking dogs
Oh, yes,
followed the
ma'am.
scent to your house that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When the whole time you were not involved in the disappearance of Holly Bobo, were you?
No, ma'am.
And you were simply trying to be a good Samaritan by calling the neighbor, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard someone that you thought sounded like they were in trouble and you were trying to help them, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. The TBI would eventually had you write out a statement, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
In this statement, you wrote, "My name is James Barnes. I provided a written..."
Object. That's not an improper way to ask a question. We don't read statements.
Unless it's prior inconsistent or something like that, it's not used.
Well, I can ask him if these statements are true. I'd like to ask you if these things are true.
All right, then don't go with the statement. It's asking if it's true.
Yes.
I thought I already had to sign something to that effect,
Okay.
saying that my statement was true under penalty of law.
If there's an objection, you need to just hold on for a minute, okay? Because I might
I'm
not
sorry.
allow the question, I might. Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
What I was gonna say is, she said she wanted to know if these things are true. She can ask him any question. If he answers inconsistently,
That's what I just said. Okay, let's move on.
You recognize the scream that morning as being that of a young girl.
Yes, ma'am.
You had met Holly before.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize it as what you thought was Holly's voice.
Yes, ma'am.
You were outside by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Cassie Bates was still inside.
Yes, ma'am.
Your mother, Kathy Wise, was at home also.
No, she wasn't home at the time.
She was in her home.
No.
So your mother, Cassie Bates, not Kathy, your mother, Kathy Wise, you're now saying she was not at home?
I don't think she was at home.
Where do you think now she was?
I think she had went to town for something.
Okay.
If she had been home, she'd have been out there helping me load up tools. I know her.
Now, she didn't live in town, did she?
No.
Okay. She lived on the property?
Between there and her new place in Lawrenceburg.
Okay. Okay. When she lived on the property, did she live in the barn behind your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now I'd like to ask about a prior inconsistent statement, Your Honor.
Hey, all right. Does it follow what you just asked me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may.
So when you made your written statement, didn't you in fact say that my mother, Kathy Wise, was in her home, the barn behind my house?
I don't know what I put in the written statement. That was 6 years ago. But if she was home and I said she was in there, then she may have been. But I don't recall her being home.
Okay. So now it's just a fuzzy memory for you.
That's what 7 years does.
Yes. And just in case not everybody knows, Perry County is east of Parsons, Tennessee, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. The next county over.
Towards the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Do you remember what your telephone number was at the time?
No.
Okay. At some point, things grew very uncomfortable between your family and the Bobo family, didn't they?
Yes.
And it grew uncomfortable between your mother and the Bobo family, didn't it?
Yes.
Do you still live on that property?
Yes.
Did your mother live there anymore?
No.
And you said earlier she'd moved to Lawrence County.
She was in the process of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what part of the process she was at that time. I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a long time.
Okay. If I could have one. Would it be accurate to say that for over a year, the TBI continually came around your house to attempt to get you to confess?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything else for the director? Okay.
would it also be accurate to say that you didn't have anything to do with it?
Yes, ma'am.
One last question about the series of questions about how you perceived the screams. They were frightening enough to you that when you heard them or when it stopped, you actually got a cold chill.
Oh yeah, my hair stood up everywhere, and I looked around, and every one of my dogs, they were on the ground, their ears were up, and Cassie walked outside right then, and I just told her, I screamed at her, I said, "Get the truck now!" And she thought she'd done something wrong or something.
It was that.
But we got down there within about 45 seconds.
It was that impactful to you, though.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right. You step down, Mr. Barnes, you're free to excuse or you might have a courtroom. Call your name.
Karen Bobo.
Karen Bobo. Oh, she's here. I forgot she's your rep too. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated and state your name for the record and spell first and last.
Karen Bobo, KarenBobo.
Let me say counsel up here just a minute. We'll close our door first thing. I think everybody already knew what I mentioned, but. Did you stay on?
I did, sir.
Was it just okay?
It is okay.
Thank you.
Just brief. Earlier, you were in court, present in court earlier when Dana Bobo testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's your husband.
It is.
How long ago you married?
35 years.
You have 2 children together,
2 children, Clint and Holly.
and Holly's date of birth.
10/12/90.
And the whole time that she was alive, where did you live? And you also want to ask you to speak up. That was hard. I want everybody cover you with your okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Holly ever move out of the house, or did she, once she graduated from high school and started college, did she stay in your house?
Yes, she'd always stayed in our house. She never moved out.
There's been some mention today about her being in a nursing program. So let me ask you, when did she graduate from high school?
She graduated in 09.
Did she go to college first?
She did. She actually took a couple classes in high school, college classes, and then after graduating high school, she went to college for a year.
Where did she go?
Jackson State, Lexington campus.
And after that year, did she transfer to a different program?
She did. It was a bridging program, a 12-month program that bridged into the RN program, and they were a handpicked, I believe, 25, and they called and asked her if she would be in that program.
Okay, and where did she take classes after her first year at Jackson?
The nursing class was at UT Martin Parsons campus,
And how far away from your home was this UT Martin Parsons?
about 6 miles.
Was it a rigorous program?
Very rigorous.
How many days a week did Holly go to school?
Holly went to school 4 days a week. She was off on Friday.
How did she spend her Fridays?
She spent her Fridays house cleaning. She would usually get up pretty early, clean the house so she could have the afternoon to do something else.
What were Dana's hours back in that time?
To the best of my memory, he probably left home around 5:30 and got home around 5:30 or 6 in the afternoon.
And he was working for McKinsey Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about you? How did you spend your days?
I spent my day teaching 2nd grade at Scottsdale Elementary School. I usually tried, my goal was always to leave at by 7 o'clock, and I got home around 3:30 every day.
And what about Clint?
Clint was working part-time and going to school at UT Martin in Martin 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Your husband said that he was a social worker. Was he already a social worker at that time?
No, ma'am. He was working at the nursing home.
Studying to be what?
Studying to be a social worker.
So is it fair to say that during the day, Monday through Friday, except when Holly was off on Fridays, generally, was everybody gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who left first most days, Holly or Clint?
Most days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, Clint left early, like at 6 o'clock. I think his first class was at 8 at Martin. And then on Monday and Wednesday, I believe Holly left first.
And this routine, this family life, was that pretty, did it just repeat itself week after week? You guys
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
work, Holly going to school, Clint doing both?
Yes, ma'am. Very routine.
You saw me put a picture of a young lady up on the overhead earlier. Who is that?
That's my daughter, Holly.
Now, I want to draw your attention April 13th, 2011, okay? And ask, do you remember what day of the week that was?
Wednesday.
And was that Wednesday very much like every other Wednesday in your household?
It was.
Do you remember if Holly had anything special going on in school?
When I got up that morning, Holly's door was closed. Clint's door was open. So I closed his door. He snores, plus he had a surround sound. I think the television was on in the surround sound, so I closed his door and opened hers. And she was sitting on the bed studying. I think she told me she'd been up since 4:30 that morning studying. So I went on about my business, getting ready. And then later, I packed her lunch. And then she asked me to get her some muffins.
Let me stop you here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, this conversation that you had with her when she was sitting on her bed, did she see herself?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything was normal.
Everything was very normal.
Then you said she was studying for a test?
She was. They had a test just about every day, but depending on what they were studying, as to how much she had to study extra. So it must have been something pretty hard.
Because she was already up.
Because she was already up.
Okay, you said you went on about your business. At some point, did Holly leave her bedroom and go somewhere else in the house?
She did. She left her bedroom and evidently had taken a shower and put her clothes on.
Why do you say that?
Because when I left, she was sitting at the dining room table studying. And she asked me, could I grab her some muffins, because I usually fixed muffins every other morning. And I remember telling her yes. And I got them out of the refrigerator and put them in the microwave. And I said, just heat them up. I'm in a hurry. Got to go.
You said you made her lunch. What you did with that?
I think I stuck it back in the refrigerator. So that's what I did every morning. I made her lunch and then stuck it back in the fridge.
And did you notice or see lunch/gas money that had been left somewhere in the kitchen by your husband?
Yes, at some point in time, I picked up the $20 bill. And I guess Holly must have been in the shower, because I went into her bedroom and I was afraid she would forget it. Because that's just how I was, always doing everything, making sure nobody forgot anything. So I took the money and I actually put it in her wallet, in her purse.
And did you tell her goodbye?
I did. Told her goodbye and I loved her.
Where was she when you told her that?
She was sitting at the dining room table studying.
Do you remember what time you left for work?
Around 7.
And when you left, what door did you go out?
I went out the back door, the door I always used.
Now, there have been some pictures of the attached carport. Did you see those pictures today?
I did.
Is that the area that you parked your car in?
Yes, ma'am.
If we are standing outside of the carport looking at the cars, who parked where?
Holly parked on this side.
Left or right? If we're looking at the rear of the cars.
If you're looking at the rear of the cars, hers will be on the left and mine would be on the right. So I had to walk past her car to get to my car.
Was your car there?
Her car was there.
Everything seemed normal in your garage or in your carport?
Yes.
Did you see or hear anything that concerns you?
No.
You said you left approximately 7. When you got how long did it take you to get to school?
It takes me about 25 minutes.
Did you do anything special while you were in the car driving?
I talked to a friend of mine, Tina Cruz, on the phone.
And frankly, is that
Thank you,
something
Derek,
you
for the
did
sticker.
nearly every day?
Yes. She had a long drive. I had a long drive. So we usually talked every morning on the way to school.
And did any text or any calls come in while you were talking to Tina that interrupted that conversation?
Yes, Holly tried to call me.
Did you hang up with Tina or did you not pick up on with Holly?
I can't remember if I waited till I got to school to call Holly and pulled in the parking lot, or if I let Tina go and talk to Holly then.
But you talked to Holly on the phone after you left your house about the time you were getting to school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Holly once or more than once?
More than once.
And what in the world were you talking about since she had a test and it's time for you to go to work?
Well, she told me that she had spoken with Drew. She talked to Drew on the phone, and that he was on my mom's property turkey hunting, and he had run into my cousin's son, and that they had questioned him and wanted to know who gave him permission to hunt.
So he had permission to hunt, right?
He did. It was just kind of a blanket permission.
So based on that conversation, did you make some other calls, reach out, call your mother, do that kind of thing?
Yes, I don't remember in which order, but I called Drew and asked him, was everything okay? And he told me that Bo had asked him about who gave him permission. He told him that Holly's grandmother, and told him that he was Holly's boyfriend. And then I called my mom and told her that Drew was over there hunting. And then I called Holly back and told her everything was okay.
And when you called her back to say everything was okay, did you know at that time whether she was still at home or did you think she had left school?
No, she was still, I think she was still at home.
Wait, that's something you didn't ask her.
I didn't ask her, no. But by the timing, I thought she was still at home.
So did all of these sort of back and forth calls with your mom and Holly and Drew, did that cause you to be a minute late to get into your classroom or to get into school?
Yes, it did. And we're not supposed to have our cell phones with us. So I left my phone in my room and I walked to the cafeteria where my students already were, and the other second grade teacher was watching both classes.
And so the other teacher had actually had to carry your kids to the cafeteria.
Yes.
Right. And you said you left your phone in your room.
Yes.
Your classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember about what time breakfast at Scotts Hill, is it elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Happened, like what time was that when you were in the cafeteria with the kids?
We usually went to breakfast, I think about 7:35 or 7:40, somewhere around there.
So they were already there and you walked in?
Yes.
Nevertheless, was it before 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your plan that you would be the one to take the kids back to the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that?
No.
Tell the jury what happened.
I hadn't been in the cafeteria very long, and the secretary of the school came to the cafeteria and she said that the neighbor had called and said she didn't want to alarm me, but she thought she heard screams coming from the house. So that's not a phone call that I got every day. I'd never gotten a phone call like that. So I almost instantly got into a panic at that point, walking pretty fast back to in the school because our cafeteria is outside the school. So I go back inside the building and I went and used the phone and I called.
Where did you go? Did you go back to the building? Where?
To the library, to the closest phone I could get to, which was normally would have been the office phone, but I must have looked over there and there were parents bringing their kids in. So that's why I used the library phone. But I called Clint and I asked my son Clint, what's going on? And he said, did Holly not have school today? And I said, yes, why? And he said, well, I think she's out here with Drew. And I don't know what made me say it. This instant panic came over me and I said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors, I think is what I said. And then I ran over to the office and I called 911. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I remember they said it was Henderson County. We live in Decatur County, so I hung up. I think I fell on the floor at that point. And I guess I called Clint back, but I don't really remember now if it was from the library phone or the office phone. And he was still talking about, was Holly not going to school today when she turkey hunting with Drew? And I said, that's not Drew. And at some point I said, get a gun and shoot him. And I remember Clint saying, you want me to shoot Drew? And then a friend of mine and co-worker, Terry Bromley, I think she pulled me up out of the floor and she was pulling me to her. We were trying to get to her vehicle. And as soon as we got to her vehicle, I called 911 again and I got Decatur County that time.
So Terry Bromley is a friend and a co-worker?
Friend, co-worker, used to be Holly's basketball coach.
So somebody that had known Holly
since she was in 6th grade, maybe.
You said Miss Bromley was pulling you towards where?
Toward the gym. She parked in front of the gym.
So she was going to take you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in any shape to drive at that?
No.
Did you have your cell phone?
I didn't.
Because
it was down in my room.
Did Terry start heading back towards your house?
Yes.
You said 25 minutes if you're not speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
And you made another phone call. Whose phone did you use?
Terry's.
And who did you call?
I called 911 with her phone.
And you got somebody that time on the phone?
I did.
Look at a disc and see if you can tell us if you recognize it or not.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize this disc as opposed to every other disc?
Because I initialed it.
What is it?
It's my 911 call.
Your Honor, ask that we mark this as the next number exhibit.
We are 17. We did evidence exhibit 17.
You initialed it. Did you initial it after listening?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this truly reflect what you told the 911 operator on your way back home?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're on their way, sweetie. I got everybody on their way right now already. Do we know? Say, can't see them, but are they in a vehicle? Okay. Okay. All right. I've got option there. I'm gonna let them know. Okay.
Mom was trying to type of.
on their way, sweetie. They're on the way right now. Okay, and this is going, hey, what's your daughter's name, okay? Okay, this is Holly. Okay, and she's, what, 16, 17? She's 20. Okay, she's 20. All right. 20-year-old female, blonde hair. Yeah, male perfect, camouflage. Drug her off through the woods. That's the way behind your house here? Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be right there, head to her house. Yeah. Okay, I got one on the way, you know, everybody is on the way.
Did Terry drive you home?
Yes, she did.
When you got there, what was going on at the house?
I think I remember seeing two. I remember seeing Jeremy Pratt because I knew him. He went to church with us.
Who was that?
He was a police officer for Decatur County. And he told me I couldn't go around to the back of the house. I couldn't go in the woods. I remember just slinging him off on me, and I took off running. Terry and I both took off running. I do remember seeing Clint when I got there. I think he was standing out beside the cop car. I remember seeing Kathy Wise, my neighbor. And I remember her saying, "You can't go around to the back of the house." And I think I fell down then too.
As the morning wore on, did more people come?
More people came.
Did more law enforcement come?
They did.
You have any idea how many people were out there at your house, in the yard, roads, woods?
I don't know.
At some point that day, were you asked to leave your house so that law enforcement could do some work there?
Sometime, I think it was around lunch, maybe.
Did y'all do that?
We did.
How long was it before you went back to the house?
Friday night. That was on Wednesday. We went back and got some clothes. Maybe the next day. But we didn't stay at our house again until late that Friday night.
You said you took off running to the woods with Terry. What were you doing? What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to find Holly.
And is that what you devoted yourself to from that moment forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next days and weeks, did your life change dramatically from what it was when you got up that Wednesday morning?
It did. It went from just a average family, very routine, to it was day and night, and that's about it. We didn't keep up with the time. We were just looking for Holly, and our house was full of people once we got back home. And then I started keeping notebooks and keeping notes, and we'd turn all the tips and leads in, but then we'd also follow up on them too. And we went to people's homes, questioning them, and then the people weren't home, and we thought a building looked abandoned or something. We'd just go in it. We were just constantly searching day and night.
Not just you though, right?
No, it was
A lot of people.
a lot of people. I don't think my sister or some of my teacher friends went back to school the rest of that year. And then we searched all summer, and then I didn't go to work. I didn't go back that whole next year.
You said you didn't go back to work?
No, I didn't. My mom moved in with us and lived with us because I wasn't capable of taking care of myself, basically.
I'm gonna pass you a stack of 8 pictures. Keep them in this order and look at them and tell me when you're finished, okay? Do you recognize what is in each of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
What do they show?
They show the inside of our house.
Just parts of the inside of your house or all of it?
No, just parts of it.
I'm gonna ask that those be marked as the next numbered exhibits.
18 through, what's 8?
What do we leave off? 18? 26.
18 through 26, okay.
We can begin with number. Begin with number 18. I'm just look over your left shoulder. Maybe to the right a little bit, 'cause it's-
No, you're in the hallway. I saw her yesterday, you get two mark through. Let me do it.
Okay, looking at, while they're fixing the lights, looking at what's been marked as exhibit 18. What is the jury looking at right in this room?
That's our living room.
And this door?
That's our front door.
All right, so if you come in the front door, do you walk directly into the living room?
Yes.
What is this open door in the rear?
That's
Or the left?
mine and Dana's bedroom.
On the other side of this wall, is what? If you were to go around,
That's our bedroom and then bathroom and closet.
where is the carport in relation to this room?
At the back, going that way, the back of the living room.
Okay. Next one, please. Is exhibit 19 the same room but from a different angle?
That's the same room. That's our front door.
This right here.
That there were side lights on each side of the door.
You're saying the word side lights?
Side lights.
And was this structure on both sides?
Yes.
You could stand on the inside and see outside
Yes.
without opening the door?
Yes.
And what is this room down here?
And that's our den.
Okay. Again, is this the front?
Yes.
Same front door? On
Yes.
Different side light?
Yes.
What's through this door?
That's where you walk into the kitchen, then dining room, then the other bathroom and Clinton Holly's bedrooms.
Next one. This doorway, which room are we looking into?
That's Holly's bedroom.
And is this the view you have from standing in the hall?
Right when you walk through the door.
Okay. Next one. What is this?
That's her bed. And
What are these and what's this?
that's where she had her pillows up against the wall studying that morning. And that's her comforter. Her cowboy hat.
And is this the way her bedding and room looked when you last saw her sitting there?
Yes.
Before she moved to the kitchen table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned bathroom.
That would be the bathroom that Clinton Holly used. And if you come out of the bathroom, you can see into Holly's bedroom.
This door frame right here?
Yes.
Looking into Holly's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is this?
And that's the dirty clothes hamper beside the vanity in Clinton Holly's bathroom.
Who pretty routinely left her hairdryer there on top of the dirty clothes?
That would be Holly.
And is this the way, I guess, what this looked like to the right of the vanity? Is this where she actually put her dirty clothes?
Yes.
And the last one. You didn't put that yellow placard there, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you asked, but nevertheless, this is the same dirty clothes basket?
Yes, that's the same one. That's Holly's jeans, and that's that pink. That's her t-shirt.
All right, we can turn the lights back up. Were you asked to retrieve something? Were you asked to retrieve something out of Holly's belongings out of the dirty clothes basket by law enforcement?
Yes.
What were you asked to find?
They asked me to. I think they asked me to get a pair of her panties.
And did you find a pair of her panties?
Yes, I did.
Out of that basket?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide those to law enforcement?
I did.
I'm looking for lessons already now. I'm going to pass forward a bag and gloves. If you don't have to take them out, you don't have to. But look in there and tell me if you recognize.
Those are Holly's panties?
Are those the panties that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I ask this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection, exhibit 27.
Is it 26 or 27?
Yes, 26.
It's 26.
Somebody added.
I probably said it.
Somebody told me
I think I did.
8 plus 18 would be 26, but if it starts with 18, it's actually 25, so this is 26.
And were you, did you know why they wanted that particular item of clothing from Holly?
I did not.
They just asked you for it and then you turned it up to them?
I did.
I asked you a few minutes ago what door you left when going to work that morning.
The back door.
So if you walk out your back door, are there any steps down to the carport or is it smooth?
You walk out onto the back deck and then directly to your left as you're going out, you'll go down 2 steps into the carport.
To get to your car, how did you get to your car? What did you pass by?
I passed by Holly's car.
And in passing to get to Holly's car, did you go down those steps?
I went down those steps in front of her car, around to my car.
I'm going to pass forward 2 photographs. Do you recognize the steps concreted in the front of a car?
I do.
In fact, the front of one of the cars is a license plate tag that you recognize.
Yes.
And what are these pictures of? Whose house, whose carport?
It's ours.
Are these steps that you walked down to get to your car on April the 13th?
Yes.
Ask if you mark as your next number to exhibit, your honor.
Okay, did you wish to publish the last 2 or not?
I was that published.
It's in 28 can be published.
Yeah, we got to, let me get a stick on them first.
Right.
And then yes, sir.
What's it?
Placing exhibit 27 on the overhead. Here, when you look down the steps that morning,
That blow is not there.
when you walk, are these the steps you talked about?
Those are the steps, but that blow is not there. But I did see it later that day.
Can you let that woman, this is directly how you walk?
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen it?
I would have seen that blood. It was not there.
All right, next exhibit, please. So this is the way you came out the back door, walked down the deck, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Steps down. What about these drops?
They weren't there.
Can't hear you.
They weren't there.
You said that over the next weeks and months, you didn't go back to school, you just sort of did a lot of searching and following up on leads, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually look in abandoned buildings and structures that weren't abandoned, just whatever you could look, you looked?
Yes.
Was your number, your cell number, like out there in the public? And had it been,
Yes. I think I even had it put on a card at some point in time
so that people could call you?
so that people could call.
And at some point, did you get a call from a young lady that identified herself as Adnisha Pressure?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that phone call to the jury?
She called me and she said, I think I have Holly's, this is Holly's, I'm not sure exactly what she said, but I think she said, is this Holly's mom? And I said, yes. And she said she had Holly's SIM card. And so I told Dana and Clint, and they agreed to go meet her.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you got that, did you actually think that somebody did have her SIM card?
I did, but Dana didn't.
And so did Dana go someplace to meet this woman who had called, or this young lady that had called?
Yes, him and Clint went, and
they returned with something.
They did. And while they was gone, I called. I don't remember if I called the TBI or the local law enforcement and told them about it.
And did law enforcement come to your house?
They did. They came and got the SIM card that night.
So you sort of answered my next question. Did they bring the SIM card back?
Yes, they did.
And then you turned it over to law enforcement? That
Yes.
night? Did you put it in a phone or check it out to see if it was hers or not?
No.
You just turned it over?
Yes.
Did you, in the course of, I guess, trying to help law enforcement look for Holly, did you even provide them a list of things that were in her purse?
I did,
How did you know what was in her purse?
because I'd put the money in her purse that morning, and I knew what was in her purse because her wallet, she and I bought when we went to Maurice's together, and her purse. I'm sure I probably bought the pencil bag, or we got it together because Holly, she never wanted to go. She hated to shop. So usually if she shopped, we went together. I'd just pick up something and it was fine with her.
So were you able to give law enforcement a whole list of things that they should be on the lookout for that would have been in her purse?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also describe for them what she was wearing that morning, since you saw her studying at the kitchen table?
Yes, I did.
And what was she wearing?
She was wearing a pair of jeans and a girly girl t-shirt.
What does that mean?
They said name brand, and in the back of it said, I think it said, "Don't squat with your spurs on." And then I didn't know what kind of shoes she was wearing because she didn't have her shoes on. But when I went to her closet, I was able to tell them by what pair was missing. And I didn't, of course, see her in her bra and panties, but I was also able to tell them what bra and panties was missing because I did most of the laundry. Even though Holly house cleaned, she didn't do much laundry.
And what kind of shoes did you tell law enforcement that Holly was wearing?
A pair of black Old Navy flip-flops.
So,
And we had actually talked about that morning because she had, not that she was going to wear flip-flops, but she had asked me what the weather was going to be. I said, I think it's kind of going to be cool this morning, but hot in the afternoon.
and that was during the time when she was studying for her test?
Yes.
Do you remember today what kind of test it was or what she had to turn in that day?
No, I don't.
I want you to look at one document and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
That's her, where she had to study for her drug, names of different drugs, I think, but that is definitely her handwriting.
Is there a date on the paper?
4/13/11.
You're gonna ask if this be marked the next time you consider it.
Right, number 29.
Think we can publish that?
We're not going to see what it's like to read.
You said, while we're doing that, you said she had been working on some med cards for different drugs. It says drug card rate sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose writing is this?
That's Holly's writing.
And what's the date?
4/13/2011.
That's the last morning you saw her.
It is.
You said you,
Before the jury can go to deliberations, you'll have all these physical exhibits. So I mean, you can't see it clearly as you like, you'll actually have the exhibit up there.
did you pack your lunch that day?
I did.
What or which box? What?
Remember, it had polka dots on it, and it had her initials.
Across the side, and ask you to look at the contents of the side.
Pull it up. It's her Holly's lunchbox. Yes, ma'am.
I want you to unzip it.
Oh no.
Is that the sandwich you made for her?
Yes.
Is that her lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
You left that morning, that was in the refrigerator. Your Honor, I'm not gonna pass it. May I have permission just to hold it up?
Yes.
I asked you a little while ago whether you were able to provide law enforcement the list of things that Holly had with her in her purse, if her purse was with her, right?
Yes.
You felt pretty comfortable that you would, with the items or what you told them that she had, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll show you one more item. What is this?
It looks like her purse.
Is that her purse?
Her purse.
The straps are gone, and do you recognize that as being hers? Ask it to be marked as the next number.
In the evidence is exhibit 31.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to let you. I know it's very emotional. It's hard.
You might have to get a little closer to the mic.
That is her purse. It's very hard to look at all that stuff all tattered and torn because it didn't look like that morning. But that's her purse.
Did you tell TBI that there would be a camera in her purse?
I did.
Do you recognize this?
That's her camera.
Next number exhibit, Your Honor?
32.
Holly's car was still there, though, right? At your house? You got back?
Yes, it was.
But did you tell TBI that she had keys? That she had a key ring in her purse?
Yes, she did.
Did you describe for them, or can you describe what her
It
key
was
looked like?
it was a big H and it had like rhinestones. And the Browning symbol.
And the what symbol?
The Browning, like she had on the back of her car, the pink Browning symbol and the H. That's her keys.
Is her car key?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission just to hold it up, Your Honor?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you told them about her wallet because you were there when she purchased it.
Yes. That is her wallet.
I'm going to open it. There appear to be several cards in here. What is that?
That's her prescription card, medicine card.
What is this one?
That's her Jackson State ID. That's her doctor when she goes to the doctor.
Her insurance card?
Her insurance card. That's her driver's license.
Has it just be marked as 30?
33. 33. That's not my thing. I think it's the keys. Oh, car keys, yeah, I was 33 is the keys. This is 34 wallet and content.
Information published on this?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask that the wallet be passed back to, but not the contents, passed back to Ms. Bobo, and I want you to look in it and tell me if there's a $20 bill where you put one, that one.
No, there's nothing in it.
Holly have an inhaler?
Yes, you did.
Did you have
Take just a minute. Let's see.
Let's take a look at this. I want everyone to remain with me while the jury files that, please. Got a nurse? Got a nurse? Let the jury go ahead and file it out. Get your lights, Clark, please.
I bet you most of that jury's ready to convict right here.
Me, please.
I feel like I can't breathe.
That wasn't me that jumped, by the way. Law and Crimes feed. Skip. Can you guys see? Let me move this. That's kind of crazy. That was the most replayed part of this entire thing. So people are just replaying the mom breaking down and crying.
Defense counsel indicated that they wanted a jury out. I think last year it was
record to reflect at the time that Ms. Bobo was being cross-examined. Ms. Nichols was at the.
She wasn't being cross-examined, direct
examination. She was being handed certain items, very personal items. And at that time, apparently, Karen Bobo suffered a panic attack. She passed out in front of the jury. She required medical attention. And under these facts, I think it's going to be impossible for her to get a fair trial, for Mr. Adams to get a fair trial from an impartial jury. I think they're so tainted at this point that the proceedings should be stopped and a new jury should be called.
All right, let me say this. The witness was within 5 feet of the court. She first started, she said words to the effect that she was not feeling well. Before I could get a recess call, and we had a little problem I was trying to solve media-wise that I almost called a recess. I dealt with that during the recess. But before I could get a recess call, she in fact had a medical event, and she passed out cold. This chair is fixed, so they had some difficulties extricating her. The jury was in passing or filing out the door at that time. This was clearly a medical event. There's no question. This was not something fake to gain sympathy. This lady had a medical issue.
I don't think that was the accusation. That was not the accusation that was just raised about the jury, this being too prejudicial. Legitimately seeing a victim, their family member, cry on the stand to the point where they faint. Legitimately, like not calling into question the crying or anything, any of the physiology is prejudicial. There was no accusation levied that this was some type of staged fainting. But the judge seems like he's putting on righteous indignation as if the defense has alleged as much.
Had a nurse came up immediately, thank you, whoever that was. And then they had paramedics on call. The sheriff has he's had them here arranged since day one. They won't give us an ambulance, but they will give us paramedics close. They have dealt with her. They feel that she's ready to go now. They said extremely low blood pressure when they first started, as I understand. Very bradycardia, the types of things that are consistent with syncopic disease, okay? And I know because I've had it, and they're no fun. But this was not something that was done in an effort to achieve any type of sympathy or anything. If you want me to, I'll instruct the jury that they are not to give any sympathy whatsoever because of the fact that Ms. Bobo apparently had a medical event, but your motion for mistrial goes through. If you want me to instruct them for that, yes.
The judge needs to be making the argument, making his ruling based on the argument that it was prejudicial. And he did not address that argument here. He could say, I don't find it to be prejudicial. I'll issue an instruction, a curative instruction. But he just jumps to, they weren't faking it. I'll just give an instruction.
Your Honor, I would ask for you, and also, Your Honor, after they finish their direct examination, we would like, of course, to have an opportunity for cross-examination because of the medical event. We would ask that we have a recess until the morning to begin our cross-examination.
I'm not going to do that. I will continue to watch. Basically, the paramedics have given me the thumbs up at this time. So I'm trying to march this case toward conclusion. I don't know any reason to lose that kind of time. I'll make sure that you have an adequate opportunity to cross-examine, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Say this, we've been on recess about 30 minutes. Immediately prior to that recess, the witness had a medical event that necessitated us getting a recess. Everything should be good to go now. I want to tell you and instruct you that you're to have no sympathy or prejudice for either side of this case. The mere fact that she had a medical event, please don't sympathize with that side of the case because of that. Listen to the testimony, give it the weight you think that it deserves, but just basically says.
Is the judge conflating the victim's family with being the state side of the case? And I know logically, right, we might think, well, of course the state is advocating for the victims and they're pressing charges against the person they believe caused the harm to the victims. But this judge just made this a Holly Bobo's. It's either them or Zachary Adams. Who do you want to support? And that's inappropriate.
Besides the fact that she had a medical event. Okay, will each of you do that? All right, thank you. All right, you can continue. And I instructed the attorneys to speak up. Ms. Bobo, you might have to get on that mic, okay?
Yes, sir.
I had my hearing checked last Wednesday to make sure I wasn't going down. And believe it or not, it was pretty good. But I've lost a little bit of high frequency. It's in my effect of hearing the higher pitched females or said something like grandkids. I said, you don't know my grandkids. There's no problem hearing them. All right, go.
Ms. Bobo, you
Did we get 34 mark?
Say, I am not seeing these messages come in. I don't know what I've been doing on the stream. Although I have had like documents from the court up on other windows that I've been looking at. Touche. I saw this one saying still the best chat around. Thank you so much. Always love to have you in the building and love that you show love to the chat and you love the chat. But I didn't see this. So Touche had gifted 5 gifts. So guys, if you got a gift, say thank you to Touche. Thank you so much, Touche. And sorry I missed it. I was actually just thinking how, I forgot to, when we had a break, to say thank you to Derek for the sticker. I only called it out while we were actively watching. I wanted to make sure I took a pause and said thank you to Derek. Derek's offering great insight in the chat. And when I paused to do that, I realized Amy E also threw in a sticker. So Amy E, let's get some blue hearts in the chat for Amy E, some W's for everybody else. And we've got someone I have not seen in probably 2 or 3 weeks, I think now, since the Alicia Andrews trial. Mike G is in the building saying, hey, Cat in chat. You came back. Did you hear we're covering a crazy trial and you just had to come back and hang out with us? We roped you back in. Good to see you, Mike. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you. Thank you. And I got to update my banner.
You indicated that during in the weeks and months that followed, that you, I guess, were tracking down a number of leads.
Yes, ma'am.
Tips or people that became of interest to you or that you heard from. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Included in those people that you talked to, did that list of people include Zachary Adams?
Yes, it did.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Would you point him out to the jury, please?
Right there.
There's a number of people sitting on the side of the courtroom. Where is he sitting?
He would be sitting seconds from the podium.
Okay, for the record, did you fit that?
And where did you encounter him?
Clint and I went to his house.
Did you go, are you familiar with Adams Lane?
I wasn't.
Okay, but you became familiar with Adams Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that like a long driveway and at the top there's two houses?
Yes, ma'am.
Who lives in one house?
The first house you get to is Zach's house and then his granddad's house.
And what is the first house that you went to at the end of that driveway?
We went to Zach's house and he didn't come to the door. And that was me and Dana and Clint, I believe. And so we went on to his granddad's house and Dylan was there and his granddad. And I asked him, was Zach at home? He said he was at home. And I said, well, he didn't come to the door. He said, well, maybe he left.
I'm going to object to this. And we're not offering this for the truth. It's just simply to show what her response was.
What she did?
Yes.
All right. It's not hearsay. That's the objection overruled.
All right, so you said you knocked on Zach's door. He wasn't there. Then you go next door to Dylan and Dick Adams' house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who answered the door?
I don't remember.
One of the two of them?
One of the two of them.
All right, did you have a conversation with them?
We had a conversation with both of them.
Okay. Did you ask about Zach?
I did ask about Zach.
All right, and what did they say?
I don't remember too much about what they said.
I'm talking about whether they said he was home or not.
Dylan said he was at home and I said he didn't come to the door.
Okay. And then what happened? With respect to Zach?
I left my phone number and told Dylan that I wanted to talk to Zach.
And did Dylan indicate that he would give Zach that message?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember when this happened? How early in the investigation?
I believe it was July.
July of what year?
July 2011.
So despite the fact that the arrests were made for quite some time, you, investigative leads, had already gone to that house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you leave the message with Dylan. Did you ever hear back?
Yes.
Call you?
Zach called the next day and
Did you know him before? Did you know Zach Adams?
I had Zach in the fourth grade. I was his fourth grade school teacher.
Okay. So when you left a message for him to call you, it was call Karen Bobo. You're somebody he knew.
That's correct.
Okay. So you said he called you in?
He called the next day.
And what, if anything, did he say to you say?
He said, I hear you wanting to talk to me. And I said, yes. And he said, well, you can come on over to my house. And I said, well, I'll be bringing my son because that was a work day. Dana was at work. And so Clint and I went over there, but I called Dana's boss to tell him that we were going over there.
Okay. So
Dana, I believe, was working in Benton County at the time, around holiday.
So, but Dana didn't get there in time to go with you and Clint?
No, I didn't even tell Dana we were going.
Just told his boss?
Yes.
Right. So did you and Clint actually go to Zach Adams' house?
Yes, we did.
And you say that was in what month?
July 2011.
Right. And what happened when you got there?
When we got there, I can't remember if he came to the door or the front door was open. And so he invited us in and we went in just the living room part. And we sat down. I'm not sure he ever sat down. His behavior was, his voice was low one minute, loud the next. I don't remember a whole lot about what he said, but two things stand out to me that he said.
And what was the first one?
He asked Clint to describe what the person looked like who walked away with Holly. And when Clint described him, he said that was Shane.
Okay.
And I just found that odd.
Okay. Did you know who Shane was?
I did.
Do you have him in school as well?
No, I did not.
Just knew who he was. All right. What was the second thing that he said?
He told me, this is just out of the blue, that he could call someone with his phone and make it look like it was coming from my phone.
So, did he use the word spoofing, or is that a word term you're familiar with?
He did use that word, but I didn't have a clue what it meant.
So those are the two things that you remember him saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other encounters with him? I should have asked. Did you go there to ask about your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's the information you came away with, was you described one individual as being Shane?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that there are other people charged with raping and kidnapping Holly and killing
Yes,
her?
ma'am.
Did you meet with any of those people in the course of doing your own investigation?
Yes, all of them.
And you say all of them.
All 4 of them. The first one being Shane.
You talked to Shane first
Yes,
on one or more occasions.
more than one.
And do you know Shane's parents even?
I do know Shane's parents, yes. I had Shane's sister in school. I did not have Shane.
So you talked to Shane. What is his last name?
Shane Austin.
Okay. And who else did you talk to?
We talked to Jimmy and Rita Austin. We went to their house because we thought Shane lived with them. And his mom told me that they had to move him out because they would come home and their house would be full of drugs and people on drugs.
All right. So after talking to her, you talked to Shane at some point, not going to ask what he told you. What about Dylan? Now, you told the jury that when you went to see Zach the first time, you actually had a conversation with Dylan and with his grandfather, Dick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you talked to Dylan?
Yes, it is.
Did you know Dylan before going to the house that day?
I knew what he looked like, but I didn't have Dylan in school.
What about Jason Autry?
I had Jason in the 7th grade at Parsons.
And did you go and talk to him?
Yes, we did.
How many times did you talk to Jason Autry?
At least twice.
And will you tell the jury where those conversations took place?
The first time we were getting ready to walk out the door to go to early church, and we got a phone call from a girl at the Shell station, I believe. And she said she had someone she wanted us to speak with.
Wait.
Have an objection.
To the hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not a hearsay, I was there.
You're describing a conversation someone had with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it?
It's what? Oh no, this is gonna be a trial.
Wait. Objection.
To the hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not a hearsay, I was there.
You're describing a conversation someone had with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it being offered for the
It
truth?
is not. It's offered for what she did when she got
All
this
right, your
information.
objection overruled. By definition, that's not hearsay.
You understand, you got some
Hold on,
information.
what?
It is not. It's offered for what she did when she got
All
this
right, your
information.
objection overruled.
Okay, so the state is arguing there that because it wouldn't matter if she was there, it would still be hearsay. And also the judge, this is let the attorneys make the arguments. We should be controlling the courtroom, whether we like the witnesses or not. But the argument here is that it's not asserted for the truth of the matter. So there's a hearsay exception because it's going to help explain what happens next.
By definition, that's not hearsay.
You understand, you got some information from a lady over the phone that said she was at Shell station?
She said she worked at the Shell station, and so we went there.
Okay. And when you got there, was anyone there? Did you encounter somebody?
It was some guy that she wanted us to meet.
Okay.
So we went out searching all day, and then we were hot and tired. This was in August. And
August of what year?
2011.
Okay.
And so we go back to one of those gas stations, I'm not sure which one, to get us something to drink, and we're getting ready to check out. And I think Dana said, look, come in there, and it was Jason Autry. So he gets in line behind us to check out, and I turn around and tell him I want to talk to him.
Okay. Now, you can't say what he said, but did you talk to him that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you also go and talk to him on another day at his house or his mom's house?
Yes, people kept calling and turning in their names to us, all 4 of their names. So we went back to Jason's house. I'm not sure when that was. I'm not even sure it was 2011. We went to his mother's house. The first time was August 2011.
So between April of 2011 and August of 2011, had you talked to all 4 of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say you with Clint and or Dana?
Yes, ma'am.
There have been some questions and statements made about pressure put on law enforcement to solve this case. So let me ask you a couple of questions along those lines, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who, I guess, the case officer or the chief investigator for TBI was in the beginning?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Terry Dykus.
And when this case started being investigated and as it continued to weeks and months, did you have contact with Terry Dykus frequently or infrequently?
Frequently. Daily.
Daily?
Daily, just probably sometimes multiple times during the day.
Do you know
whether Terry Dicus wanted to close this case. Wanted
He
it to be
did.
done.
He did very much so.
Did he make certain promises to you?
Yes, he did.
And Your Honor, again, I'm not going to offer this for the truth. It will become obvious. What statements did Terry Dicus make to you about your daughter?
He told me that he would have my daughter home before her 21st birthday, which was in October. And then when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Thanksgiving. And when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Christmas. And when that date rolled around and she wasn't home, he said he would have her home before Valentine's.
Holly didn't come home, did she?
No, she did not.
And do you remember a time, nearly exactly 3 years ago, September the 7th, 2014, did you receive certain information?
Yes, I did.
And who was the information from?
From TBI Jack Van Hoosier.
And was Jack Van Hoosier Terry Dicus's boss?
Yes.
And where were you when you got the information?
When I got the phone call that they had found human remains in northern Decatur County, I was checking out at American Eagle in the mall.
Go home?
Went straight home.
And then later on that evening, the next day, did a group of TBI agents come to your house?
They did.
Is that when you learned that the remains that were found were Holly?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was, that happened on a Sunday when they called and told us they had found human remains. And they said it might be several days, but I believe they came back Monday night and told us it was Holly.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. First, I'd ask for any Jake's material for this.
Okay. Anything?
We've turned over, as your Honor knows, every statement and whatnot that we've ever.
I asked you, hopefully you do that before we wouldn't have to say,
Well,
after each witness breaks.
yeah, we did it during the course of discovery. I haven't heard of it today because she has.
Weren't there some text messages that were going back and forth with the family? I thought there were some text messages. I asked for those also.
I have no idea what she's talking about. Maybe we approach text messages between who and who.
Some type of instruction to the jury about.
Did you see the little like interlude we had to switch scenes here? Look at Law and Crime with the edits.
Some type of instruction to the jury about evidence that's been destroyed.
And for all we know, it could be text messages about I'm coming to your house.
I expect they meet me at 3 o'clock at Shell Station.
But we don't know because I can't.
They've given you everything they've got. Let's go. Bring it in.
Your Honor, I'd also ask for a curative instruction. They've allowed in things that people said. It wasn't for the truth of the matter. And like a curative instruction, just to tell the jury that whatever was repeated as what people said is only to put into perspective what happened next. And they're not to consider what they said as being truthful, such as the fact that the Austin family said if people were over there, they'd have, there'd be full of drug people. And
that's a legal issue. I don't think I've tried to explain hearsay to attorneys. If 7 out of 10 attorneys don't know the definition of hearsay.
Oh my God.
There's an instruction available that says that that's a limited use on what those statements come in as, Your Honor.
And a curative instruction with respect to what the lady at the Shell Station told her, that's fine. It's nothing. A curative instruction with respect to Dylan saying, I'll give him the message, that's fine. A curative instruction as to what Zach told her, of course, would be inappropriate. That was all.
I can't.
I'm not talking about Zach.
I can't give a curative instruction on every time I run on some type of objection.
Right, we
You
can
probably shouldn't have objected because as an attorney, you should know the definition of hearsay.
I do know the definition of.
Oh, she's being disparaged in front of the jury. Oh, by the judge. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hearsay, and until it comes out, I don't know if it's for the content of the matter. Simply because the state says I'm not doing it for the truth of the matter doesn't mean that's not why it's coming in.
I'll tell the jury.
We're on day one.
I'll take care of it. Bring the jury out.
Oh, you're right. The jury's not in the room. Okay. No jury in the room.
You're right.
I had a flashback to Adrian Love, just like ready to write a motion about being admonished.
Be seated, please. All right, let me say earlier there were some objections based upon hearsay. I'm not going to send you to law school, but I'm going to tell you generally that hearsay is an out-of-court statement made by somebody that is offered for the truth of what is being said. So everything someone else says is not necessarily hearsay by definition. If that is simply being shown to offer why someone did what they did in response to it, it's not hearsay, okay? Everybody kind of generally understand? And that's after first year law school that you learn that. Some attorneys never learn it, so you folks are up on it, okay? All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bobo. I'm Jennifer Thompson. You may have seen me at hearings, but I know we haven't talked before.
That's correct.
And I recognize that today is a very difficult day for you, and it's been a hard afternoon. I want to be very respectful of you, but there's some questions I wanted to ask you this evening that I think only you or you would be the person to answer these questions. Okay. One, I wanted to ask you about, I found somewhere in one of the reports that you had discussed Janet Britt and the fact that she had worked at Joe's Video. Okay, that's the topic I'm going to go to. So in Parsons, Tennessee, there was a video rental store called Joe's Video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your family had a membership there, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, you all would go there and rent movies regularly.
I wouldn't say regularly, but sometimes.
Okay. And a woman named Janet Britt worked at Joe's Video.
Not April the 13th.
What? Chat, I'm changing. I'm ready. I thought we'd make it to like day 4 or 5 before this had to happen, but this has to happen. We're doing it. We're doing it. This case, chat. This case. Janet Britt, who helped her previous husband and helped Terry Britt, works at a video store that has tanning booths where people come in and out and give their information when they rent videos. Does that not seem like the perfect place to case who you should scope out and find some whatever fits the type for whatever ordeal you've got going on? I thought we'd make it further into this case before I had to pull this one up, but here we go. Here we go. Let's run this back.
And as a matter of fact, you all would go there and rent movies regularly.
I wouldn't say regularly, but sometimes.
Okay. And a woman named Janet Britt worked at Joe's Video.
Not April the 13th, 2011. No, she did not.
That's not the
But
point.
at one point in the past, Janet Britt had worked at Joe's Video.
Yes, she had.
Okay. And she, at one point, you had said that she recognized your family. When
I
you
had her son in school also.
Okay. And so when you would go to the rental store, she didn't have to look up your membership number. She knew what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. And she knew your 2 children, Clint Bobo and Holly Bobo. Didn't she?
I'm not sure. I did never discuss that with her.
Okay. Didn't you, in fact, at some point tell the investigators that Jan had known Clint and Holly their entire life?
I'm not sure. Do you have that where I can see that? I don't remember making that statement.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to pass this up.
Okay.
Can I see what you're passing forward? It's an IR.
It's not her statement, right?
It's on her statement. It's a statement that was taken by.
My objection would be, it's not Ms. Bobo's statement, it's something somebody else has said, that she said. So that.
You can ask her if she said it.
Right. And this
And
might.
if you do it, you might have to call someone else that authored that statement if you intend to use it for impeachment.
Yes, this might refresh her memory. So I was going to just pass it up to her and see if it would refresh her memory at all.
I do not remember making that statement.
Okay, that's fine. And the conversation that you had with Mr. Adams in July of 2011, you in fact interviewed lots and lots of people in Decatur County, didn't you?
Some.
You taped a lot of the conversations you had with people.
Yes, I did.
And you turned over dozens of interviews to the TBI, didn't you?
Probably.
And the conversation that you had with Zachary Adams that day was in fact recorded.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that's a recording that you had turned over to the TBI.
Yes.
Along with dozens of other recordings.
Not at that time.
But over the course of the investigation, you had turned over
Yes, ma'am.
Dozens of recordings. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Maybe.
Sorry, step down. How are you next door?
Clint Bobo.
All right. Come on up here and raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
Clint Bobo, CLINT BOBO.
Okay, proceed.
Clint, we met your mom, met your dad, we heard about your sister. When I ask you questions, I want you to keep your voice up so I can hear you. I keep, okay? Can you do that?
Yes.
Make it a little bit louder now.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What kind of job do you have now?
I am a social worker.
Do you have family now?
I do.
Wife?
I have a wife.
Y'all have kids yet?
No, no kids.
It's you and your wife.
That's right.
We're going back 6-7 years. We're going back to April 13th, 2011. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you living back then?
At that time, I lived at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Who else lived there?
It was me, my sister Holly, my dad Dana, and my mom Karen.
You're a little older than Holly, is that right?
About 5 years.
Were you working back then?
I was.
Where were you working?
Well, I had a part-time job at nursing homes, and I worked at 3 different nursing homes at that time.
Were you going to school?
I was.
Where were you going to school?
University of Tennessee at Martin.
Working, going to school at the same time, a 25-year-old, right?
That's right.
Probably every bit of it.
Yeah.
That morning, April 13th, 2011, is it a morning that you thought a lot about?
Yes, I have.
Is it a morning that you've been questioned a lot about?
Yes.
By your friends?
Yes.
By your family?
Yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Attorneys?
Yep.
Well, we're going back to it again. That morning, how'd you wake up? When did you wake up?
I woke up to hearing the sound of our house dog Rascal barking.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a Shih Tzu.
It's a little thing.
Yeah.
He barks a lot.
He's pretty small. He barks pretty often.
That woke you up?
Yes.
And what'd you do?
I went back to sleep.
All right, so you're woken up by a dog barking, but did you even get out of bed?
No.
Okay, so you wake up, dog barking, stop barking?
Well, yeah, I waited. I guess I was awake for a few seconds, and then I tried to go back to sleep, but maybe he stopped barking at some point in time, then he started barking again.
And did something wake you up again?
Just the sound of him continuing to bark.
Okay, so the little dog still barking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I decided I would get up, that he probably wasn't going to stop barking, so I would go ahead and get up and go to try to find out what he was barking at.
What did you expect?
I expected something to see a utility vehicle outside, like a water meter reader or an electric meter reader or something, or a delivery truck.
You expected something normal?
Yeah.
Normally the dog barks or something like that?
Yes, yes, he does. Anytime someone comes up, or even if there's a loud vehicle sometimes that travels down the road, he would bark.
And what'd you do? Where'd you go?
Well, I got up and I walked into the den, or the at that time I walked through the kitchen into like the foyer, and I looked out the front windows that were next to the front door.
Are there some side windows?
Yeah, side lights is what we call those.
Y'all say that fast, it sounds like satellites.
That's right.
But side lights?
Side lights.
I'm going to show you, Clint, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19 and 20. It's going to be behind you.
Okay.
Is that the foyer you're talking about?
It is.
If I show you exhibit number 20. I'm not good at that. What do you see in exhibit 20?
That's the foyer area with the front door open.
All right, you got the front door, you got those side lights?
That's right.
All right, you looked out there, what'd you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see any vehicles. Didn't see anything.
Okay, what'd you do next?
Well, I looked out. I walked over to the window that overlooks the attached garage carport, and as I was approaching that, well, I didn't look at anything really, but as I was approaching that window, I heard voices in the.
So let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you a few times, okay?
Okay.
Is this a window that is in the house or is it in the door?
It's in the house.
Okay, so there's a window in the back of the house?
Yes.
That looks into the carport or looks out at the detached garage?
It looks into the carport attached to the house.
So you're looking out of an interior window into the carport?
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Are you able to see anything?
Well, I raised the blinds slightly, and I saw the silhouette of two individuals underneath that window knelt down.
Was it dark in that carport or was it light?
It was fairly dark.
There were blinds down in the window?
Yes.
Did you pull them all the way up or did you just...
No, I very slightly opened one of the blinds enough where I could see out.
Why'd you do it like that?
Because I heard the voices out in the carport.
At this time in the morning, you just woken up, right?
That's right.
What information do you have? I mean, did you know where your mom was?
I assumed that she was at school, at work.
You assumed?
Yeah.
You didn't see her leave?
No.
Did you know where your dad was?
I assumed that he was also at work.
But you didn't see him leave?
No.
Did you know where your sister was?
No.
So you're fresh out of sleep to a barking dog. In front of the house, there's nothing. So you walk to the back.
Right.
And you look in this dark carpet.
Right.
And you said, we're describing it, you saw like the silhouettes of people. Did you see these silhouettes or did you hear voices first?
I was going by what I heard, and I was going by the voices. I heard the voices first, and then I raised the blind to try to look out the window.
Describe the voices to me.
Well, it was a male's voice and a female's voice.
Did you actually recognize either of the two voices?
At first, I didn't recognize either voice, but as I listened for just seconds, I could recognize my sister's voice and what I thought was her boyfriend Drew's voice.
And why did you think it was her boyfriend Drew's voice?
Well, because he was the only male figure in Holly's life besides myself and my dad.
So you were making an assumption?
That's right.
Did you know Drew very well?
Yes.
Y'all were good friends, actually, right?
Yes.
Did y'all go hunting together?
We did.
Ride four-wheelers together?
We did.
And you assumed it was his voice?
Yes.
How were the two voices talking to each other? In what manner were they talking?
The male voice sounded somewhat aggravated, and the female voice would just answer back and sounded upset.
Did you actually hear the words that were being spoken?
No, I wasn't able to make out what they were saying.
So were you going by the tone or volume or something like that?
That's right.
Voices?
That's right.
And is all this happening over the course, because we talked about it here, and it sounds like it's happening over the course of minutes, but in fact, it's happening over the course of what?
All of this is taking place just within a few minutes.
Okay. These voices, how long do you listen to them?
Well, I would say just less than minutes. I would say seconds.
So you're fresh out of sleep.
Yeah.
A barking dog, nothing out front, looking out to the carport, and you hear these voices.
That's right.
For seconds.
Yes.
And what do you see when you lift up the blind a little bit?
I see the silhouette of two individuals knelt down underneath that window.
Can you see their faces?
No.
Can you tell which one the male is and which one the female is?
By their voices, mostly I can.
What do you mean by that?
The female voice that I heard, which I later recognized as Holly's voice, was on the right-hand side, and the male voice, who I thought was Drew, was on the left-hand side.
What happens next?
I tried to call my mom, and I
Try to call your mom.
was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school today because I knew that she was still at the house.
Let me ask you, if you assumed that male voice may be Drew, and he's a friend of yours, why didn't you open up that door and check?
I don't know.
Have you thought about that question?
Not really.
You could have opened up the door, right?
That's right.
Were Drew and Holly having any sort of relationship problems? Would they be fighting in the morning?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you get involved in their relationship problems?
No, I stay out of.
Is that something you want to walk into?
No.
And so you try to call your mom?
Yes.
And why do you try to call your mom?
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school that day.
Were you able to reach your mom?
I was unable to reach her on the first try.
Were you able to get through to her?
Immediately after the phone call that I made, I also text her, call me ASAP.
Okay. Did you get a response?
She called back about 20 seconds after I sent the text.
So this is all still happening really fast?
Yeah.
As we're waiting for her to text back, or call back, or whatever it is, what are you doing?
I'm trying to kind of listen to the voices.
During this time, are you still thinking it's true, and are you still thinking it's Holly?
Yes.
Does your mom reach back to you?
She does. She calls me right back after I sent that text message.
And what do you tell her?
I ask her, did Holly not have school today because her car is still here?
Did you tell her about the voices in the carport?
I don't recall.
What'd she say when you asked about Holly not having school?
She said, yes, she has school.
She actually had Tennessee.
Yeah, I was unaware of that at that time.
Is that how the phone call with you and Karen, the first one, ends? Or y'all talk some more?
Well, I forgot to mention, I did see Holly's car in the garage whenever I looked out the window.
When you look out this window, the carport's right there.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
These figures would have been right there.
Yes, right underneath the window.
And her car would have been right there.
Right there underneath it as well.
So you heard the voices, you saw the car. You asked your mom, did Holly not have school? No, Holly does have school.
She has school.
And what next?
The reason I ask is, at some point, briefly before this, Holly's car wouldn't start one morning. I think the battery was dead or something, so we had to, I guess, I don't know if my dad did it or somebody had to, jump the car off to get it started. So I thought that maybe it just didn't start and someone was coming to pick her up.
Sure, but what'd your mom say? I mean, what did y'all say to each other after it was established she did have school?
She said she did have school. And I believe at that point I said, well, her and Drew are out here in the garage.
And what did she say in response to that?
I believe she said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors.
Well, she knew. She was working with different information than what you had.
That's right.
She knew that wasn't true.
Right.
Because she knew where Drew was. But she talked to Drew that morning.
That's right.
Holly talked to Drew that morning. But did you know where Drew was that morning?
I didn't. I assumed that he was turkey hunting somewhere, but I was unsure of where.
All right. That's not Drew. That's what she says?
Yes.
And what happens next?
She called back. I don't remember how much time had passed, but immediately at this time, I could no longer hear the voices. So I left where I was standing and I walked over to the back door. And that's when I saw a male and a female walking towards the woods. And I recognized the female as my sister. And at this time, still thought the male was Drew. And he was wearing camouflage.
Could you see his face?
No, I couldn't see either of their faces.
Were they just a few feet from you or were they many feet from you?
They were several feet from where I was.
You say several. In fact, later on, we're going to skip forward and come back to this minute and have you tell the rest of the story. But later on, the TBI get with you in that house, have you look out into that yard and have people stand there as if they were this man and as if they were Holly. I think it's actually had your mom because she's the same height. Did that happen?
It did. We did that.
And personal. Have you look at this picture? Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. What is that?
That is a viewpoint from the back door of our house up towards the woods where I last saw them walking.
Okay. In fact, is this a picture from that, I guess you can call it a demonstration?
Yes.
Where you were standing at this window, telling them where to be so that everybody could see what you saw?
It is.
I offer this as an excellent exhibit. This back window you're talking about?
It is.
So you'd be standing inside the house right here at this back window, right?
That's the back door.
All right. After you heard the voices, and now you finally see something. Is that right?
That's right.
A figure here?
Yes.
It's impossible to see with these lights on, but this is it. Will be passed around. But a figure here? Let's try it. That seems a little bit better. The figure here, is that right?
That's right.
And if we looked a little bit closer at this picture, we'd see the figure's wearing camouflage. Can you tell that from where you are right now?
Yes.
And then a figure right here, a pink shirt, like Holly was wearing.
That's right.
That's better. So here's the first figure with camouflage. And here's the second in blue jeans and a pink shirt. This is actually your mom.
Yes.
But for this demonstration, playing the role with Holly. Is that right?
That's right.
Is this the view that you got that morning? The flash that you got of that man in camo?
It
your
is.
Sister?
It is.
You told us before that you're several feet away, but to me, that's more than several feet.
It's quite a ways.
It's all the way across your backyard.
Right.
This is tree line, right?
That's right.
The playground area that your dad built and everything for y'all, that would be out this way, right?
Yes, it's just to the right of where they're standing.
That detached garage would be way over here, right?
That's right.
So this is as much as you saw the man in camo.
Yes.
And your sister.
That's right.
Well, what are you thinking when you saw that? What are you thinking that morning when you saw that? When you had a flash like this from all these feet away of the man and your sister?
Well, at that time I thought, why is Holly wearing a pink shirt if they're walking into the woods? Obviously he's wearing camouflage and she has on a pink shirt.
You think they were going hunting or something?
Well, I was unsure. I thought it's a possibility.
Is any of this stuff making sense to you?
Not really.
Did you still think that person could be Drew?
It was at this time that his size seemed to be larger than Drew.
When you say larger, what do you mean? Do you mean taller? Do you mean stockier? Do you mean both? What do you mean?
Wider and heavier, stockier.
This flash from all these feet away across this yard. You say he looks heavier, stockier, wider.
Yes.
Than Drew.
That's right.
So what were you thinking when you noticed that difference?
It occurred to me at that time. I thought, no, that's not Drew. That's Richie.
And who's Richie?
Richie is our cousin.
All right, y'all cousin Richie. Because you didn't see the face, did you?
That's right.
But you're going on like body type.
Yes.
Were you still trying to make sense of what you were hearing and what you were seeing?
Yes.
It doesn't sound like you're doing a very good job of it, though.
No, I was very confused.
Where did they go?
The last I seen them was about at the spot where they're standing in that picture.
Off into the woods.
I didn't see them enter the woods, but that's about the last view that I saw of them.
Why didn't you see them enter the woods?
I'm unsure. It could have been that second phone call from my mom came in at that time, and I looked down at the phone. I'm really unsure as to why I didn't see them enter the woods.
So into the woods, and then you see them anymore.
That's right.
Is there anything in those woods behind your house?
Yes, there's a trail just in front of where they're walking, and that trail leads up to an old logging road.
Yeah, there's actually a road that's, I don't know how many yards would you say it's off into those woods?
From the trail to the logging road?
From where they're standing right there to the logging road.
Probably going to be about 8 to 10 steps.
8 to 10 steps to get to the trail.
The entrance to the trail. And then
how long down the trail to the logging road?
I think that we walked it was about 60 yards from the trail entrance to the logging road.
So about 70 or 80 yards into these woods, you get to the logging road.
That's right.
That you can have a vehicle and you can take off driving.
Yes.
What do you do when you see him disappear into the woods?
Well, I talked to my mom again on the phone. She called me back.
And how's she acting?
She's panicked at this point.
Panicked? And what did she tell him?
She said, "Oh my God, Clint, that's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him."
That's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him.
That's right.
You've woken up to something. Voices, flash of this, your mama yelling at you to get a gun and shoot somebody.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, I didn't do that. I was still thinking that it's either Drew or it's Richie. There's no reason for me to get a gun and shoot. I wouldn't shoot Drew. I wouldn't shoot Richie. I have not seen anything to indicate that I need to be trying to shoot anyone. So I didn't do that.
What did you do?
I think it was at this point that was at the back door, or I went back to the back door. I think I was already standing there, but I opened the door up, I guess just to listen, or I'm not sure what I was about to do, go outside, I guess. And then I felt how cold it was that morning, and I was still in my pajamas. So I come back.
Let me interrupt you. We can tell at this point in the morning that you're confused.
Yeah.
Would you admit that?
Yes.
Confused by what you heard, what you assumed, and then later what you saw.
Yes.
Would you admit that you're also kind of scared of what was going on?
Just unsure.
So you open that door, and you don't run out and chase these two people into the woods, do you?
No.
What do you do?
I opened the door and I felt how cold it was, and I realized I'm in my pajamas, so I went and put on some pants and a jacket and some socks and a pair of shoes, and then I went out the back door.
Gun or no gun?
No, I also went and grabbed the .38 Colt revolver before I went out the door, and I also had my cell phone.
Got dressed, got a phone, you got a gun. Now what are you going to do?
I guess I'm going to go and look and walk up to the logging road to see if I can see them or hear them.
What do you do?
I walk out and I look to my left where they were knelt down under that window, and there's a pool of blood in the garage.
There's a garage and there's a carport.
Carport.
Which one is it?
It's a carport attached to the house.
It's the one that you were lifting up that blind and peeking into, right?
That's right.
And you were seeing the silhouettes of your sister and somebody.
Yes.
And there's a pool of blood.
Yes, just below where they were knelt down.
Well, what are you thinking at this point?
I'm even more confused because I'm thinking now, if it is true or if it is Richie, they've killed a turkey, they brought it up here to the house and laid it on the carport, and it's been bleeding. And
you're still not thinking that some man or some men came to your house that morning and abducted your sister and dragged her off in the woods?
Absolutely not.
Had that even crossed your mind at all?
No.
If that had crossed your mind, what would you have done?
The situation would have been much different. I would have probably not called anyone. I would just got a gun and tried to kill a person that was with my sister. It would have been either him.
Outside with the gun and phone, and now you're dressed. What do you see other than the pool of blood after that?
Okay. I will go ahead and close the back door, and I walk across the deck because obviously I don't want to walk down into the garage. So I take a right and I walk across the back deck and into the driveway, and I make a left and I walk up through the backyard up to the entrance of that trail.
Sort of like over to the left of that playground structure.
That's right.
To the edge of where they walked in.
Yes.
And what'd you see?
I stopped walking just in front of where they are in that photograph at the wood line.
Why'd you stop?
And I was just looking and listening, and I didn't see or hear anything. In fact, it was unusually quiet. I didn't hear any birds chirping. The wind wasn't blowing.
It's just real quiet.
Just
no man in camouflage anymore.
Right.
No voices anymore.
Right.
No Holly anymore.
Right.
For how long do you sit there or stand there, listening, looking?
I stood there for maybe like 30 seconds, and then I heard a vehicle coming up our driveway.
Okay. What happened then?
Well, I recognized the vehicle as Kathy Wise's Ford pickup truck.
All right. Who's Kathy Wise?
She was our neighbor at that time.
You're looking at the front of your house. They live off to the right.
That's right. That's right.
Kathy and James Barnes.
Yes.
His girlfriend or ex-wife, whatever it was.
I was unsure, but.
Well, what did you think when you saw Kathy Wise's truck driving up?
Well, I was still very confused because she never comes up to the house.
That's not something that normally happens.
Right.
Okay, but maybe it's something that could explain what was going on.
Yeah.
So did you talk to her?
Yeah, she parked her truck and then she got out and approached me, and she saw I had a revolver in one hand and cell phone in the other hand. So I was holding both the objects up. Well, I put the barrel of the revolver in my pocket just to indicate that I don't intend to harm, I don't intend any harm with the gun. And then she walks up and approaches me closer, and she says, "What's going on up here? My husband, Ed, heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago."
And Ed said things James Barnes.
Well, Ed is actually Kathy Wise's husband, as far as I know.
But somebody had heard screams?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I didn't say any. I don't think I said anything back to her at that time. I had my cell phone, and then it was at that point that I went ahead and called 911.
All right. So at this point, we had heard voices. We'd seen a flash of a man in camouflage. Her sister through the woods. Drops or a pool of blood in the carport.
Yes.
And now the neighbor talking about a scream.
Yes, which was new information to me.
Had you ever heard a scream?
No.
And so now what do you do?
I'll go ahead and call 911 as my mom had instructed me to do earlier.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to go out there and shoot whoever it was, right?
Right.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to call 911, call all the neighbors.
That's right.
But now you do.
Yeah.
As you're talking to 911, does anybody else arrive?
I'm on the phone with 911, and they actually what happened was I called 911 and it went to Henderson County. Well, we lived in Decatur County, so they said hold on the line and I'll transfer you to Decatur County. So I hold on the line briefly, and then they transferred me to Decatur County, and I talked to the individual in Decatur County. Tried to explain. I guess I've tried to explain what.
Tried to explain something you couldn't explain.
Right, basically.
What did you tell them?
I was still very confused at this point. I believe I told them that I thought that my sister was missing.
Did you tell them that you had thought that she was with her boyfriend, Drew?
I don't remember going into any of those details.
While you're on the phone with 911, other policemen arrived. Is that right?
Yes, they must have already been dispatched because I was on the phone with 911 briefly, and then I heard an engine of a car speeding toward our house.
Policeman get out?
Police car pulled up, and a deputy got out, asked me what's going on. You know.
Did you tell him?
Yes, I think I told him what I had saw, what I had heard that morning, and he told me that he needed me to write out a statement. So he handed me a statement, and I don't remember him handing me an ink pen or a pencil, and I don't remember him handing me anything to lay the statement on to write it, just a piece of paper. Yeah.
He says right now what you just told me.
Yeah. So I went back to his patrol car and laid the paper on his hood, and asked for an ink pen, and I started writing my statement.
So you started writing your statement about what you saw that morning.
That's right.
But other people started coming.
Yes. This was
more police.
Yes. Another Decatur County. This was a Decatur County officer that arrived first. Another Decatur County officer arrived, who is someone that I know. He arrived and got out, asked me what happened, kind of the same scenario.
You talked to her?
Yeah, briefly.
How about your mom and Miss Brumley? Did they get there?
I remember my mom and Miss Terry Brumley arriving shortly after the second deputy.
And tell us about your mom.
They got out of the car or the vehicle, and then my mom approached me, and I think that she grabbed me by both arms and kind of shook me and said, "Why didn't you do something?" Very upset.
You understand she was just upset?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I don't think I said anything at that point.
And then more police?
Yes.
How about people from the community? They started showing up?
Yes, a deputy from Henderson County, I believe, showed up next. And I'm not familiar with the exact order, but policemen continued to show up. People from the community started showing up in large numbers. And everyone that showed up walked up to me and asked me what happened. And I would try to go through just briefly, what I saw and heard. And I was unable to write my statement because of all of the people coming up and talking to me. So I decided that I would stop writing the statement on the hood of the patrol car, and I would get in the back of the patrol car and try to write my statement there. So that's what I did.
She was gone.
Yes.
She never came back.
Right.
Your mom told us how she searched, and your dad told us how he searched.
Yes.
How about you?
I searched with him as well.
Just change your mom's life and your dad's life to change yours?
Yes.
Did you ever know Zach Adams?
Not until after this happened.
I'm talking about as of April 13th, 2011.
No, I didn't.
That was Zach Adams.
No, I did not.
Did you know Shane Austin?
No, I did not.
Did you know Dylan Adams?
I knew of Dylan Adams. I think I had seen Dylan Adams at my grandmother's house on possibly one or two occasions.
Had you ever hung out with him?
No.
Under what circumstances would he have been at your grandmother's house?
He was friends with my cousin Brett Cornett.
Did you know Jason Autry?
No.
Since April 13th, 2011, have you seen all four of those people?
Yes.
Your mom told us how y'all went and interviewed people.
We did.
Right?
We did.
Now, as that man's walking into the woods there, and you're noticing that he's wider or stockier, or whatever it is, than your cousin Richie. Or no.
Then Drew.
Then Drew.
Yes.
So he's about the same size as your cousin.
Yes.
Richie. Would you agree with me that, or what height and weight would you assign that, if you had to?
The man that I saw, I would describe as about 5'10", 5'11" in height, and about 200 pounds in weight.
Would you agree with me that that is not the same physical size or stature of Zach Adams?
I would.
That is not, correct?
That is not.
That's not the same size, because he's real tall, of Jason Autry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How about Shane Austin?
When I first seen Shane Austin, that does fit the description of size and weight of Shane Austin.
Do you know if the male voice you heard in the garage is the same person as the camouflage man?
That is something that stood out to me because the voice I heard in the garage sounded a certain way, and then the man that I saw walking away with Holly looked a certain way, and I don't know if anyone would understand this, but the voice didn't match the body type.
You don't know how many people were out there, do you?
I don't.
At least one.
Yes.
But the voice could have been a different voice.
It could have been.
There could have been people you didn't see and you didn't hear.
That's right.
What you hear today telling us what you heard and what you saw.
That's correct.
And you've given this account. A lot of people have asked you to tell them what you saw and what you heard.
Yes, many times.
In fact, would you acknowledge that there have been some heated conversations between you and TBI and law enforcement?
There have been.
They've confronted you, correct?
They have.
They've told you we don't understand why you didn't go out there.
Definitely.
They told you they're frustrated that you couldn't identify the person.
Yes.
But have you always told the truth?
I have.
Do you regret what you didn't do that morning?
Yes, I do.
If you had had more information, if you had known for certain that Drew was out hunting, if you had recognized that voice as a stranger's, if you had seen not just a man walking in the woods, but another man and another, what would you have done?
I would say that everything would be different and we wouldn't be here today.
But that's something you live with.
If I had had more information, I would have definitely reacted to the situation differently.
Did you love your sister?
Yes.
That's you.
So we're about to get into Cross. Again, this is Clint, and I'm going to go back to this. I mean, this was such a quick response. Neighbor hears, calls mom who called. I didn't realize there was 2 calls to get to Karen Bobo, right? Because it seems like James Barnes, the neighbor, calls his mom who calls Karen, who then gets to a different phone to call Clint, who's at home. So there is some time, a gap in time, and Clint needs to like get 2 and 2 together to figure out like this, okay, wait, that's a little sus. That's a little sus. Let me call 911. So there is some time that passes, but it's not like there are some cases where, you know, you think somebody goes to school, you think they go to work, you expect them to come home around 5 p.m. They don't come home around 5 p.m., so you think they're just late. You start calling them, they don't answer, like, all right, well, they're probably just they're not looking at their phone while they're shopping. And then maybe you realize when they don't come home by like 8, you're like, okay. And now that's how your timeline spans. And you don't have that quick response where you have law enforcement within like an hour's time showing up at your driveway. And it just sticks out to me that if law enforcement didn't get to that house so quickly, it might have been more difficult to eliminate Clint as a suspect. Just like when someone that's married ends up dead, first person they're going to look at is the spouse. If it's not the spouse, who else is a live-in relative or a boyfriend, like unmarried partner? And it's just like an uphill battle to fight to get cleared from that. And that's really scary. I really think there's like 10 different people that could have been on trial for the kidnapping, the death, maybe the rape. It depends on how they'd want to charge it. Because I think the rape evidence really comes from the statements from Shane, from Dylan. But I think 10 different people could have been put on trial for this, and 10 different juries could have convicted 10 different people. And what Touche's pointing out here is, can't imagine such an awful thing happening to a loved one thinking we'd gotten justice, then learning it was an unfair case and likely got the wrong guy. And it's such a balancing act, because I do think juries want to do the right thing. And sometimes what feels like doing the right thing is making sure someone dangerous doesn't get the chance to do it again. Making sure they're held accountable for the thing that we're pretty sure they did, even if we're not sure that there's enough direct evidence. Why else would somebody say such a weird, mean thing to somebody else? Surely they were capable of doing this. And who else would it be? Because the state brought this person here in front of us. Surely we wouldn't be here. And we can use Jennifer Thompson's own words. She used to have faith. She used to think that prosecutors worked with integrity, that if they didn't have evidence, they wouldn't bring not just serious charges, but also file notice that they were seeking the death penalty if they didn't have serious evidence. So defense attorney that we're about to see do this cross, present day, admitted that she felt like Zach was guilty when she first got the case assigned to her. And it's never an easy subject. I wouldn't want, I don't even fault, while I think it's important to take into context how the family doing their own investigation could alter the course of the investigation, could potentially sow seeds in the community's ears. Just because, well, maybe Karen came and asked us a specific question about something. And that detail she used in that question, now I'm anchoring on, I'm curious about that. Well, I heard about this thing. Well, I think it's important that we all take that into context. I don't blame and I don't lack empathy. I don't lack sympathy for someone wanting to go out and find their own answers because they're not sure that the state's going to do it for them. So I think these things are all really complicated. All really complicated. But right now, when we're watching Tennessee versus Zachary Adams, it's Zachary Adams that's entitled to a fair trial. And the judge, I think Judge Bradbury, which is not this judge. Judge Bradbury is who we've been watching at the hearings. He took over when this judge retired. Creed McKinley, I think is this judge's name. I forget how to say his last name. But I think Judge Bradley sees merit in the petition for a new trial because he set so many calendar days. He knew there'd be plenty of arguments and counter arguments and evidentiary issues to go through. And I don't know. Because if this happened to your loved one, can you imagine trying to do what Dad did? Searching until the remains were found for 2.5 years? I can imagine that. Can you imagine doing what Karen did? I can imagine that. Can you imagine feeling like, we had, and I don't know if she's still in here with us, but she dated Zach for a while. She believes he's innocent. I can fully relate to that. And I'm of the position today, not last week, but today. It's been several days that we've been deep diving. I'm of the position personally of actual innocence. A few days ago, I was, definitely this trial wasn't fair. Before that, I was like, there's too much here. They put too many resources. They put so many investigators, so many law enforcement officials. The whole community was out looking. How could they have gotten this one wrong? So when I first heard there was some controversy, I was like, that can't be. This is a victim that had the community looking under every stone for answers. And now I've learned otherwise in about a week's time. So that's a rant. Thank you, Touche, for the 5 and the food for thought. Oh, man. Just crazy.
Mr. Bobo, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I represent Zach Adams.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
You've given multiple statements in this case.
I have.
And you gave a statement on the same day that your sister disappeared.
I did.
Or multiple statements, actually.
Several statements that day.
One of the statements you gave was to FBI Special Agent Art Viveros. Do you remember Mr. Viveros?
Yes.
And so that was a statement that you made very close in time to when the event occurred.
I don't recall.
When your sister disappeared.
Yes, I don't recall the time of that, but I did sit down and talk to Mr. Arthur that morning, just after my sister was taken.
And at that time, you said that initially you had received a call at 7:33 in the morning from Chad Marshall. Do you remember?
I remember Chad calling that morning. I don't remember the exact time, but I was asleep, and I just simply picked my phone up and silenced the call and went back to sleep.
Okay. And it wasn't until about 7:40 that you woke up because your indoor dog was barking.
Sometime around that time, that's correct.
Yes. And you were up for a few minutes. You said you were up for about 10 minutes when you heard the voices from the carport. Do you remember saying that?
Not really.
Okay. You told him that at first you thought people were trying to break into your house.
I don't remember telling anyone that.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you walked to the windows that face the carport? You pushed out the Venetian blinds? You pushed them open and observed two people squatting down?
I do.
Okay. You could only see the tops of their heads. Is that right?
The tops of their heads and maybe the top part of portion of their shoulder, I think is what I told them.
Okay. And the female had blonde hair.
Yes.
But you weren't sure who they were because you couldn't see their faces.
Right.
One of them sounded male and seemed to be giving orders to the female.
That's right.
Okay. They both sounded white.
Yes.
By that, I'm assuming you're just talking about kind of the intonation in their voices.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur and some of the other FBI agents and TBI agents asked me if I knew the ethnicity of the person that I heard.
The female seemed to be agreeing with what the man was telling her to do.
That's right.
Okay. And you thought it was Holly, but it didn't quite sound like her.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And you assumed at that time that the male must have been Holly's boyfriend.
Yes, I did.
Even though you didn't go outside, it was an odd enough situation that you called your mother.
Yes.
Okay. And you then, when you couldn't reach her, you texted her.
That's right.
When you couldn't hear the voices outside any longer, that's when you looked out the kitchen window and saw people walking towards the woods. Isn't that right?
The kitchen door, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, the glass window in the kitchen. If you said glass window in the kitchen, you would have meant the door with a window in it.
That's right.
Okay. And as you looked at the woman, it looked like the size and shape of Holly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
She was wearing a pink t-shirt and blue jeans.
Okay. And again, you assumed still at that point that the male was Drew.
I did.
Drew Scott, the boyfriend. And you thought that the reason that they were going into the woods was because Drew had shot a turkey and he was taking Holly to go see a turkey.
I thought that was a possibility at that time, yes.
Okay. And so there was nothing about the way they were walking that alarmed you at that time.
That is correct.
There were some perhaps reports that she was being dragged into the woods, but you didn't see any evidence that she was being dragged into the woods.
That's right, and those reports were false.
If you had seen your sister being dragged into the woods, you would have jumped into action.
That's correct.
Okay. And the man you said had on camouflage pants, a camouflage shirt, and a hat.
To the best of my memory, I think that he had on a lot of camouflage. I know I reported full camouflage, but he did have on camouflage.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what the camouflage pattern was?
At first, I remember it appeared to be Mossy Oak breakup.
Okay. Because actually, there's different companies. Mossy Oak is a company of camouflage, and each company has different camouflage patterns that they use.
Right.
Okay. And Mossy Oak, you said Mossy Oak breakup.
That's correct.
And that would be a camouflage pattern you might use if you were going turkey hunting.
That's right.
Okay. And you said at first you thought that. Upon further reflection, did you decide it might be something else?
Yes, I did say that it could have been leafy wear, which is something that turkey hunters wear.
Okay. Was it just that it was too far away for you to really determine?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said you thought that you saw in the person's right hand something that looked to you like a turkey call.
Yes, I think I described it as maybe a deer grunt call.
A deer grunt call?
That's right.
And what would that look like?
It's a black pipe, plastic pipe that's about 7 or 8 inches long, and it has like a flexible end on it.
Okay. And how do you make noises with it? Do you move it around?
No, you blow through it.
Okay. Yo, excuse me just 1 minute. I get nervous too when I get to turn out. Okay, and so,
I'm sorry. I don't mouth well enough. Backside mouth. No, I'm sorry.
There.
All right, thank you.
We're just having tech issues.
Now, that morning, you had parked your car in the garage that day, and that was somewhat unusual. Is that right?
I had backed my pickup truck in the detached garage, and that was somewhat unusual because that parking spot was unavailable for a few months prior to that night.
It had been full with things.
Yes, my dad had a project car that he was working on, and he had the car on one side and parts and tools on the other side.
Okay, so if somebody had been that was the first night you had parked your car in the garage for a while?
That's right.
So if somebody had been observing the house, on other occasions, they would have seen your car outside.
Yes,
And that night, the garage door to the detached garage was closed also, wasn't it?
that's correct.
So you wouldn't have been able to see your truck,
That's right.
right? So if somebody had been watching your house for a while, they might have assumed that you were not there.
That is a possibility.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that spring of 2011, you were gone before Holly in the morning. Isn't that right?
On some days I was.
Yes. Now, do you remember also telling law enforcement that the person's hair, that you could see the man had dark hair sticking out from under his cap?
At some point in time, I do. Yes, I remember that.
And you had said that the dark hair was long enough that it appeared to be touching the man's collar or down on his collar.
To cover his neck. That's correct.
To actually cover his neck even.
Yes.
Okay. And then, in fact, you had also described the man's voice.
Yes.
You described it as a very deep, low voice.
Yes.
Didn't you? Okay. And at some point, Terry Dykes brought you voice samples of different people's voices.
He did.
And you were able to narrow the voice samples down to 2 different voices.
I believe that's correct.
And to you, the 2 samples of voices sounded identical.
Yes, they sounded very similar.
You couldn't distinguish one man's voice from the other.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those men's voices was Terry Britt's voice, wasn't it?
That's what the DBI indicated, yes.
Okay. At some point along the line, you retained an attorney to represent you, didn't you?
Yes, as well. It was a family. We obtained an attorney to represent our family to give us some family guidance because our family's never really been involved in any kind of court issues.
Yes, and it was a new and different situation to you.
Yes.
But he actually accompanied you when you were questioned by law enforcement, didn't he?
He later did.
Yes. And law enforcement put great pressure on you to change your story, didn't they?
They did.
They continually accused you of lying.
Yes.
And they continually said that you were somehow holding back on some kind of information.
Withholding information, yes.
And they again stressed again and again that they would never be able to solve the crime unless you would come forward and tell everything you know.
That's correct. To me, that meant that I was the one that could solve the crime.
Right. And you can't solve this crime, can you? No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to you in this situation if in the beginning you had told some kind of fib. In order to get your sister back, you would have admitted to that right away, wouldn't you have?
Admitted to if I had previously lied?
If you had previously lied or if you had been confused initially.
Yes, I would have admitted the truth, yes.
You would have done anything to get your sister back, wouldn't you have?
I would not have lied.
No, but you would have admitted fault on your own.
Oh, yes.
You would not have tried to protect yourself and kept yourself from getting in trouble if it meant hindering the search for your sister, would you?
That's correct.
Okay. If I can have one moment.
Wait, do I see a Hawaiian in the chat? They have Irish.
I have no further questions.
Oh.
Just real quick. Just about law enforcement pressure you to like change your statement or something. Do you understand the difference between somebody confronting you about what you said?
I do.
About telling you that if it was them, they would have rushed out there and either they'd be dead or that man would be dead.
I heard something like that numerous times, yes.
Again and again, they confronted you with that.
Yes.
And again, you've told them the truth.
Yes, all that I know.
And every time you tell them what they know, what does law enforcement do? They write it down.
Yes.
They write it down. They ever try to change what you're saying?
No, they didn't change what I was saying. They just wanted me to add more and give them more and give them more.
They're doing their job.
Yeah.
They confronted you and confronted you and confronted you. And then they wrote down or wrote memos or recorded or whatever it was every time what you said.
Yes.
They never made up lies that you said.
No.
They never had you sign statements that weren't true.
No.
You saw a black, what'd you call it again? I don't hunt very much.
The object in his hand. It appeared to be a deer grunt call.
Because it was black?
It was black, and it looked like it was just kind of a matte black, and it looked like it was about 7 or 8 inches long, like a pipe or a tube.
Did you make any assumptions that's what it was because he was in camouflage and he was walking in the woods?
Yes, I believe that's skin. Of course, he was a pretty good ways away from me as well.
A very good ways. We saw the picture.
Yeah.
Could that have been a gun?
It could have been.
Your Honor, objecting to speculation. I'd ask to strike that.
You said could it have been, you said it could. That's not speculation, it's just voice of opinion. There's no room. None?
Passwords.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step in. Let's take a recess to our last evening recess, invite us to let me know when everyone's finished recording, and then we'll go a little further into the evening game. Oh, you're next.
John Babb.
John Bath, I think, is the next witness. And there is also a poll. It's a food for thought exercise. I am forcing a commitment because there is no unsure option. But you guys can vote. You guys can put your thoughts in the chat. If Terry Britt was on trial, like if right now what we're seeing on screen, if this was for Terry Britt and the state was presenting their case, they built their case to prosecute Terry Britt, meaning they tried to bring out things that do not look good for Terry Britt. Do you think he'd end up convicted? And again, he was asking for a deal. We heard a little bit about that from Marshall Walker. There is an option there that you think he would have taken a deal, but of course that would be predicated on the state offering it. So, and not sure that would have actually happened because I think they wanted to have the trial, unless it was a full pleading guilty with no benefits conferred. So he wasn't formally offered a plea. So the way Marshall John Walker phrased it was like, go out there and say we're willing to work with him because we also are looking at your wife, Janet. And he said something to the effect of, well, you got me. I'll do, I think he said 25, and he made it seem like he has health problems and his concern was dying in a facility. He wanted to be out before he'd be living his final days stuck in a facility. And I think that's all included in episode 4 from the podcast. And it's also in one of the hearing days, but what day I think it was day 2, the deep dive day 2 in the description is when Marshall John Walker was on the stand. But there's episode 4 if you want to go check out Trial and Error's compilation of all things Terry Britt. But yeah, take a vote in that poll. Let me know what you think. And again, I'm not going to do a poll for everything, but I think there's a lot of people that if the state wanted to point the finger at, charge them, and bring to trial, a jury would have found them guilty. So.
Okay. Raise your right hand, sir. Tell us where that's what we got to give. It's the truth, no truth, nothing but the truth that you got. I do. Be seated. State your name and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
John Babb, John Babb.
Thank you, sir. All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babb. I'm going to ask you to speak up. You're a little soft-spoken, and it's sort of hard to hear in here. So
That mic is hot if you need to get a little closer to it.
not asking what your address is, but where do you currently live?
Collierville,
And where's Collierville?
Tennessee.
And is that close to Memphis?
Yes,
All right. And prior to moving to Collierville, where did you live?
in Lexington, Tennessee,
All right. And prior to living in Lexington, where did you live?
Kansas City.
At some point in there, did you have a house, or property on Swan Johnson Road?
I did. I did not live there. I just owned the property there.
And what kind of property did you own? A house, a lake, what?
150 acres, mostly woods, five lakes, recreational property.
And I asked you whether it was close to Swan Johnson Road. Actually, was it right off of Swan Johnson?
Right on Swan Johnson Road on the east side.
Right. Are you familiar with the family last name Bobo?
Very much so.
Karen Bobo, Dana Bobo, Clint,
Certainly.
and Holly?
And Holly.
Do you recall approximately when you met their families?
They were probably the first family I met when I bought that property,
And when was that?
2004.
And having bought that property in 2004, did you basically watch Clint and Holly grow up?
I did.
Did you ever do any business with Dana, or did he do some work for you or around your lakes?
A great deal. He had heavy equipment, and I needed a lot of heavy equipment work done on the lake property. We worked together for about 10 years.
And how much interaction did you have with Holly?
Every now and then, I would see her whenever I went over to their house. In fact, she rode her horse on our property from time to time.
She rode her horse with your permission, I assume?
Yeah, sure.
You said you didn't live there. Did you go there frequently or infrequently?
About 3 times a week.
Was there a place for you to spend the night when you wanted to?
There's a small cabin on the place.
And I want to draw your attention, please, sir, to April the 13th of 2011 and ask you, do you remember that morning?
I do.
Had you spent the night in your cabin there on Swan Johnson the night before?
No.
How specifically do you remember that morning?
I was to go fishing with a good friend of mine who had come in from Atlanta. We spent the night at my home in Lexington, came there the next morning. I remember we were running a little bit late, 30. Went down to the house. I had to rig up or put a boat on the trailer and then hook up the trailer, get our fishing gear together. I showed my buddy a boat that I had built over the winter. Then we went over to a lake, some 300 or 400 yards away from the cabin.
So all of the activity that you described, when you said at the time you went through the gate, that was on that property?
Yes.
The gate to your cabin and to your lake, the ponds and lakes?
Yes.
Okay. You sort of have given us some specific time frames. Are you a person that makes note of detail based on your history, your work history, your career?
I had to do that for many years, yes.
Just so the jury understands why you might be a person that pays attention. What was your career?
I worked for the U.S. Surgeon General. I was an assistant surgeon general and rear admiral in the public health service.
And attained you were a rear admiral, weren't you?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
2010.
So this point, this April of 2011 was really shortly after your retirement. You're
Yes.
enjoying yourself, being able to go fishing in the middle of the week.
Indeed.
Now to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30, yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer?
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and as I had my stuff ready to go. He wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
All right. And so that the jury understands, I guess, the layout. If you were standing where you were on the levee and looked back towards the road, what did you see? Did you actually see Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, for about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah.
And you said that he was not your buddy, and was that Mr. Williams?
Bob Williams, yes.
He was not able to see what you did because of where he was.
Right.
Okay. What did you see?
Well, first I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. Of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Were you able, other than maybe the observation that it was a white truck and going fast, were you able to make any other observations about that truck?
I thought it was an extended cab truck.
Okay.
But I,
Did you think that it may have been a Ford as well?
I thought it may have been a Ford, but then it was 250 yards or so away, so I couldn't tell for sure.
When you reported what you saw, though, you reported those things, that you thought it was an extended cab and you thought it was a Ford.
Yes.
And Mr. Hagerman just reminded me to ask, was it a pickup truck?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
an actual pickup truck.
Yes.
Other than hearing the truck, and let me ask you which direction it was going, and we have a map.
The truck was going south. And just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So I find it inconceivable that somebody could have been going that speed with that made any sense whatsoever after coming off that gravel road, unless they were in one heck of a hurry. That's why it drew my attention.
Got your attention. In addition to hearing and then seeing the white pickup truck, did you hear some noises shortly before that you thought were cats fighting?
I did. Two of the neighbors owned quite a few cats. And when I heard it, I thought, that sounded like a couple of cats fighting. And it was off towards the Bobo house. My buddy, who is actually a cat person, said, "No, I don't think that was cats," but that was all we heard, and we didn't figure that out.
Did you hear what you thought at the time were cats fighting, two cats fighting, before or after you saw the car speeding past?
Well, I heard that as soon as we got to the lake, so it was before the car.
So you heard was it screeching or yelling or crying or?
A screech or a squall, like I say, I thought it was cats.
But your buddy told you it wasn't.
Right.
Do you remember when you were kind enough to let me come to your home and talk to you about what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in telling me, describing for me the layout of your property and the Bobos, did you hand draw a map?
Yes, I did.
Let me pass that forward to you. And you're under the defense asset. And do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that map, to the best of your ability, truly and accurately reflect sort of the layout of the road, the land, the Bobos that morning?
It's a crude map, but yes. Yeah.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next number of the exhibit.
Should be 36, I think, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm going to pass you a pointer. If you'll look over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Especially on this one, it's a little thing on there.
Just a second.
Right in there.
Pretty quick study. It's 5 o'clock on Monday. We've already had to get the lights down.
Other right. All right, Mr. Babb, you have to tell me, is it focused enough for you to point out the writing or not? I can't tell.
It's hard to make out the writing.
Okay.
This point right here is the levee on the lake where I was standing. Right in here is where I saw this truck speeding coming.
Shout out to have
coming from that
Irish
direction.
becoming green
And I saw
again.
the lake for that time period right in here.
Where do the Bobos live?
There.
And what distance, if you had to tell us down the road from the Bobos to where you saw the car?
Well, from there to there, I would say 150, 200 yards.
150 to 200 yards. And the area on here where you believe you heard two cats fighting or screaming, where did that
This
sound?
is generally in this direction here. A lady here had cats, and there was a man that lived here who had 60 cats. 62 actually. So.
But the sound wasn't from where you lived.
No, it wasn't coming from that direction. It was back over here.
Let me ask you and tell me if either way, is it a possibility that what you heard were voices or high-pitched screaming as opposed to cats?
It was,
I'm going to object to the speculation.
The question's proper, overruled.
Let me ask that question again. Is it a possibility that the sounds you heard that morning was someone crying or screaming as opposed to cats fighting?
I didn't think of it in that terms whenever I heard it. I wish I had under the circumstances, but no, I didn't think of it that way, but it's certainly possible that it was.
Now, this information that you shared with the jury, at what point did you tell someone in law enforcement what you had seen regarding that white, possibly Ford extended cab pickup?
Well, the first thing that happened that I knew anything had gone on over there was that
Yes, sir.
All right, lights up.
Dana Bobo called me, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock
That morning or that evening?
that morning to ask me what the age requirement to report what's the Amber Alert, what the age requirement was for an Amber Alert. And I said, I think it's 21, but I'm not sure. And then he said, well, Holly's been taken.
I'm sorry, there was a thump. Holly's been what?
He said, Holly has been taken. And he tried to explain what was going on. And so, well, I said, he said, are you at the lake? And I said, yeah. And so I then stopped fishing, went to all of the buildings on the property there to be sure that nobody had come over there to our side of the road. And then I went directly over to Swan Johnson Road, walked up to his house. There were police cars, et cetera, all up and down the road. And I talked to the sheriff of Decatur County and the sheriff of Henderson County, who were together on the roadway there, and told them what I'd seen. And directly somebody from Homeland Security and the FBI came over to the cabin and talked to me. And then later on that evening, they asked me to come to the command trailer, and I spoke to them again there.
So from within, I guess, an hour and a half or so after you heard and saw this, you were taking steps to report it?
Yes, but I didn't know there was anything to report until Dana's telephone call. Right.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
No further questions. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. Before you go, you can be in the courtroom with us.
Thank you.
Call your next.
Tony Weber.
Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir, I do. Be seated. State your name, spell your first and last name for the court recorder.
Tony Weber, Tonyweber.
You can proceed.
Mr. Weber, we recall your attention back in April of 2011. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working back then?
Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you a deputy there?
In law enforcement in Decatur County, approximately 15 years.
15 years.
Yes, sir.
Now you got a new job though, right?
Yes, sir.
Got a new better job.
Yeah.
Make a little more money. Right?
Yes, sir.
April 13th, 2011. Did you have occasion to respond to the crime scene on Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me how that came about.
That morning we were leaving, or I was leaving the high school. I'd been working traffic patrol, just trying to deter speeders through a school zone. After that, I had went to 911 dispatch center and was made aware of the call. I then responded emergency traffic to the Swan Johnson Road address.
Did you respond to emergency traffic, don't you say?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean fast?
Lights and siren, yes, sir.
Lights and sirens.
Yes, sir.
Was it just you or was anybody with you?
It was just me and my car.
Tell us what you saw when you arrived there.
When I arrived at the address, as I was pulling in the driveway, I noticed two people standing in front of a residence. One was later identified as Clint Bobo. The other was a neighbor. I believe her name was Kathy Wise.
Okay. So you pull up that long driveway at Swan Johnson, lights and sirens, and you see Clint Bobo and the neighbor, female.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I exited my vehicle. I went up and was kind of trying to determine what was going on, if a crime had occurred, or the nature of the call, what exactly had been going on.
This call was some type of kidnapping call, right?
They said that Holly Bobo had been taken, or a female had been taken into the woods.
That doesn't happen every day.
No, sir.
Did you talk to Clint Bobo?
I did.
He give you a brief version of what was going on?
Yes, sir. He said that somebody in camouflage had taken his sister into a wooded area behind and to the right of the house from where we were.
So what do you do in response to that?
We began to walk towards the area where he had said that his sister was taken into the woods.
Who's waiting?
Mr. Bobo and I. I don't remember at that time whether the neighbor had come with us. We started walking back through there and just generally asking him questions. Are you sure, this is what happened? Are you sure there's nothing going on? I actually asked him, I said, are you sure she didn't get a ride to school? Because I believe he had made comment that she was supposed to be going to college that morning. And I asked him, are you sure she didn't get a ride? He was sure she did not get a ride to school. Kept saying that she was taken into the woods. I asked to see where her vehicle was. At some point, we ended up over near her Mustang in the carport.
What did you see in the carport?
That's when I noticed there was blood spatter and a puddle of blood on the floor.
This is previously marked Stacy to number 27. You should be 28 first. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. It appears to be the carport of the Bobo's residence.
And was that car there?
Yes, sir, it was.
It's her car. Is this the blood you're talking about?
It appears to be, yes, sir. It's in the general location for sure.
And I got cuts up at least part of it. Is it 27? Right there in the base of the steps, right?
Yes, sir.
Things are serious.
At that point, I realized it was more serious than I was first made aware. Yes, sir.
First made aware or expected?
Expected, I guess. Well, I guess just the demeanor of the persons when I first encountered. I wasn't expecting to find a scene of that magnitude or of that nature.
Around frantic.
No, sir, they were not.
Were other law enforcement there about the time you found the blood?
I believe I don't know exactly what time, but I do know that Deputy Jeremy Pratt had arrived sometime therein, and also Ricky Inman with the sheriff's office had arrived sometime at that point.
Did you stay there for a little bit there in the house?
Initially, I did. When I found the carport, I had actually, at that point, tried to get Clint Bobo to write me out a statement, realizing how serious, hey, I need to get something on paper. I need to get some facts. Tell me what you saw for sure. Write it down.
You get some paper?
I did.
Where you could write it down?
Yes, sir.
Other officers get there?
Yes, sir.
These other officers have various responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
Other people get there?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Miss Aaron getting there?
Yes, sir, I do. We spoke briefly in the front driveway. I believe I was coming back from roping off the area around the carport with sheriff's tape and met her in front. Again, it was brief. I started asking her specific questions about Holly, trying to get a little bit more information. I believe at that point is when I realized that she had her cell phone with her still.
Okay. The fact that she has her cell phone with her, or at least it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean something to you?
Yes, sir. That means that there's a good possibility that we can actually start using that data off of that to triangulate some sort of location.
Try to figure out where her cell phone is.
Correct.
And maybe that's where she is.
Correct.
And maybe we can go get it.
Right.
So what do you do?
I contacted our 911 system and asked them to contact the cell phone carrier so they can initiate the tracking of the phone.
Under certain circumstances, in law enforcement, they contact the cell phone provider like AT&T.
Yes, sir. Life and death situation, they can.
How was that process started?
Yes, sir, it was.
To complete that process, what do they need?
They needed a supervisor's signature.
So what'd you do?
I had to leave the residence and get to the 911 center so I could fax a copy of my signature and a letterhead so they would relay the information to me.
Lights and sirens again, or just plain old
I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you sign that order, that paperwork, asking for this cell phone information?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you ask for that sort of cell phone information, like from AT&T, how does it come to you?
They actually emailed it to my departmental email.
And in fact, AT&T that morning emails you several, what I'm going to say, nobody's asking about cell phone expertise or anything right now. They email you several pings of Holly's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
In what sort of form? They don't send you a map with like.
No, sir. It's a lot of numbers. Looks a lot more like longitude, latitude stuff.
And is that stuff you're trained in or not trained in?
I'm not trained in that, sir.
So what do you do when AT&T emails you all these numbers? That's a cell phone ping.
We were relaying them to TBI agents, and also I believe Highway Patrol or Jackson PD had a helicopter in the area at that time, and we were relaying that to them.
So AT&T starts sending you pings from her phone. You start relaying that information to whoever you can.
Yes, sir.
But including the TBI.
Yes, sir.
Do you actually go chasing these cell phone pings?
No, sir.
Okay, so what are your responsibilities once these cell phone pings start coming in?
My responsibilities at the time were to follow those until they stopped, or until she was found.
Those pings stopped, and we'll hear testimony about it a few hours into that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you tasked later that day or during that day with going out trying to investigate a little bit or trying to talk to people a little bit?
Yes, sir. After we realized that there were no more pings coming through on the cell phone, I was given a job along with Deputy Jeremy Pratt to go and interview our local sex offenders throughout the county.
In your travels that day, you had to drive from place to place, I assume.
Yes, sir.
In any of those travels, first, do you know Zach Adams?
I do know Zach Adams.
Do you know Shane Austin?
I did know Shane Austin.
In your travels that day, from place to place or wherever to wherever, did you ever encounter Zach Adams?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No, sir.
Would you recall?
I believe I would have recalled, but no, sir, I don't recall.
Did you ever encounter Shane Austin?
No, sir.
Did either Zach Adams or Shane Austin ever talk to you that day?
No, sir. Not that I can recall.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Weber. I'm Jennifer Thompson. So you're the first officer on the scene that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And to be clear, you never walked back into the woods first thing looking for Holly, did you?
The initial thing? No.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Matter of fact, you had Clint Bobo come over and begin to fill out some paperwork.
We spoke briefly and walked around the house. Yes, ma'am.
So when you first got there, he was standing in the front of the house?
Clint Bobo. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you that there was some blood over in the carport?
I don't remember that ever coming out until we'd already made it around the house.
Okay. But you didn't see the blood yourself, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, initially, when you made your first day report, you said you didn't see the blood that told Inman about it.
I don't know. No, ma'am, I don't. I don't know how I could have told him about it if I hadn't seen it.
Well, Clint told you, you told Inman.
No, ma'am, I don't believe that's right.
So you say you did walk over and look at the blood?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So you walked all the way through the carport to look at the blood?
No, I stepped into the carport without seeing a picture. There's a breezeway, I guess you could say, from the back porch area going over there, and you could see down in through there.
Okay. And you weren't the first person to put up tape that morning around the crime scene, were you?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Dana Bobo had already put up some pink ribbon to block off the carport, hadn't he?
Ma'am, Dana Bobo was not there when I got there.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you're the first person that put up crime scene tape around the carport.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. How long after you arrived did it take for Mr. Officer Pratt to arrive?
Ma'am, I don't know.
Can you give us a guesstimate?
The 911 log would probably show. I honestly don't know.
Okay. So at what point did you walk back in the woods looking for Holly?
I don't know. It'll been after we, it might have been about the time that Karen and I had spoken up front, and I remember some of our last words. She hollered at me to find her daughter, so.
Okay, but she actually ran into the woods looking for Holly before you did, didn't she?
I don't know. I didn't see her do that, no.
you never saw Karen Bobo run into the woods?
No, ma'am.
Now, Karen Bobo got there after you got there, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. And so that's something you did not observe that morning?
No, ma'am. I did not see her do that.
Okay. So you think that you maybe walked into the woods after Karen Bobo arrived?
I don't know. I never saw her go into the woods, so I couldn't tell whether she did after I had been or not.
Okay. So when you walked into the woods, did you run through the woods or did you just?
No,
walk?
ma'am. No, ma'am. It wasn't a run. We walked through the woods.
Okay. And what did you observe?
Honestly, we were looking for any sort of blood trail at that point because I'd already noticed the blood in the carport. I was looking for any sort of disturbances that I might find, potentially even her.
Okay. So when you say disturbance, what were you looking for disturbance-wise?
Disturbances in the leaves, drag marks through dirt, anything like that.
Did you find anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you take any photographs as you were walking through the woods?
I don't recall having taken any photographs, no, ma'am.
So when you walked through the woods, how long did you walk and where did you come out?
I come out on, it may have been Swan Johnson Road. I believe it cuts right through there.
And did you take any pictures of the logging road that was back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So did you make any kind of observations about tire prints or tire tracks back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you were walking around in the carport area, did you have any kind of booties on or anything to prevent you from leaving footprints?
I didn't walk through the carport. I walked up to the threshold of the door.
How about when you were walking on the trail? Did you do anything to prevent yourself from leaving footprints?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you do anything to try to preserve footprints that were on the trail?
I didn't observe any footprints on the trail.
Did you put out any kind of information about getting a roadblock?
No, ma'am, I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Did you send out messages that somebody should go and start checking roads or intersections?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. So when you finally called and started to get the pings, you didn't call to get the first ping and get the paperwork in until just a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Isn't that right?
I bet this gallery is full, and I'm assuming a lot of these individuals are here because they got invested into the search. They want justice for Holly, and you've got this deputy who's like, no, we didn't, even though we're responding to a kidnapping, we didn't set up any roadblocks. We didn't ask anyone to make observations of who was going in and out of an area. No, it's fine. I bet this gallery is like burning holes through this guy's head right now.
I don't remember. I remember calling Henderson County Sheriff's Office for some assistance. I believe they had a tracking dog. That was during the time I was at the house also, but to say at what point that was during the whole ordeal that morning, I couldn't specify a time.
So that's just a detail you don't remember today?
Excuse me?
That's a detail you don't remember today?
The time?
The time that you started to get the first ping?
No, I'm sure it's documented, the time of the first ping.
Do you have that documentation with you today?
No, ma'am, I don't. They collected all of my case file, anything that I was involved with, the TBI picked up.
So you don't even have your case file with you?
No, ma'am.
In order to testify today, did you review the case file?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So when was the last time you reviewed the case file?
About the last time I was involved with it before the TBI took it, I'm sure.
And the TBI, did they take it that very day?
It was within the first early days of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying it's been a good 7+ years since you reviewed the materials?
No, ma'am, it's 6 years.
Okay, 6 years since you reviewed the material, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably not been exactly 6, but it's getting pretty close.
Okay, if I were to tell you that the first ping came in at 8:56 and you actually got a no hit back on the first ping, would that refresh your memory on that?
It wouldn't mean anything to me, ma'am. I don't know anything about what all that data and what all that pinging is supposed to do. I know that they're supposed to be able to use that information to triangulate a location off of it. Somebody way smarter than I am.
If I were to tell you the second ping came in at 8:57, would that refresh your memory on that?
No, ma'am.
And that there actually was a hit on the 8:57 ping? You recognize that you're the person that told AT&T you had to you fill out a form and mail it into a fax number, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am, an exigent circumstances form.
Yep. And it's actually a kind of a warrant saying we have emergency circumstances and we believe that if you can give us the location of this ping, we can stop a crime in progress or save a life.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are kind of the two exigent circumstances that they need to do a ping.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the person, you've already testified, that filled out the paperwork to get that ping and faxed it over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you do remember that the AT&T call that you made was recorded on the 911 system, right?
I'm sure it is. All the 911 lines are recorded.
And AT&T asks you, how often do you want to get a ping back on the phone? Do you remember that they asked you
No,
that?
I don't remember the specifics of the conversation.
Do you remember you telling them you just would get one every 15 minutes?
I don't remember that.
Did you recognize it would have been possible to get one every 1 minute?
No, I did not know that.
Oh. And again, this is, hindsight, retrospect, butterfly effect, but having pings every 1 minute versus 15 minutes could have made a difference. So I'm telling you, the gallery's got to be burning holes through this guy's head.
So after this happened, you were assigned the job of going around and looking for the sex offenders that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a memory that there's over 90 sex offenders that lived within a short distance of the Bobo home?
I remember there's several. To say a specific number, man, honestly, I had a yellow legal pad and it was full of people that we made contact with. So.
Okay. But several is different than saying it was close to 100.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the specific number, ma'am, but I know it was a lot.
Okay. And you were given, they actually kind of just set you up on a road and you kind of started on one road and started just going in order. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am. Deputy Pratt and I decided that we would start closest to the Bobo residence and start working a spiral grid outward from that.
Okay. I'm sorry, but what I meant was you had a list of where everybody lived and what their address was, and you were going in address order when you were checking on people.
I was not going in address order. I was going in proximity to the Bobo home.
Okay. Maybe I'm not phrasing it. You weren't doing it alphabetically. You started at the Bobo home and you were kind of moving from house to house, getting further away.
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so do you have a memory now that one of the people that you were to check on was a man named Eric Christensen who lived on Jeanette Holiday Road, 2700 Jeanette Holiday Road?
I'm sure we did. I don't remember his specific name. No, ma'am.
Okay. So what you're saying now is you have absolutely no memory of that.
I remember speaking to a lot of people that day, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, if I could take a few minutes, I'd like to pull together some of the materials I have from his case file so that I can hand it up to him, see if it refreshes any of his memory. I didn't know that he was going to be called today, so I don't have my materials ready. I was just told he was being called a few minutes ago.
How long will it take you?
It's probably going to take me about 15 minutes. I do have significant more questions to ask him once I can get his memory refreshed on some of the materials.
Let's break for the evening at this point, then we'll continue tomorrow. I want you to be ready to go like that. Okay?
It is difficult when I don't know which witnesses are going to be called in advance, Your Honor.
The order in which they call their witnesses is up to them. If you call witnesses, the order in which you call is up to you. I want our bailiffs.
So we can't get information on who to be prepared for tomorrow. Thompson did tell us that this happened.
Be apprised so that they can kind of have them in waiting. Okay. 5:30. You folks are going to have to get settled in, so it won't hurt us to break for the evening. They'll feed you. Not going to identify by name, but we've got one of our jurors that has a birthday on Thursday. I want that juror to be treated very favorably on the birthday, okay? And like I said, I'm not going to identify who it is. The Sheriff's Department will know that.
We may have a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, there's one tomorrow? Maybe I had the wrong date. All right. Mine's Friday, okay? I'll still be here Friday. But the birthday's tomorrow. I want her to be treated special, okay? All right, your admonitions, don't, just put this out of your mind as best you can, okay? Do not form or express an opinion. Keep an open mind on the case until you're instructed to do so. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Ignore any news reports. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and promptly report any violations of these rules to the court. The jury may now be excused. You can leave your notebook in the seat. Courtroom will be secured overnight.
All right, so we could go to like 5:30-ish today. So we're going to watch a little bit of what would be day 2. We're going to shift into day 2 now. Quick shout out though, Joe Tacopina, attorney Joe Tacopina, ASAP Rocky trial. He's retained now and doing great advocacy work for Wendy Williams. He's also representing Fat Joe in a lawsuit that's turning into a spiraling hot mess. Not of his side's doing, But this defamation and extortion lawsuit against Terrence Dixon and attorney Tyrone Blackburn and Tyrone Blackburn's lawsuit has been a doozy. We've got some videos on this channel going over some of those motions, and Tyrone Blackburn has been criminally charged, and he's accused of running over a process server who was trying to serve him in that same case. It's a lot, but Joe Tacopina, always a joy to see when he gets up on a panel. So Justice Serve TV is going to have him on at 6 p.m. Just so you guys know, if you guys get out of here now and we're done, we'll be over there. At 7 p.m. Eastern, this is all Eastern time, Happily Angry Lawyer said he'd be going live. I'm going to get that link and make sure he's still planning to stick to it. But just wanted to put that out there. And I'm going to confirm that it is going to be 7 p.m. Eastern today. So we're going to go a little while longer, get through some of the... this is about 2 hours and 39 minutes. We'll see how far we can get with the rest of the day. Beginning of day 2 and the rest of our day. Oh. So I guess we missed whatever happened in the morning. They get him back on the stand. This is still going to be Tony Weber, and they're going right into a phone call. Thank you, Disney.
Please listen to the entire message as the conflict change effective April 8, 2011. You have reached the APP Mobility Court Order Compliance Center of AT&T. If you're calling from the 911 Emergency Center, if this is a life or death matter, press 4.
Shout out to potentially criminal John Martin. Okay. Hey, Rick says this is to get those exigent that application to start getting the pings for Holly's phone.
This is Judy. I work at the 911 center at Cater County, Tennessee. We have got a missing 20-year-old female that was pulled away from her home. We need to try to put on her cell phone, please.
Okay, what's the phone number?
Okay, 731 549 7352.
Okay.
Her name is Holly Bobo, B-O-B-O.
Okay, that's 731 549 7352.
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment. And how was the third? Did she call 911?
No, sir. Her brother reported her missing. She was pulled away from her home and she was outside into the woods. And my sergeant, Tony Weber, requested me to call you and put a trace on her cell phone, please.
Okay. The brother called 911?
Yes, her brother reported her missing. She was in our home.
All right.
Yeah, 118, that's right,
The zip code of my station is 38329. We're in the Taylor.
And may I have your callback number in your fax?
Yes, my callback number is 731 852 3911. And the fax number is 731 852 3914. It's Michael Town Road, at Lake City, Michael.
I'm sorry. Any location on the phone right now?
No, I don't have a location of the phone, but yes,
Okay, I can go ahead and provide the information to you quickly. I just need to record the conversation. And, you can give the details on the party, the third party, and so forth.
Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is, she was outside, to my knowledge, her brother heard her screaming.
Right.
He looked out, there was a boy in camouflage clothing that pulled her into the woods. He heard her screaming, and I think a neighbor also reported her screaming.
Okay.
And it's around 8 a.m. this morning.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and put you on hold briefly. I'm gonna issue the recording. When I come back, I'm just gonna ask you to ask a few questions regarding how the call came into your office and provide the information.
Okay.
Okay? Cool.
We don't know what we want to ask, or is the call still going? How long is this call?
And then her name is Judy Wilkins. I work at the 911 center, Decatur County, Tennessee, phone number 731-852-3911.
All right, are you guys okay with skipping forward through this? It's cool. I've never heard this actually be carried out before. I know that these applications are made, but I've just never heard one introduced in a trial before. But I can't even hear how the process works anyway. So I think we should skip it. I think we should skip this call. It's potatoes.
Bobo, that is doing a mail. I'm going to ask you one thing, sir. If you don't.
My hand.
There we go.
Some notes I have here. Your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting, yes, ma'am.
Oh.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same, is the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of them described into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement, of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am. Described into my.
This is the Fox feed or WHBQ feed that's acting up.
And yesterday you testified.
Oh my gosh, that's not me.
Started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there, John Turner, number 1. It's probably
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say.
and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
Yes, ma'am.
at Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to Bobo's house.
12375.
Why did it jump like that?
Executive Sergeant, hold on just a moment.
All right, so apparently the significance of this is we're going to find out that while they're waiting for pings, the first one doesn't pick up on anything. Then there ends up being a ping. The closest address to Holly's phone was within Holiday Circle in that time frame, and her phone was pinging near Interstate 840. So I think that's I don't know why Law and Crime's feed jumped around like that, and they had the edits.
Okay,
called that. Okay, so that was an accurate reflection of the call that day. Is that right?
Sounded accurate, yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you heard the AT&T person give a location of Holiday Circle,
I heard him give a lot of locations, pings, and numbers.
and the I guess the 911 operator was asking if they had an address, and he said, "Well, it was coming back with an address." And he was trying to give the closest address possible, and he said a Holiday Circle.
Okay.
So, and he also said at some point that the phone was pinging over by Interstate I-40.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, once you got these two readings, the latitude and longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
I relayed the information that I was given to officers to try to go to certain locations. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. But as you know, officers did not go to those readings within the first hour.
Ma'am, I don't know. I was clearly at the dispatch center and obtaining the information as to what officers or if any went there. I don't know.
Okay. And then let me. And since yesterday, you had an opportunity to review the report that you prepared in this case, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at it this morning.
And as a matter of fact, you, as the first officer on the scene, were charged with making the preliminary investigation report in the whole case.
Yes, ma'am. I have to start a case so we can have a case number for follow-up things, just like the AT&T track.
Okay. And so in your report that you filled out on the very first page under the accused, suspect, other category, you actually put Clint Bobo's name in there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the second page, you wrote out a narrative.
Yes, ma'am.
And the narrative is just a brief paragraph of kind of what had occurred.
Just a brief summation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you wrote this. Do you remember what day you actually sat down and wrote out the report?
No, ma'am. A lot of that stuff was kind of running together. I mean, there was a lot of things going on during that time.
So you're saying it was all kinds of information coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because of it all, it's possible that it was several days until you wrote out the report.
There may be a timestamp on the report. I don't know.
Okay. And if there's not a timestamp on the report, then no telling when it was actually typed into a computer.
It would have been there pretty quick. It's not going to be a week later or anything like that. It would have been within the first day or so because other people are going to need that case number for their files also.
Okay. And you put down in your report that upon arriving at the scene, you spoke with the brother, Clint Bobo.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
reported the victim, Holly Bobo. The reported victim, Holly Bobo.
Sounds right.
And you're saying that Mr. Bobo gave you a verbal statement that he was asleep in the home and heard a scream.
If that's what I put down, that's what he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But it's possible that you got that part confused because it's the neighbor that heard the scream.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's in my report. Unfortunately, that's what I typed up, so that's what I have to stand by.
Like you didn't have any specific notes from when you spoke to Clint Bobo first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am. The statement form that I gave him, I don't know whatever happened.
And this is how investigations go awry. And imagine if Clint Bobo continued. Again, if they didn't respond so quickly and find him at home and Holly wasn't there, if it was the other way around where she was missing and hours had gone by and they said, well, Clint could have had the time to do something, come back home, it might not have been so easy to actually clear him. And you have this guy saying, well, we wrote it this way. That's what I have to stand by. But in court, that could have been used to make it seem like Clint was changing his story, which would have looked bad for Clint, rather than just making it look like this guy just didn't pay much attention to the details he was documenting down.
Do it.
Okay, so you would agree with me that whatever piece of paper you gave him that day to fill out has been lost at this point?
I would say that I never gained possession of it back at that day, no.
Okay, because you didn't review that paper in preparation for your testimony today.
No, ma'am, I have not seen that paper.
Okay. And so you also put down that Clint Bobo checked outside the home and he saw his sister in a pink shirt and light colored blue jeans walking into the woods.
That's the description he would have given me. Okay. Sounds right.
But he had also told you that he had seen his sister kneeling down, speaking to somebody outside the window. Didn't he tell you that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's a detail you don't remember today.
Yes, ma'am.
And Clint Bobo advised you he didn't think much about his sister heading into the woods with her boyfriend.
Seems like that's right.
Okay. He explained to you that the boyfriend was a turkey hunter.
I do recall that, yes.
At some point, he realized what was happening and he called 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon the arrival at the scene, you put down that you did locate and photograph some blood inside the carport.
That's what I put, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday when you said you didn't take pictures, you did in fact take some pictures.
It says that. I don't know whatever happened to him, but it does say that. So I imagine I would have probably on my cell phone because that would have been what I would have had on me at the time. I don't carry around a camera with me, so.
And back in 2011, did you have a cell phone that took pictures?
It was a department issued iPhone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. That part you remember?
What?
You remember that you had a cell phone an iPhone that took pictures?
I remember that I had a department issued iPhone. We all have them, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But you didn't take pictures.
And then it says that you went inside this home. And you're one of the people that cleared the house?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever going in the home.
Okay, so it was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home?
I don't know that, ma'am. I did not go in the home.
Okay. And you tried to get a dog up there, but they told you that there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
Okay. And did you stay in your office to get the emails, or was that something you could get on your iPhone? The emails from AT&T with the pings?
I believe I had to use a computer there at dispatch, but I don't remember. I remember them coming in by email. So.
Okay. And a matter of fact, you were able to get 4 pings total. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly how many, ma'am.
Okay. Well, and I take that back. The very first locate on the phone that we heard there, that locate, there was no hit at the time.
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
And so then we heard 2 locates on the telephone just then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they ended up sending you additional 2 more. Isn't that right?
Ma'am, again, I don't remember the number in total. I remember some emails coming through, but I don't remember how many.
Okay. And at that point, then you did not have the means.
If they just played the recording, why isn't she like reiterating some of the descriptors for the locates? Because like the jury doesn't have a map. They don't have a visualization of where we are. And this is a deputy that should know the roadways. I mean, they're supposed to be able to know how to respond to an address when a call comes in. Who seems like the appropriate witness where you could like start getting the jury to grasp the lay of the land, especially since Jennifer should be gearing towards calling Marshall Walker to the stand. She doesn't know at this point in time that she's going to fail to qualify him, but it seems like she's expecting to be able to lean on those cell phone records coming in. And rather than just let your expert explain a map, why not start like getting those names familiar and start saying them so people can start to grasp the names and be able to place the details there by the time Walker's on the stand.
By which to use this latitude and longitude information they gave you to pinpoint it on the map, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't have a GPS or anything to use that information.
Okay. And it never occurred to you when you're talking to the people on the phone to ask them to update the system every 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Hey, ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you could do that.
Okay. At the very last, when he said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed, I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. And then you did a supplement to your report at a later date. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you some papers I have. I have some copies, and granted, they're not very good copies. Some notes I have here. Can you tell me if that's your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of the information was transcribed into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am.
And yesterday you testified that you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there that you go see is John Turner, number 1. It's probably easier if you look at the typed report.
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say that's about right.
Okay, and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
At Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house. Is that right?
I'm not sure mileage-wise, but it's within the city limits of Parsons, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's Melvin Stegall. You checked on him.
Melvin Stegall. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Seagal. The next person is Timothy Wheat,
Yes, ma'am.
also on Manus Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Then is it Michael Broughton?
Yes, ma'am.
The fifth person is James Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
He's on Rawson Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you move over to Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know where Jeanette Holiday Road is located.
I do.
And it's close to the Bobo home.
Yes, ma'am.
It's certainly closer to the Bobo home than Adams Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And you checked on Eric Christensen,
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
and he was home when you got there.
That's what it says.
And then the next person on the list is Terry Britt, number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you his story of what he had been doing that day. He said he woke up at 6 a.m. Wife woke up at 8:30ish, and they left going to All Goods in Camden to buy supplies for remodeling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that upon arrival, they were unloading, Jan and Terry Britt were unloading a tub from a truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say truck, you mean a pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got there sometime that afternoon after approximately 2 o'clock, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact time, ma'am.
Do you see a time written on your sheet? On your handwritten notes? I couldn't find a time, but
Ma'am, I'm struggling here. It's kind of copied over and it's hard to read, but not that I can tell. No, ma'am.
okay.
I don't know, like the time, the day, the time, and who I am writing this thing seem to be the things that you would expect in any report.
And do you remember that, Deb,
what I would have asked, this is what she should have done, I think. Well, how long do you think we just listed out a bunch of people that you stopped and spoke to? Like, don't let the jury make the inference at what you're getting at. You did all of this, and then you get to Terry Britt's house. Well, extract and draw out and highlight why that matters. If you were talking to all these people, you have to drive to their locations, pull up, make contact with them, take any statements, ask them the questions. Then you have to go and repeat whatever, like 7 times, 8 times. Then you get to Terry Britt's. Well, if you didn't get done walking through the woods outside Holly's house and making this call to AT&T, which took a really long time, if you stopped and even just spent 5 minutes getting to each of these houses, it wouldn't be logical for you to have gotten there before 2, right? Would you agree with that? Like, just spell it out, because I think that's the point she's trying to take away from why he stopped and asked all these other people. But do you think every person sitting on that jury is going to draw that out and come up with that on their own? But she needs that time frame. She needs there to be room where Terry Britt and Janet could have been doing whatever they needed to do.
You just mentioned another deputy who was also doing checks on sex offenders. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other deputy, what was his name?
Jonathan Reichard.
And Mr. Riker, and he was paired up with a second person also, wasn't he?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Okay. And so do you remember that they had already been by the Britt home that morning and nobody was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a list, a timetable that was included in all, well, I guess officers, when they came in, then began to try to form some type of timeline and keep a record of who was doing what.
I would hope so.
And you remember that you worked pretty late that day.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if at 8:38 you were still out there checking sex offenders, that would make sense to you, wouldn't it?
I'm sure. I don't remember getting a whole lot of sleep there for about a week.
Okay. And that day also, you said that you had gone, you initially were at the Bobo home, but you left sometime that morning to go back to the Parsons or the Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
The dispatch center, yes, ma'am.
And where's the Decatur County Sheriff's Department?
It's on Main Street in Decaturville. I don't know the numerical address.
Okay, so in order to get there from the Bobo home, you would have driven past the hospital. They're the Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons or Decatur County Hospital?
Decatur County General Hospital.
So you would have driven past the Decatur County General Hospital going that direction.
That's one way to go, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the way you went that morning, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know which road I took. I would imagine I took that road just because it's the main thoroughfare.
Okay. If I can have 1 moment. No further questions, Ron.
For the director of the station.
Yeah, a few minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did want to put that phone call in as.
I wondered, let's put this in, it will be 37.
Can we have his report put in also and his handwritten notes? He recognized them as.
I'm sorry. I'd address the court with regards to it. I'm getting this from Thompson.
This will be exhibit 37.
I'll get it.
They zoom in. They zoom in on her trying to get it together.
Yes, bring that with. Oh, they heard on that. Yes, bring that with you.
They're discussing the exhibit at the bench, or what are they doing?
I'll tell the jury those 2 reports that have just been filed as evidence were introduced for purposes of him refreshing his recollection. They're hearsay and not to be considered for the truth of it, okay? All right.
Which one is gonna be 38?
The big one was, or the multi-page was on top, I think. And 39 is practically illegible.
Report back to you.
You may.
You told us yesterday you're not a cell phone expert.
No, sir.
That wasn't your job.
No, sir, it was not.
So I'm not going to try to make you one. Okay. But did you hear what I heard on that phone call?
Yes, sir, I did.
AT&T guy couldn't give you an address, could he?
No, sir.
He couldn't tell you Holly's phone was here.
No, sir.
At a place or on a road or anything like that.
No, sir.
Object to the leading.
No, sir, good enough.
Redirect,
I'll be mindful of
not
the
cross.
judgment.
Okay.
Instead, what did he tell you?
Latitude and longitude.
What was his question?
No, sir, good enough. I'll be mindful of the judgment.
Okay.
Instead, what did he tell you?
Latitude and longitudes of possible locations.
And did you hear him mention something about like a
I think
radius?
that was just overruled.
Yes, sir. 4,000 kilometers, approximately 2 miles, I believe is what I heard him say.
Approximately 2 mile radius.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about a 2 mile swatch
Yes, sir.
and not a place or a road.
No, sir.
Did you hear him say anything about a city?
No, sir.
Did you hear him ever mention Holiday, Tennessee?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did you ever hear him mention Interstate 40?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you know, you were asked where Adams Lane is?
Yes, sir.
And you know who lives on Adams Lane?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who?
Zach Adams and his grandfather.
Adams Lane near Interstate 40?
It is, sir.
It's right there, isn't it?
It's pretty close, yes, sir.
Adams Lane near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, even though you weren't a cell phone expert, and they gave you these things, they emailed you things, right?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did you just ignore them?
No, sir. We gave the information to people that I thought would be useful to them.
Because that was your job.
Yes, sir.
Did TBI get them?
They did it. Yes, sir.
Highway Patrol?
Highway Patrol did also. Yes, sir.
Other people responsible for trying to find them.
Other people that were trying to help us. Yes, sir.
And you went about your job.
Yes, sir, I did.
There's a list of sex offenders you talked to.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Object to the leading.
Yes, sir, there is.
That was not leading. Overruled.
You talked to Terry and Janet Britt.
I did. Yes, sir.
You saw them that morning. Is that right?
Yes, sir. At some point during that day, I did run into them.
And you asked, you saw them doing something. Is that right?
When we,
Object
That
to
is leading.
What did you see when you encountered them?
when Deputy Pratt and I pulled up into the driveway of the Britt's home, they were outside unloading a pickup truck with some remodeling supplies to their home.
Okay. Previously, the word tub was used. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
A bathtub.
Okay. Stuff for the bathroom?
That's what it appeared to be. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like a big bucket or something like that.
No, sir.
You did all that after you'd actually been at the crime scene where she was taken, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Takes a second, Judge. Sorry.
The light start.
Okay.
Here we go.
While we wait for it to warm up, did you describe for us that one of your things you did out there was some crime scene tape?
Yes, sir. I did.
Now, were you the crime scene officer?
I was the initial officer on scene, sir.
You know what I mean by that? When I say crime scene officer?
A tech that examines.
Absolutely.
No, sir. I'm not.
You weren't doing that?
No, sir.
You weren't taking samples of blood?
I was not.
You weren't walking every step of the crime scene, putting tape and everything?
No, sir.
Object to the leading.
No.
Just name.
Did you put some tape up there?
I did at one point. Yes, sir.
No other one? Okay. If we just resume the lights, Judge, I'll pass in this and we can, We'll figure it out over the next break.
Okay.
My past you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the tape that you put up?
I see some crime scene tape, and that's the area that I put it up. Yes, sir.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'll approach the witness. Can you show me the tape in the area that you put on?
Yes, sir. Over here next to, there's an alleyway going down the carport. All right. Over here would be the door walking down into the carport where Holly's car would have been. Just to the left of that, there was some sort of decoration, and then the door going into the main entrance of the home on the backside. I tied the tape between there, strung out through here, and back over to a brush, small tree on the back corner of this right here.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you put tape that stretched from the porch or from the carport, I guess it's more the porch than the carport, all the way across this back area to a tree or something?
I did carried it all the way across to the shed back here where you can see Clint Bobo's truck. I was trying to preserve this area just in case, because we'd already observed the blood on the carport, or in the carport, I should say, and then a spatter on the wall. So I was trying to preserve this area just in case there might have been some sort of indication of a trail of which way they had left outside of that area.
On the other side, it spans from some trees or something over next to the carport all the way across to the other trees.
That's correct, sir.
Would you agree with me that you didn't put any crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport?
No, sir, I did not.
If somebody put crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport, that would not have been you?
No, sir, it would not.
Might display this to the jury. Just state exhibit number 7. You can see the crime scene tape going across the backyard, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On both sides.
It covers up a big section of that driveway there at the end of the carport.
But you can see that you didn't put crime scene tape actually on the mouth of the carport.
No, sir. Or, yes, sir, you can see that.
So somebody later came on and did that wasn't you?
If it was there later, yes, sir, it was not me.
That's all my questions, John.
For the cross.
Mr. Weber, you did not put up that crime scene tape right away, did you?
No, ma'am. I put it up after I noticed the blood in the carport.
First thing you did when you got there was you handed Clint Bobo a form to fill out, didn't you?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Clint Bobo first. And then eventually during our discussions, yes, ma'am, he was handed a form to fill out.
He was handed the form to fill out.
I would check this goes beyond the scope of Recross.
It does, Your Honor, because
She can.
you gave him the form to fill out after Karen Bobo arrived, before Karen Bobo arrived.
I would say that was safe to say, yes, ma'am.
And the crime scene tape was after that.
After what?
You gave him the form to fill out.
At which time? No, it'd be hard pressed to say. It all happened pretty quick within the same moments therein. Once the blood was noticed, there was several things that happened. I realized the severity of what was going on, and things started happening a lot quicker.
But once you realized the severity of what's going on, you still didn't go in the woods.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Sorry, said that before you go, you can remain short. Sorry, they can go.
Your Honor, we have a minute to see if we can get the projector working with our next witness. We're going to use that.
Well, let's just utilize that time. We'll take a morning recess. Follow the rules I gave you at the outset, please. No discussion, 15 minutes. Things like that in support of the victim's family, stickers.
In the gallery don't wear like statement pieces to the courtroom.
I said there would be no placards, no T-shirts, no stickers, things like that in support of the victim's family. I instructed the sheriff if they saw any, that they were to cover those. There were some yesterday, there were some today. I don't think it's the family. I think it's well-wishers from outside. One car was Chester County, one was Madison County. So just be aware, please cover anything that would indicate support for anyone. If you don't, the sheriff will cover it. I don't think it will be an issue because this jury is very closely guarded. They're on a bus where they can't see out and they come directly in the courtroom, but please, if you would, be cautious about that. You folks can be seated until the jury comes in. Thank you. All right, be seated, please.
Was it really? So K-Rig says, meanwhile, the entire town was covered in pink and green ribbons. I mean, hard to ignore, hard to ignore.
I won't say anything else. Mr. Shaw, birthday, yesterday?
Thank you, Judge. I
All right.
appreciate that.
I'm Friday. We're not gonna sing, okay? All right, call your next witness for the state.
State called Special Agent Warren James.
She'll be going in time, okay? Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. Good.
Be seated, state your name and spell first and last.
My name is Lawrence James. Lawrence, Lawrence, James, James.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent James.
Good morning.
You also go by Lauren, Loren.
I do.
Where do you work, Mr. James?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do at the Bureau of Investigation?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor in the Memphis laboratory. I supervise forensic scientists as well as forensic technicians in the evidence receiving unit.
Agent James, how long have you worked with the TBI?
I've been employed with TBI since January of 1999, so a little over 18 and a half years.
Both as a special agent and as a forensic scientist.
That's right.
When did you become a supervisor of a forensic scientist?
June 2013.
Agent James, I want to ask you about your education and how you came to be a forensic.
Let me talk just a minute. Stipulate,
Yes, sir.
all right, stipulate that he's an expert in the field of forensic science. You can go into whatever you want to, but I'm going to give them the opportunity to board here if they weren't going to stipulate.
I'll short it.
Okay.
Thank you. Agent James, tell the jury, please, where you went to college.
I went to Union University,
And you graduated with what degree?
a bachelor of science degree in biology,
What year?
1997.
With honors?
Yes.
And have you worked in the area of science and law enforcement pretty much since that time?
Yeah, there were a couple of years when I was flirting with grad school, but started working at TBI when I was 25.
One of the areas that you're involved in is forensic biology and DNA.
That's right.
Tell the jury how you have experience in those areas.
Yeah, my background is in forensic biology or DNA testing. I trained for approximately a year and a half under the supervision of other qualified DNA analysts at TBI. During that time, I had hands-on experience with approximately 300 cases. I also spent a lot of time in the scientific literature. I had to prepare presentations for my peers to establish my grasp of the material. And at the end of my training, I had to complete a simulated case and defend my work in a simulated court environment. Also, during my training, I completed the TBI's Forensic Scientist School. This was basically, it was a 6 weeks course that gave me an overview of all of the disciplines provided by TBI, specifically within the context of applying those at crime scene processing. And so when I completed that course, I was qualified by TBI to participate in the violent crime response teams for West Tennessee. So I have a slight working knowledge in some of those areas, such as microanalysis or latent print analysis. My specialization is DNA. I still do some DNA testing on a good day if I get lucky and have enough time to do some of that. I'm also required to attend a certain amount of continuing education every year. Generally, that takes the form of attending forensic conferences, or sometimes we'll bring training in-house within TBI and train our analysts within the discipline. Besides that, I've completed training. I've completed the FBI's DNA auditor program, which qualifies me to audit DNA laboratories. So that's kind of an overview of it.
Thank you, James. How many number of serological and DNA examinations have you conducted over your time as a special agent forensic scientist with the TBI?
I stopped counting a long time ago. It's at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of tests.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in courts in Tennessee in forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
I believe I'm about 95 times right now.
You're under the stipulation as his qualifications, that I would enter him as an expert last time.
He's 96 now, okay?
Agent James, you talked about the violent crime response team. Tell us some more about that.
So TBI provides, we offer the service of violent crime response team for West Tennessee. Generally, that entails responding to obviously violent crimes. Over 90% of those, I would guess, are either homicides or officer-involved shootings. Essentially, what we do is we go into the scene that has been made secure by the local agencies. We document in various forms, such as video, photography, things of that nature, sketches. And we'll also collect evidence, search the scene for any evidence that we can find, package it, bring it back to the laboratory for testing, things like that. And then after the scene is over, the team leader generates a narrative of what we did and provides that to the investigators.
Agent James, I want to take you back to April 13, 2011. Were you one of the leaders of the violent crime response team on that day?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the Bobo home at 681 Swan Johnson Road in Decatur County, Tennessee?
I was.
Just tell the jury what you did that day.
The laboratory supervisor at the time called me that morning. He told me that to get in contact with Brent Booth, one of our TBI agents. I called Brent. He told me that there had been a young lady had been abducted, and that they had already done some searching of the scene, but they wanted specialized forensic assistance. And so I got 3 of my coworkers, and we drove to Decatur County.
What did you do when you arrived at 681 Swan Johnson Road?
I was briefed by Terry Britt. He gave me an overview of what he knew, of what they believed had happened. And he told me that my team's job was specifically to focus on the garage area. That was where Holly Bobo's car was, and there was believed to be some probably important evidence in that area. He told me that her brother had observed Holly being led towards the woods behind her house with a man in camouflage. And Terry told me that they had already searched that area for footprints. And of course, my team, we still went back there and looked for anything. We were looking for blood. We were looking for shoe prints, anything like that. But we were primarily we were concerned with the area of the garage, and later did some work inside the house as well.
Were pictures taken of the surroundings, so to speak?
Yes, photography and video were both collected.
Yes, I want him to look at it first. Agent James, I'm going to pass you what's been previously marked as exhibits 3 through 13, and ask if you can identify those. Recognize those?
I do.
What are those?
These were photographs of the Bobo property.
I'll put these on your right now. Agent James, I'll tell you, the jury's already seen these, but I'm going to run through them if I could. Ask you to identify exhibit, first one's exhibit 3.
Shoot, we're getting good with these lights.
Once I got the projector back on.
No, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about it here.
What's that?
That's a photograph of the Bobo home taken from approximately the road leading up the driveway.
Next exhibit, please. What's that?
It's a photograph of the front door, the entrance to the Bobo home.
These are as they look on April 13, 2011.
Yes.
Next, please. What's that, Agent James?
This is a photograph taken from behind the house on roughly the north end, taken from a bird's eye view, looking down at the garage floor. You can see 2 steps up at the top of the frame that are steps leading between the back door of the residence and the garage. And basically, you can also see the Mustang over in the lower left-hand corner. It's our car. So these were presumed blood drops, later confirmed to be blood.
want to pass you forward 12 pictures and ask if you can identify them as well. I'm sorry. Actually, please let me, before you look at that, Mr. James, this is another, what is this? Exhibit 20. Okay.
This is another photograph taken from the south, looking north. The steps leading up to the back door are at the far end of the frame. Obviously, Holly Bobo's vehicle is in the frame, and it basically shows, at least it gives an idea of the proximity of various where blood evidence was located at the scene.
Okay.
You can see. You have a laser pointer. So basically, these approximately right here is where the blood drops are, end on the south end of that carport area. And there was blood droplets going. There was a fairly large pool right here, and there was some up on the step as well. And so this photograph just kind of gives an area, a representation of the area where the blood was contained.
Thanks, sir. Let's return to those additional pictures. You recognize those, Agent James?
I do.
What are those generally?
These are photographs that were taken in the carport area.
I'll say that's those be admitted in the evidence as separately numbered exhibits as we have done with the other pictures. All right, it'll be 40 through 51. No, I did share those with the fence. Commissioner Bubba, is that correct through 51?
Yes, sir.
I published wrong. I published those exhibits. Hey, James, we're now looking at exhibit 40. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly Bobo's vehicle as it was when I arrived on the scene.
Again, you took pictures of a number of areas of the house and the outside and what you believe to be crime scene.
That's right.
Next, please. Let's turn that. This is exhibit 41. Agent James, what do you see here?
This is a photograph again of Holly's car parked in the carport, and basically just giving kind of a proximity of how close it was to the walls.
Were you interested in anything about the surface of the carport?
Well, yeah, definitely. We were the carport had a good bit of dirt that had blown in, and so it was potentially a good surface for shoe prints, and that was definitely something that we wanted to be mindful of. And also too, just the fact that it's close to the walls. You know, when you're working crime scenes, you work with what you've got. You make intuitive decisions. There was also definitely an aspect that as close to that vehicle was to the walls, you know, someone may have brushed up against the vehicle or brushed up against the walls. Maybe left a handprint or, put their hand on the car. And I mean, obviously the fact that blood is there indicates there was probably some sort of struggle. And so all of that kind of factors into our decision-making is when we're looking for potential evidence.
Next, please. can see here.
This is a photograph of Holly's car taken from the far side of the carport or garage area.
Next, please. This one, sir.
That's a photograph taken from the front driver's side corner of the bumper. It was relevant because there was a good amount of dust on the car. I mean, the car had some dirt on it, and which was good for us because we could see where contact had been made to it. And so there was an area on that corner where the dust had been brushed off, where something had obviously made contact with it. And so hopefully, it could have been anything. It could have been the side of someone's leg, but it could have been a hand as well that knocked that dust off. And so that ended up being, I ended up taking a swabbing of it in the hopes that someone had put their hand down on it or something like that.
Next, please. And James, this is exhibit 44. What did you see here?
This is a photograph that was taken of a partial shoe print that we located in the garage. It's got a ruler in it because the idea is that before we try to lift shoe prints, we try to photograph, with high quality, high resolution camera for the purposes of comparing if we have any shoes that become submitted later, so we can make a comparison whether to eliminate or include as a possible source of that shoe print.
The fact that there is a ruler there, trying to get a more specific or precise measurement.
That's right. Yeah, it's the ruler is in there. It is placed in the photograph so that there can be a one-to-one comparison if you actually get a shoe submitted at a later point. I said we earlier. I'm referring. We have a specific unit in our national laboratory that specializes in microanalysis and items such as shoe tracks or tire tracks.
Is this picture taken with the camera off tripod?
Yes, it is.
Explain it. What do we see here? Exhibit 45.
This is another some sort of print that I thought might have been a shoe. We saw this pattern. It's kind of like a crosshatch pattern, and I saw that pattern a couple of places on the garage floor. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I believed that this was a shoe track that I observed on the garage floor, and this was, I believe we saw this in a couple of locations, and so it's just an attempt to photograph it, hopefully obtain something of for comparison purposes.
Do you have any observations, conclusions here about the condition of the floor?
Well, just that the floor of the garage was quite dirty, for better or worse.
This is exhibit 40, I can't say 46? 46. Please tell the jury what you see here.
Again, this is a photograph of a possible shoe track.
Look like pebbles or rocks or stones on the floor.
Yeah, you can see dirt. I mean, obviously that track appears to be in dust.
Next one. This is exhibit 47. Tell the jury what you saw here.
Again, this is a photograph, and I'll be honest with you. Just looking at the photograph, I'm not sure if there was any part of a shoe print there. It definitely looks like something went through that dirt or dust that disturbed what was there. But ultimately, just looking at the photograph, I couldn't tell you right now if I think it's a shoe track or not. I think it's ultimately just documentation that somebody was moving through there was movement in and out of the garage.
Again, what conclusions do you have about the condition of the floor?
And there were areas where there was a lot of dirt.
Next, please. This may be a little bit similar to what you saw earlier in one of the other exhibits. This is exhibit 48. What is that? What do we see here?
So again, this is a slightly zoomed in photograph of what I showed you earlier. You can't see the stairs very well anymore, but it's basically a photograph that contains most of the blood evidence that I observed around the vehicle.
That's the front of the car.
Yes, this is the front fender on the left.
Where are the steps?
For the bumper, I mean.
Where are the steps?
The steps are, that concrete is the bottom, and I guess that's the first step right there.
Okay. Excellent. Agent James, this is exhibit 49, and there's some Post-it notes on there. Are those yours?
I did add those Post-it notes.
They weren't in the original picture.
No.
What was in the original picture?
So this is a photograph taken slightly from above. this is the step right here. First step, Holly Bobo's car is right here. It's the bumper. And this is the wall of the house. And so basically I was trying to give an overhead shot again of the blood evidence that I observed at the scene.
This is looking down on the other side of the car, still in front, kind of on top of the step.
Yes. It's a little bit awkward. It's definitely not parallel with the ground, but I was doing the best I could standing on the stairs.
And those groupings have some importance with respect to your scientific testing later, or not.
That's right.
I'll come back to those. Let's see. Let's see. This is exhibit 50. Again, those are post-it notes you put on there.
That's right.
Tell the jury what this view is.
So this is the stair going up to the back porch. The wall would be on this side of the photograph. The vehicle would be on the left side of the photograph. This is a zoomed in area. There was a pool of reddish brown stain that was close, within a couple of inches or so of the stair, a few inches of the stair. And there are also some other blood stains in this view. This one became, it caught my eye, and I can explain that later.
So let's go to the next exhibit.
Okay.
Is that the one that caught your eye?
It did.
You're looking at exhibit one here.
That's right.
What is that? That's again your post-it note.
Yeah, that's ended up being reported out in my report as Exhibit 1E. Basically, it's a blood stain that it appeared different from a lot of the other stains. Many of the blood stains appeared to be drops that were on the floor of the garage. This one looked like a smear. There were also, I don't know how well you can see it. This photograph is pretty, focus isn't the best, but there was one spot down here, and then this kind of an extended. It's almost like that. The stain together looked like an exclamation point. But the thing that stood out to me was that there were like striations or lines that were observed. They looked as if some sort of pattern had been impressed on that stain. I don't know. I called it ridge detail because I've got that terminology in my head from latent print examination, but ultimately it looks to me like striations from fabric, like denim or I don't know. I think my khaki pants that I wear to work most days tend to have striations in them that are real subtle, but they look like that.
Striations is a big word. That's kind of like pattern.
Yeah. Just parallel lines.
I'm going to come back to the blood in just a moment. I'm going to ask you I'm going to ask you a question about two more photos. Last name and approval to approach.
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you two more pictures.
Yes.
What are those?
These are photographs that were taken of Holly Bobo's car.
Do you recall if these were taken the next day?
They were taken the next day.
No, state would ask that these be admitted into evidence in the next 2 weeks.
52 and 53.
I thought it was your own. You meant. This is Exhibit 52, Agent James. That's the same Mustang
It is.
in the garage to start work the next day?
It is.
It was in the same spot?
Yes.
And what are you doing here? What were you trying to do?
So I've been called back to the scene around involving a possible what appeared to be a latent print on the hood. And so this is a photograph of the front passenger side fender near, the area of where the hood kind of curves down onto the side of the vehicle. And I think the next photograph will explain it.
Next week.
Be kind of self-explanatory. So there were.
Is this the hood?
This is the hood. You can see the wheel well down here, and this line right here is the hood. And there was a smear area right here, but you can see it's not small. It's large. And likewise here, you can see where the dust kind of, like on this side, the dust was totally wiped off. On this side, it was just disturbed a little bit. And there's a smear in there, and it very much looked to be like a palm size smear. There was even ridge detail that was observable in it.
You have to say easy way. You responded to the scene that day, the next day, took pictures, took samples, and did crime scene investigation. And you also acted as a scientist after that, correct?
That's right.
We'll go back up, Exhibit 49. Exhibit 49 has these post-it notes that may not be entirely clear, but when the jury gets it in the jury room, they'll see. Tell them what will they see.
Okay. So, obviously, blood evidence can be a valuable tool in terms of, examining crime scenes and examining evidence. There was a good amount of blood here at the scene. My approach generally, I'm speaking for myself and most of the people that I work with, we don't process every blood drop we see. We don't swab them individually. I might have had 50 or 60 blood drops here. My approach, number one, I'll just give you my mindset. The importance or the significance of blood evidence is to establish who was at a crime scene, who was bleeding at a crime scene. Obviously, if you've got a victim of a violent crime, a reasonable assumption is your victim is very possibly going to be bleeding at the scene. That's the case in the vast majority of the crime scenes I respond to. At the same time, my goal is to seek to put someone else, a possible perpetrator, at a scene using DNA evidence. And so my approach here was to group these blood droplets, the blood stains, into manageable group sizes that would allow me to cover most of what is represented here, to test most of it, and at the same time, not spend the next 6 months analyzing blood drops on the garage floor. So what I did was group these into 5 different areas and collect a representative sampling of blood droplets from those areas. I told you earlier about the shape that looked like an exclamation point. It looked like something had been pressed into it and left the striations or the pattern in it. I sampled that one separately just because I thought it was interesting. My feeling was either somebody knelt down onto a blood drop and smeared it a little bit, or it was already on somebody's clothing and they knelt down and transferred it onto the ground. Either way, it was a different stain than most of the drops that I observed.
Which one is that?
So you can't see it very well in this photograph, but it's roughly in this area, right? Actually, I can't see it. It's right there.
Is that 1E?
That's it. That's 1E. Yeah. I called it swab number 5 in my original notes. And when it got submitted to the laboratory, it became Exhibit E. And I believe my report says area with ridge detail. It's a swab from the floor of the garage. It says area of ridge detail. There was another area. The first stain that I collected was roughly this area right here that encompassed this large pool right here. I mean, that was a fist size approximately blood stain. So not just a couple of drops.
That's 1A.
That's 1A. And I called it a large stain on my report for just to clarify. There was another grouping of the second swabbing that I took was a grouping of what appeared to be blood drops that were over close to the wall. And again, thinking maybe if 2 people are scuffling in this area, maybe if both of them are bleeding or whatever, maybe one person's blood might be over here versus right here. And so I took a sample right here that became Exhibit 1B in my report. It's just swabs from floor of garage near wall. The third grouping was this far. This is the grouping that's the furthest south. It roughly lines up at about the middle of the hood. I mean, that license plate on the front of her vehicle is a pretty good estimate of where those fell in the scheme of that area. And so I called that swabbing ended up being Exhibit 1C, swab from floor of garage, south end of the pattern. And then the fourth stain, there was a grouping that was kind of in this middle area, and you can't see it very well. I was kind of disappointed how the photographs came out, but there was a stain up here on the step as well, a good sized stain. And so I swabbed that area along with those. So that was my fourth grouping, and I called that swab from floor of garage, stairs.
So let me see if I can summarize. This area was the area that had the pipe number 1 on it.
Right.
You took 5 different swabs, 1A, B, C, D, and E.
That's right.
Tell the jury what it means to be taking a swab.
Well, we use cotton swabs. They're glorified Q-tips on a wooden stick. swab on one end.
Glorified
Just put some
Q-tip.
sterilized water on it to wet it, and then swab the surface of the area. In this case, blood droplets.
Pass you a. Turn the lights back on.
Okay.
We'll pass you a paper bag and ask if you can identify this. These two.
You want me to open them? Yeah, that'd be great. I do recognize the package. This bag contains the swab samples I collected from the floor of the garage.
Those are the samples you collected and ultimately tested.
That's right.
In the same condition that you took them.
That's right.
Those samples?
Yes, they are in here.
Those five?
Yes.
I'm going to say that the bag and its contents be marked as individual evidence of next exhibit. Hey, James, let me go ahead and get that marked. And then let's see. You want to make change this hold this up and post them. Sure. Hope you pick gloves on. Just pull them out and show them.
It's all right. So basically, what I did was I've broken the sticks off of them, but every one of these contains a pair of swabs, and some of them still have a good bit of sample left, and some of them are, I believe they're mostly consumed on one of them or something like that. But basically, every one of these little plastic petri dishes contains a pair of swabs, and most of them have some roast brown stain on them.
You've been to the house, you're taking pictures, you've obtained these swabs, and you obtained the panties that you exhibit 26, correct?
That's right.
What's the purpose for getting all that?
So the panties specifically, or the other things, or?
All of them. Let me ask you this. What were you ultimately trying to get to?
Well, ultimately, like I said earlier, we're wanting to hopefully establish a link with a suspect, whether through shoe prints or through blood drops, grazing against the bumper of a car, things of that nature.
You're ultimately going to do a DNA analysis?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell the jury what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, the chemical that's present in most cells in our body. Basically, it's a chemical blueprint for everything that goes on in our body, from how we process the food we eat to how our body transmits nervous signals.
Did anybody else just think to themselves that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell?
There's also a component, DNA is inherited from our parents. We get half from our mother, half from our father. And so even physical characteristics, the fact that we look like our siblings or we look like our parents, it's attributable to DNA. It determines those characteristics as well.
Do individuals have different DNA?
Yes, much like fingerprints, DNA is unique to each individual, with the exception of identical twins. So for my testing purposes, identical twins would not be distinguishable by DNA testing. But besides that, as far as we know, we've never seen any two individuals have the same DNA profile.
How do you go about your DNA testing? What do you do first? So you got these samples. What did you do first to start down this path?
The first thing I do is called serology. Serology is just the identification of body fluids. Most of the samples that come into our laboratory undergo some degree of determination of, is there a body fluid here that might be relevant? And so in this particular case, I did testing to determine that, yes, indeed, these stains that I've swabbed off of the floor of the garage, they are blood.
So, you thought it was blood.
Sure.
But you did a test to determine that.
That's right.
And that test generally came back with blood.
That's right.
Okay.
Once I determined that a stain is blood, for example, I'll proceed with DNA testing at that point. DNA testing it's a 4-step process. The first step involves extracting DNA out of everything else that's on. I mean, in this particular case, I showed you that I've got cotton swabs. So what I would do is take a cutting from some of that stain and run it through a process where the DNA is removed from all the substrate or the cotton swab, as well as the other biological debris that's present in the stain. I'll run a second step that gives me an idea of how much DNA is present in that sample that I extracted. The third step is called amplification. Basically, it focuses or specifically isolates. In 2011, we were looking at 13 specific areas on DNA. And when I say that, I guess a lot of people think that maybe DNA analysis consists of sequencing or something like that. We don't do. The testing that we do is we're basically looking at about 12 pages out of a War and Peace novel. I mean, we're looking at a very small amount of the DNA, but there are 13 specific areas that are known to be highly variable in the human population. And once I've done amplification on the sample, in other words, I made lots of copies of what I've already got. The last step is just putting it on a genetic analyzer that separates out DNA fragments by size and then attributes a DNA type to those DNA fragments. Once I have a profile that I've obtained from an item, then I'm able to compare it back to DNA profiles that I've generated from reference samples from individuals in question.
We'll talk about a few pages of War and Peace. Let me see if I can understand that. If you're looking at DNA attributes, so to speak, there's many of them, correct?
That's right.
But at the time, we're looking at 13 specific ones that can distinguish different people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that what you did here?
Yes.
Is that what's typically done?
Yeah, we've since 2011, we've gone from 13 to 15, and now I believe it's 24 areas that we're looking at. But that was the standard in the forensic community at the time, and still is pretty representative of what's done.
Let's be able to see if the profile matches someone or doesn't match someone, correct?
That's right.
They can be a suspect or victim, do they not?
That's right. It may also be a mixture, so we may have multiple people present in a profile.
DEEPDIVE protocols for this?
Yes.
Those followed in this instance?
Yes.
And fast forward to you, document execute. Recognize it.
This is a copy of the report I generated.
You know what I'm saying? That's just the admitted into evidence as the next number.
I see a copy of that to sign up.
Yes. This is the report you prepared.
Yes, sir.
Has that case number on it, the same as on the swab you took earlier.
Yes.
So you have these 5 swabs. You have the 7 pair of underwear. I want to switch for a second and talk about the underwear. What did you do with the underwear?
The underwear was collected in lieu of because I didn't have a reference standard from Holly Bobo. Generally,
What's a reference sample?
Yeah, reference standard is a sample that's collected from a person of interest in a case. And generally, that's done by a cheek swab. It's quick, easy, but that's assuming you've got the person of interest available to collect a sample from.
So if I was a person of interest, what would you do to get a reference sample?
Well, law enforcement would, we actually provide kits for, they're called buccal swab kits. And it's just a pair of swabs, and they would ask you to open your mouth, and they would swab the inside of your cheek and then package that up and send it to me.
One of those fancy Q-tip type things?
Yes.
That's a reference sample.
Yes. Historically, they've also collected blood for that, but the cheek swabs are just less invasive and don't require a nurse. And so that's where most of law enforcement has transitioned at this point.
At this point, you didn't have any reference.
That's right. Yeah, both. I use them interchangeably. Standard is kind of the word that implies this is an item of evidence that's specifically collected for generating a profile as a reference.
You didn't have that here, but you did have Holly's under here.
That's right. Yeah. So obviously Holly was missing. We didn't know. Ultimately, I had to find something personal of hers that would generate that I could obtain a profile from that would reasonably attribute to her. I looked at toothbrushes, and from what I remember, there were several toothbrushes in there. I believe it was a shared bathroom, and the investigator was out. Ultimately, she was the only young lady living in the house as far as and using that bathroom. And so just from many years of experience with underwear, I expected to be able to get a profile out of it, and I did.
What did you do to get that profile?
I just took a cutting of the lining and ran it through the same DNA process that I did with the swabs.
That's like a 4-step process? That's
right.
After you took the cutting, you actually cut a piece of fabric out?
Yes.
And then ran your tests on it?
Yes.
You did produce a profile?
I did.
Now, with respect to the blood, there were 5 different samples. And each of those tested They were in fact blood, correct?
That's right.
Let's talk about 1A. We got back up on the screen. We don't have to start in the lights, but 1A there at the bottom left.
That's right.
Okay. Tell us what you did with respect to that. Did you run that through the process, the DNA process too?
Yeah, I generated a DNA profile from that sample.
And what was your conclusion? Your reason for it? No, scientific concern.
The profile that I obtained was partial. In other words, there was indication that there was, and I'll just go on and tell you what my suspicion is. But, dirt is known to be, and it is known to be something that interferes with the DNA, specifically the amplification process. And so it became an issue on several of these samples. But ultimately, I got a partial profile, and that profile matched the profile that I obtained from the Bobo, the underwear that I assumed to be Holly Bobo's.
Her mother identified that. That's exhibit 26 you looked at.
Okay.
So you have a profile, partial profile, correct?
That's right.
You got a partial profile of 1A. Correct?
That's right.
It's fair to say just because you see what you think is blood, but test comfortably to be blood, you don't necessarily get a complete DNA profile from it. In certain instances, correct?
Sometimes it does. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Like it's my feeling and opinion that the dirt interfered on this one.
You did get a profile from the underwear.
Yes.
And that's based on using these 13 specific markers on DNA.
That's right.
All right, so we talked about 1A. 1B, would you point that out to the jury again?
1B is the area that's up close to the wall up here.
What was your result for testing on 1B?
So the profile that I've got there, I actually ran that sample 3 times. The first time I got data that was below my reporting limit.
Can I tell the jury what that means? Data below your reporting limit.
Yeah, so the DNA profiles that I obtained, there's kind of like, we set a point. This is hard to explain, but I would, if I could make an analogy, I would liken it to radio signal for those of us who use radio, where if you've got a little bit of signal, sometimes you can, sometimes if you're rolling through the stations, you'll hear some stuff, and you can pick up enough to know that it's a talk show or it's music or this or that, but you can't really hear lyrics. That's kind of, there's a range where my instrumentation is similar to where we acknowledge, yeah, that is human genetic data that's being generated. But when you start getting down in these low levels of sample, you get interference, you get data that drops out. Ultimately, what I would say is that data is, we've decided through our own internal studies that below a certain point, that data is questionable. It starts to get gray. It's a gray area where we're hesitant to use it. We certainly won't use it for inclusions. We might use it to exclude people if that's the case. But this sample fell in that range where it was just low level. Again, my suspicion is the dirt was interfering. And ultimately, I ran it 3 times. 2 of the times, I got data below the point where my laboratory allows me to interpret it. And one of the 3 times, my DNA ended up in it, which I think has happened twice in 18 years. So I don't know. There was a period. We wear masks these days because we've learned the hard way that if you talk over something, you're liable to show up on a piece of evidence or on an evidence profile. But my DNA showed up on one of those 3 examinations.
Let's go to 1C. Did the same sort of test on it?
That's right, same test.
What were your results for brief scientific certainty?
The profile that I've got was a complete profile, and it matched the profile that I got from Holly Bobo's underwear.
You were able to get a complete profile that matched all those important markers.
Yes.
They gave you the result on all those markers.
Right.
And it matched the profile that you obtained from Holly's underwear.
Yes.
Can you use the laser and show us which that was, which D?
1C.
C.
C was the grouping that's on the far south end.
Just marinating, thinking over here about the Marcellus Williams story where he petitioned for a short period of time. It was successful, it seemed. He petitioned. New trial wanted to get this DNA evidence heard that had never been heard before because the murder weapon had a DNA profile on it and it belonged to a male, but Marcellus Williams was excluded. So the conclusion, the relevance of that evidence would be the person using that knife was not Marcellus Williams, and presumably the person that used that knife was the actual murderer. Well, after a whole bunch of drama, whole bunch of mess, guess the claim was, well, investigators back in the 90s, when they were preparing for this case, they mishandled this knife themselves. So that DNA profile that's present on that knife belonged to one of the investigators that was working the case. And thus the discovery and the exclusion, the DNA exclusion of Marcellus as that DNA doesn't necessarily mean that the DNA prints belong to the murderer. And the family was still willing. The prosecutor was still willing. They still agreed, all right, well, let's at least work out an Alford plea where you could do resentencing. You won't be facing execution. Death penalty would be off the table. Still end up spending the rest of your life in prison, but you can have an Alford plea, maintain your innocence, and you won't be put to death. Well, Missouri Attorney General stepped in and said, nope, that's actually not the correct procedure to do this. I would be the one that would have the authority to steer this decision, and he chose not to. That's a quick summary. It's been a while since I looked at the specifics. But yeah, immediately thinking of Aaron, and don't know if Aaron's in the chat, but that was a major, I don't know if you guys remember the Marcellus Williams back and forth before he was executed, but it was a roller coaster of emotions for that entire time period. All because someone mishandled evidence. They weren't wearing gloves.
That 1D, same sort of mouth?
Yes. Yes, 1D is the area on the step and immediately below it, between, kind of in the middle between the wall grouping and this large pool grouping.
What was your conclusion of your scientific survey?
Again, I got a partial profile from that area, and it matched the profile from Holly Bobo's underwear.
And lastly, 1E, one that was striations, you call them.
That's right. The one that kind of resembled an exclamation point that was right in the center, roughly. But yeah, I wasn't able to generate a DNA profile that that met my reporting limit.
And again, that's because of, what do you think?
Again, just, and I will say there wasn't as much sample on. I mean, it wasn't like droplets, like some of the other 4 samples. I still expect to get a DNA profile from it, and I believe it's my opinion that the dirt played a factor in that.
Dust and those stones and other things we saw on the cardboard floor.
Yes.
Have you experienced that during your work at TBI with the case?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. I mean, there are several things that we know of that we encounter on a regular basis. Leather gives us problems. Blue jean dye, the blue dye in denim gives us problems. Ultimately, I guess one of the frustrating things is that, I mean, we've developed tools to cope with these issues that arise since then, but that's where I was in 2011. And so I didn't go back and retest.
With respect to 1C, you said the DNA profile matched the profile from the underwear.
That's right.
What was the probability of an unrelated individual having the same DNA?
Which exhibit are we on again?
1C.
1C. So the probability of obtaining that profile, if I were to go out and randomly select out of the population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 812 trillion, 300 billion individuals from the Caucasian population. I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 1 quintillion, 260 quadrillion individuals in the African American population. In the Southeastern Hispanic population, I would expect to find it approximately once in 3 quadrillion, 595 trillion individuals. And in the Southwest Hispanic population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 62 quadrillion, 660 trillion individuals. Point. Yeah, it is a lot.
You see your population is not.
Yeah, it's how we report it, just to summarize it concisely.
I just want to try.
Kill that light, unless you're going to use it. All right.
We might stop after cross
Right, cross-examination.
and start with redirect tomorrow.
I'd like to pass that down to you.
Has it previously been marked or not?
It has not previously been marked, so go ahead and identify it.
You need gloves?
I think I'm okay. Do we have some available? Are you going to want me to cut into it? Okay.
Okay, so this bag, let's see, it's, I
I know it is Exhibit 5. So I'll
Okay.
pass it up to you.
But that's not our exhibit.
It's not our exhibit number, it's just the number
I'm
on.
trying to keep our records straight.
Right, I think that's the lab number. So I'm gonna pass it. Now I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a report. Do you have all your reports with you?
I hope so. I'm not, I believe so.
There's so many reports.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
At one, it's a microanalysis report, but it's dated 5/25/11. It's not a report you did, but this report's telling me, I believe you collected this bag.
Okay.
Is that your writing on there?
It is my writing.
Okay, because I couldn't identify the signature, it's a little scratchy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Did we have scissors earlier?
I have them.
Okay.
can you go ahead and open that bag for me? I think there's a pair of shoes in there.
Boy, there may be.
There might be other clothing, but I was interested in the shoes. Shoes in there?
Okay.
Okay, and can you pull out the two shoes in there for me? They're gonna be D&E.
All right, there's E. Here's D.
Now, can you tell me where you collected these items from?
I'm gonna have to look at my notes. They were collected out of his room.
Okay. And were they the clothes that he was wearing that morning?
I'm not sure if I was privy to that information or not. We just found clothing in his room. I don't remember.
Clearly, you didn't take all the clothing in his room.
Definitely not.
I mean, these, as far as you remember, the only clothes that were collected that day.
Right.
And you would have collected clothes that would have been relevant to the investigation,
Sure.
not just any clothes that were laying around.
Right. I remember looking through his clothing for bloodstained items. That's why the waiters were collected.
Sure. In case somebody's changed before you got there and they had blood on their clothes.
Right.
And these shoes, can you go ahead and open the two shoes? They're left and the right front, aren't they?
I believe so. Actually, there are two pairs. So I've got, this is Exhibit 5E, and these are Crocs.
Okay.
They don't look like it on the top, but they're Crocs.
Okay. The 5E was the one that I was interested in anyway.
Okay.
And can you look at them again? Tell me what size do they say they are? The Crocs had a size on them.
9.
9? Okay. It's not necessary we open that then.
Okay.
So Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we put these into evidence. Since they're all packaged in one bag, I don't know if we need to put the whole thing in. Just do the whole bag in. Okay.
Okay. The entire bag and contents will be moved into evidence exhibit 56.
Now, Mr. James, did you do any of the crime scene investigation when the state of Tennessee searched Terry Britt's home?
I did.
Okay, and you're familiar with that also, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have your reports with you from that search?
I do.
Okay. So what's the first date on one of those reports?
I'm not sure if I'm, okay, because I'm going to get confused.
I won't go by the first date. What's the first date you pick up?
The first,
Reports from the same day?
I'm a little bit lost because we weren't generating reports on crime scene responses, that we weren't issuing violent crime response team reports. in 2011 or 2012. And so
Okay.
I may have done work in the laboratory on stuff that was collected, and it's going to be in a different location from my actual violent crime response notes.
Okay. So are you saying you didn't bring it with you or?
I think I've got it, but I've got a lot of paperwork that I'm going to need some direction.
Me too. Okay. Well, we'll just start with the search of Terry Britt's house. You remember that this is a home that's owned by Janet and Terry Britt? Yes?
Okay. I remember the property.
And they're a husband and wife. Do you
Okay.
and they live there and close to the Bobo residence. Do you remember that part?
Well, no, because I got there from an airport. I drove from an airport to the residence, and
Okay.
I couldn't get there again. But
Okay. So when you searched their home, some of the things that you searched there were cars. Do you remember that you searched, there were 5 cars there?
what I remember is that we had numerous teams and numerous agencies involved in that, and my entire day was spent in one house.
Okay,
I don't believe I ever looked at vehicles.
vehicles. Okay. Which part then did you participate in?
The residence.
Okay, and there were multiple buildings there. Do you remember that there were multiple buildings and then a big,
I believe there was like a semi-trailer or a
Yes,
storage
semi-trailer.
container or some a
There was a-
shipping container may have been out
there
there.
was a semi truck trailer that was a refrigerator trailer, had very thick walls. Do you remember that part?
Yes, and I didn't go into it.
Okay. And then there was like a mobile home trailer that had a lot.
Wait, so do we find out that nobody went in and went into the refrigerated trailer? Do we just like leave it at that? Refrigerated trailer. He did handyman work.
Lot of items stored in it. Did you go in there?
This is not the residence.
Not the residence. No.
I don't believe I may have stepped in there, but I really don't remember much about it.
So you did go in the residence.
Yes.
And do you remember finding some cell phones that were hidden in the residence in the bathroom under some personal hygiene products?
I'm sorry. I'm refreshing off my notes.
It's no problem. Take your time.
I have in my notes that there were 3 cell phones that were collected, but they weren't collected by forensic personnel,
Okay.
or at least when I say forensic personnel, I mean my team, my coworkers.
And
There was one TBI person, I believe from Nashville, and there was an FBI employee who was involved in those.
and there were some blonde hairs collected there. Were those collected by the forensic team?
I don't remember. I do have in my notes that there was a possible hair collected.
Okay. And where, in your notes, where was that particular hair collected from? Can I ask you right now, what is it that you're looking at?
I'm reading my narrative that contains an overview of.
I guess, Your Honor, at this time I've asked for Jinx material. I know I'd asked yesterday and understood I had everything, but I don't believe I have that narrative he's looking at. I'd like to have copies of his notes and narrative, which may help me narrow my questions.
It's a safe understanding everything's been turned over on multiple occasions. In fact, at the end of June, there was a whole other run. So the TBI lab information that brought to Nashville, copied and made available to us.
And that is what I have, Your Honor. And I don't believe I have a narrative from the Britt house. I know I would have read it and studied it and had it right here.
I think there's
I
absolutely
can help.
no objection on the part of the state for her to look at whatever she wants to. We stand by the fact that we've turned over everything we've provided.
Okay.
She can look at it.
Let's hand it to bailiff, hand it to her, and you can examine it. If you haven't been able to find this, we'll run copies.
If it helps, that narrative is actually an extension of the original crime response from April 13th, 2011.
Okay.
So if you've got the narrative for my original response on April 13th, then the Britt portion of it starts on page 5.
I thought you said that you didn't used to do narratives from 2011 from a crime.
We did. We wrote narratives and we turned them over to the investigators. But about a year and a half or 2 years ago, we actually started issuing reports that are accessible in our LIMS system. So it's actually a report. It's not just a Word document as it used to be, essentially.
Okay. Find what I have here.
I still think the issue of disclosure aside, I think it's kind of important that this is like so far removed from his memory and he doesn't know exactly where to find it in the report, which suggests to me it's not a prominent part of what they were looking at when they were conducting and doing this testing. And I'm not saying that it should be an insignificant part. I'm saying they just never treated it as such. But it's a piece of hair, strand of hair, recovered from Terry Britt.
Okay, what I have that I thought was from you was simply, it's Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and then it's a brief crime scene description. It has a lot of drawings in here, and measurements of the home, and some notes from that day, like what time you arrived, what time you went into particular rooms, but I don't see anything at all in here from the Britt home. And I don't see any typed narrative in what I have. I have handwritten notes. Because it looks like you were there the next day also. And this is at the Bobo home.
That's right.
So if I could just see those papers then, and maybe that'll help me.
Yes, Justin to be. He's got a lot of purple in his tie, but no yellow. Jerry Gonzalez, not Jerry Jones. We're gonna watch Recross, and it's just paper shuffling.
Blonde hair. So it says that you found one possible blonde hair in the portion that you searched, but you aren't the person that tested that blonde hair, are you?
Definitely not. I've got mention of it. Ultimately, what I have in my notes is that one of our agents, Mike Frizzell, was designated as an evidence custodian for that day in relation to that specific search warrant. And so I've got that all evidence was turned over to him. So I don't even have an evidence log from that day,
Okay.
Which we would normally complete as part of VCRT responses. And so
So he's the one that might have that evidence log.
And
He's
it's-
the one that would have done it.
I think so.
Okay.
And what I would expect is that the bag would probably contain more information on where it was collected,
That would contain what?
more information on where it was collected.
Okay.
It's
very
just kind of a
And
typical.
do you remember collecting a photocopy of a yearbook with a young woman's picture on it, and somebody had highlighted her name and then rewritten and highlighted her name out to the side.
That does ring a bell.
I'll pass this back to you.
If you have a 10-minute witness.
I don't think our witness, I don't know how tall he is, but I don't think he'll be.
I said 10 minutes. I didn't say a short witness.
I didn't want to tell you short, but I think he'll be across the cliff.
All right, let's call the next one.
I don't know why it jumped like that. What?
I'll pass this back to you.
If you have a 10-minute witness.
I don't think our witness, I don't know how
What
tall he is,
happened?
but I don't think he'll be.
I said 10 minutes. I didn't say a short witness.
I didn't want to tell you short, but I think he'll be across the cliff.
All right, let's call the next one.
Warren Rainey.
So we were just finally getting into, and it's hard to follow with her because she's not repeating. We're still looking at Terry Britt's house, and in going through her paperwork, she made a mention of the Bobo's residence. So I can imagine whatever continued there, unless she clarified, the jury might not have known where we're getting this yearbook from. But now this law and crime video just jumps to whatever this 10-minute witness thing's going to be. So we're going to have Justice Serve TV starting soon with their Joe Tacopina interview at a quarter after the hour. Hella and Dolly are going to be talking about HTC Lauren and attorney Mark Randazza's hilarious response to her cease and desist letter. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern, Hal's going to be live talking about a Georgia Supreme Court decision on relating to probation revocation. It's not Mungtung, but the subject matter relates to the fight for Mungtung. So that'll be interesting to check out. I think we're going to get a clear, definitive, probation revocation has to be done a certain way. Georgia Supreme Court's going to emphasize, and I think it'll be a good stream. I do want to see, even though we won't get into the next witness in full, I do want to see if they say anything here about what just happened, or if it's just law and crime cutting a part out. I don't know. If not, we'll start with the beginning of this witness tomorrow.
Raise your right hand. So I'm going to swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole
Yep.
truth.
So they're just going into the next witness. So should we check that it's going to be? All right. So the next witness should be Warren Rainey. Okay. So they're not skipping a witness. They just, I don't know what happened with the rest of that cross-examination, or I'm assuming there was redirect. So, all right, let's see. K Rick says, I think it also skipped over there being a ponytail. And do you mean by ponytail, do you mean the thing that would help you tie a hair into a ponytail style? Like a scrunchie or an elastic band? So a ponytail in the trailer. The refrigerated trailer? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could use an elastic, a plain elastic to seal close a plastic bag or something. But yeah. Wait, a cutoff ponytail. Now that I'm reading the whole thing. Indicating he changed his appearance after the crime. So he tied his hair in a ponytail and just did the chop. Like an actual hair ponytail. Oh my goodness. Yes, okay, I get it now. I am picking up what she put down. Mark Randazza is a First Amendment rights attorney. Let me just read his bio real quick. But occasionally he can speak about some of his stuff online. And when he shares it, it's always a good time. Actually, I don't know if he's the one that shared the letter or if it came from... I don't actually know who posted it. But he responded to a cease and desist. He's all the way in on First Amendment, does not like it being encroached upon, does not like someone sending a unspecified, vague cease and desist just to get somebody to stop speaking when he doesn't see a facially valid reason to request as much. So he responded, and this is the ongoing saga with HTC Lauren and Aiden Kearney. So there's that. This ponytail thing. So the theory that once he heard Clint's description of the perp, that he cut his hair. Oh, man. Yeah, so unfortunately, and what's interesting is I know that the public is not a jury, but imagine anybody that's curious about this fight for a new trial that's watching this and doesn't have this context. Because I've heard about this palm print, and I've been waiting to hear more. I've heard about this strand of hair, and I would have liked to have had clarity on the testing. Is the testing exclusive? Can it eliminate somebody? Does it leave it like a 1 in 5, 20% of the population could, be the source of this hair? And then was there further testing? And if there was further testing that could have been done, but it wasn't done, you can draw a negative inference about why the state might not have done that. It was a sloppy investigation, or is there something more nefarious going on? Or was there, and we're hearing from Kay Riggs that there wasn't actually that test performed. And I believe that's what we heard at the PCR hearings this week. I think it was Boswell and not Nichols, but Boswell was like, I wouldn't know, that would have been someone else that handled the testing when she was asked if anybody else with the state had tested it. So that's stuff that I think is critical to hear. And even though the public sitting out here watching it wouldn't be the one to have any decision, play call on, is there going to be a new trial? They could be in the jury pool, but probably not. Not having this information, when it could have been some of the most critical information that would suggest the third-party culprit in the only publicly available feed, kind of sucks. So... Oh, yes, he did that too, Old Line Red. So Mark Randazza is the attorney that got Judge Beverly Cannoni's anti-free Karen Reed exclusion zone tossed out. Also interesting because we talked about that a little bit here. The judge can say, court steps, court property, you're in the courtroom, you can't be like waving signs that pitch your position out loud. But then hearing that there's ribbons hanging around the town, you can't do anything to restrict somebody's, unless they're actually harassing somebody, speech beyond the courtroom lines. So, but yeah. Redirect, you guys. So I'm going to get you a link to Hella again one more time, but this is going to redirect us over to the Joe Tacopina interview. Again, he's got several cases that it looks like he'll be talking about over on Justice Served TV. All of which are interesting, right? I think the Wendy Williams case is interesting. The ASAP Rocky case was interesting. Again, I think the media coverage before, kind of during, and after that trial was really interesting. And then, of course, the Fat Joe, which a lot of that has just been, you get the information through the filings, but haven't really seen much coverage outside of court on that. There was bigger fanfare when Tyrone Blackburn initiated the second lawsuit, which is effectually a counter lawsuit. And a lot of media outlets reported on that without realizing that Fat Joe had filed back in April already before he did that. They thought it was just a standalone lawsuit. So the media coverage there has not been all that great. So it'll be great to hear from Joe. Any closing thoughts? Any other recommendations? Club Classy tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be music, hanging out, checking out local artists with classy beats. Amy E will be over there as well. KP joins us sometimes. It's always a good time, and it's great to unwind with something that's not so serious and sad in the subject matter. And tomorrow here, guys, we will start with the rest of this day 2 witness that we're about to get on the stand. And I guess we can get all the way through day 3, maybe start on day 4. Who knows? I don't know why it's being stupid, letting me set up a redirect. Okay, now it's letting me save it. So that should successfully take us over there. Look at Hella's link. And again, if you want to search for Hella's channel, it's always easier for me to pull her up by typing Hella and then excited utterance as well as like one long phrase. And then don't forget, Jim, Happily Angry Lawyer, will be going live at 7. So whole lineup, you guys, whole lineup, plus Monday Night Football. We could watch football just like this judge might be doing tonight. Who knows? Other than that, I think I'm going to try to upload a standalone video on Alicia Andrews' motion for a new trial at the trial court level, not the appellate level. So it'll be a short video, but I think a lot of people will be interested in seeing what arguments her attorneys raise. So keep an eye for that if you're interested. If not, see you in the morning. Bye, guys.